Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry discovered the dark truth behind the war. Here is short summary. When secrets unravel and allies reveal their true colors, Harry must face not just Voldemort, but the truth behind his own existence. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. For once the House of the Lion was quiet though, as were Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and he decided to take one last pass by the entrance to his own house before retiring for the night. At first it seemed as quiet as the rest, but then, as he watched, the panel swung open. He moved into the shadows as a small figure slipped through and took off down the hall, his head hanging. With a frown, Severus followed. If it had been a student from anywhere but Slytherin, Severus would have halted him immediately, taken points, and sent him back to his room with scorched ears, but he was a bit more tolerant towards his own. The boy was a small blonde with a mass of freckles, one of the first years who'd been sorted a few days ago. He apparently knew exactly where he was heading, bypassing both the kitchens and the owlery stairs, likely destinations for a hungry or homesick child, and tugged open the door to the library. Torches, magic to keep them from accidentally setting one of the books on fire of course, still burned, illuminating the room even through the night. Severus slipped into the room behind him before the door could latch shut, dark clothing making him just another shadow. The boy headed for one of the larger reading couches. And then yelped, falling backwards to the floor. "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you all right?" The boy stared up, lip beginning to tremble. Who are you? What are you?" Severus, on the other hand, hadn't had any difficulty identifying the voice. Besides which, as far as he knew, there was only one student in the school who had an invisibility cloak. What had possessed the headmaster to give it to the boy he still didn't know. "Mr. Potter, out after curfew already? Well, I suppose you've spent the last 4 years proving that rules were made for you to break. Why change the habit now?" He dropped back farther into the shadows, curious how this would play out. "Hey, shush. Did I hurt you?" Potter's voice was now coming from closer to the ground, very close to the younger boy's head, and tears began to fall from the boy's eyes. "Take the cloak off, you bloody idiot," Snape thought in irritation. Couldn't the little moron see he was frightening the child? What are you? Are you a ghost? I thought ghosts couldn't hit people." "Am I? Oh, no." Potter's head appeared, and a moment later he unlaced the cloth and placed a small bundle on the seat beside him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm not a ghost. I'm a student here like you. This is an invisibility cloak." He reached out, helping the boy to his feet. "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself when you fell?" "And no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run into you." Potter shook his head. "I was the one who was invisible. My own fault for not watching where I was going." "Oh, I'm Harry." He offered his hand. "Micah." He stopped rubbing the back of his hand across his eyes long enough to shake the older boy's hand. "It's nice to meet you." "Is something wrong, Micah? It's kind of late to be out of your rooms." Severus rolled his eyes. "You're a fine one to talk. At least you managed to acknowledge that you were at fault for something. It would be just like you to blame the boy for getting in your way." His memory had been jogged when the boy introduced himself. Micah Donovan. Nothing particularly special about him that had made him stand out during the Slytherin's introductory speech. He'd been a little timid, but that was to be expected on a student's first night at the school. His father had been in Ravenclaw and his mother a Slytherin, a few years younger than Severus, if the potions master remembered correctly. They didn't have the wealth or influence to move in the circles of power the older families did, but they were respected in their own right. It's nothing." Micah ducked his head, swiping at his eyes again. "It's not important." "Must be pretty important for you to come down here." The teenager reached out to put an arm around the boy's shoulders. "And you look kind of upset. You can tell me, if you want. It might make you feel better. Maybe I can help." "I don't think so. I don't think anyone can. Unless, I need to find something that will make someone forget." Snape could think of a half a dozen possibilities offhand, the most obvious being obliviate. But if the teenager was stupid enough to mention any of them to the child, he'd have to get involved. The last thing anyone needed was an untrained first year running around removing portions of people's memories. Maybe you could tell me what happened from the beginning? That might help a little. I do think that is the most sensible suggestion I've ever heard from him, Severus thought, shifting to make himself a bit more comfortable in his corner. Can you keep a secret? Potter sighed. Is anyone dying? No, is there a chance anyone could die? Well, at least the boy had developed some sense of self-preservation since the end of the preceding school year. It was rather humorous, actually. Unfortunately, it appeared to be upsetting Micah, and while Severus found the situation, Gryffindor's golden boy trying to comfort a little Slytherin, amusing enough that he didn't want to interrupt, but he didn't want a hysterical child on his hands either. Is there a chance? What? Potter managed to figure out his mistake and smiled down at the younger boy. Never mind. I'm sorry. I've had a couple bad nights. So the wonder child has bad dreams, It's not, it's my cousin. Her name's Lily. That's a pretty name. Does she go to school here? Yeah. She just started too. They weren't going to let her since she's almost too little. She skipped a whole year in primary school. But she's real smart. She's my best friend in the whole world. We wanted to be in the same house, but she got sorted into Ravenclaw instead. She's really, really smart. We were still going to spend all our free time together, but now she won't even. He began to sniffle again and went back to rubbing at his eyes. Lillian Stevens, I suppose, Severus decided after a moment. She's the one there was the fuss about admitting early. Honestly, the things people will argue about, if she can do the work, who cares how old she is? Pomfrey had been the main objector, some nonsense about the girl's emotional development. But in the end she had been invited. In fact, she must have been in his Ravenclaw Hufflepuff potions class this morning. Mostly a hopeless lot, he mused, but at least half of them are too agreeable to argue with me and the other half are smart enough not to try. Too bad the older Gryffindors are determined to make up for them. Fifth-year potions for Slytherins and Gryffindors had been immediately before the first-year class. Between Longbottom's exploding cauldron, and there was nothing in a calming drought should even have been mildly volatile, and Potter's stares when he thought he wasn't being watched, Severus had been in a decidedly bad mood when the lot of them had finally left. Too bad Granger insists on partnering with the Weasley boy. On her own she's competent enough to make a tolerable calming potion. And after the mess Longbottom created today I'd have been willing to test it on myself. She won't what? Potter asked, pulling Micah back to sit on the couch and Severus's concentration back to the conversation. Is she okay? Why yeah, no, I don't know, she won't talk to me, she hates me. And it's all because of him. He said he was okay. He said we could talk to him. I told her it would be okay and I promised and she trusted me cause we're best friends and then he went and he said it. And now she thinks I was being mean on PP purpose and I tricked her and she cried and she hates me. His voice had been steadily rising in pitch as tears returned, and by the end he was barely managing to choke out words. Not that said words made all that much sense, anyway. Apparently Severus wasn't the only one that felt that way, because Potter switched to rubbing Mika's back and muttering calming nonsense until the child stopped trying to speak. Severus didn't particularly want to interrupt their conversation at this point. Dealing with crying children had never been his forte. After his first year as head of Slytherin House he'd gotten into the habit of selecting one or two prefects that could handle tears of homesickness and that was that. Shish, it'll be okay. You'll see. Stop sniffling now, that's right. Potter dug around in his robes for a moment and pulled out a rumpled square of cloth. Here, wipe your eyes. Calm down. We'll figure something out. Micah scrubbed at his face with the proffered handkerchief. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. Have a sip of this. He offered the younger boy a sip of something from a flask at his waist. Don't tell me the golden boy is already an alcoholic, Severus thought in surprise when he saw the vessel. The war has barely begun. What is it? At least he's smart enough, or Slytherin enough, to ask before accepting something blindly. Just hot chocolate. Mrs. Weasley, my friend's mum, sends him a special mix, and he always shares with me. It's nice to have when I'm reading. Have a sip. Micah took it hesitantly, passing the handkerchief back. Thanks. You're welcome. Now, one more time, from the beginning. Just take it nice and slow. Why is Lily upset with you? She thinks I lied to her on purpose, and I didn't, honest, he said. I believe you, Potter interrupted quickly, before the boy could resume his hysterics. But what does she think you lied to her about? Well, see, she got put in Ravenclaw, so we don't have all of the same classes. She doesn't really know anyone else here, and like I said, she's a little littler, so when we're separated she gets kind of nervous sometimes. He looked up at the older boy. She's really brave, honest, but... Of course she is. Being nervous is normal. I was pretty scared when I first got here, and I met a couple of the people in my house on the train. None of your friends came your year? That's the last thing we need here, more people in Potter's clique. The three of them are bad enough, especially since they insist on including that hopeless little oaf Longbottom half the time. Fortunately, Muggleborns weren't particularly common, and none of the ones currently in the 5th year had lived anywhere near Potter. I didn't really have any friends before I came here. It's kind of complicated. So what happened when she got nervous? Well, she was a little scared about her class today because she'd heard he was pretty mean, but he talked to us after we got sorted. He's my head of house, and he said we could talk to him and he seemed all right. A little scary, but not too bad. So I told her it would be okay. And then she got to class, and he called her stupid and said she couldn't do anything right. That's not true. She's smart and special and... Potter began to rub the boy's back again, cutting him off before he could start crying a third time. Of course she is. Lily had potions today, didn't she? You're in Slytherin? Why yeah. How do you know? At that point, Severus realized that both boys wore rather nondescript pajamas, nothing with their house colors in them. Donovan because his parents wouldn't have known what colors to send just yet, and Potter, well, who knew why he was wearing such oversized and rather ragged garments? Who knows why that boy does anything he does, unless it's for the sole purpose of irritating others. Snape, Professor Snape. He's not always very nice to people who aren't in his house. Have you had potions yet? I have it tomorrow. We're with Gryffindor. Well, you'll see what I mean then. But I don't think he meant that your cousin in particular was stupid. After all, 2 hours isn't much time to get to know someone. And he might not have been in a very good mood when he got to that class anyway. Severus almost gave himself away with a derisive snort. Apparently the 5th year class had been aware that he'd been annoyed. Not that they would ever do something useful to help alleviate the problem, like maybe pay attention and do their work correctly for once. But that's what he said to her. He made her cry, and she thinks I lied to her and told her he wasn't mean to trick her because one of the other people in her house told her Slytherins do that, and now she's mad and won't talk to me. She wouldn't even come play chess after classes. The look on Potter's face was a study. Frankly, Snape was surprised the boy hadn't taken the opportunity to tear into his character and the unfairness of it all. He'd clearly had an urge to, but had held himself back. I wonder what this is about. You can't. Tell her not to take everything Professor Snape says to heart, okay? Trust me, he's been calling me an idiot since the first day of school. I mean, I know I'm nothing special, but I'm not a complete waste of space either. And a friend of mine who does do everything just about perfectly gets called names too. Both you and the Granger brat need to be taken down a few pegs. Your heads are swelled more than enough as it is. And you haven't even got the justification she does. I may not particularly care for her, but at least no one can claim she's a slow learner. Honestly, saying he was nothing special when anyone could see how he manipulated the rest of the school. All of the school that would let him, at any rate. But why would he do that? I don't understand. Honestly, neither do I, but you know, I have a game I used to play at home when people called me names. I could teach it to you, and you could show her, and maybe if she played it in class she might feel better. You think? Well, it can't hurt. But tell her she'll have to be careful if she wants to play it with Snape. He's a lot smarter than the people I played with. He grinned suddenly. Although, to be perfectly fair, Trevor is smarter than the ones I played it with, so that's probably not a very good comparison. Who's Trevor? You don't sound like you like him very much. I don't like him very much, Severus observed. The creature had been banned from the dungeons on penalty of becoming an ingredient in Skella Grow after he knocked an entire vial of Gribbet's blood off the counter in Class Longbottom's 2nd year. It would, of course, have been the single most expensive ingredient anyone below 4th year is allowed anywhere near. That child is a menace. It's not like that. I don't mind him or anything. He's my friend Neville's toad. Oh. The little boy giggled. You think a toad is smarter than people? One time I tied Dudley's shoelaces together after he and a couple of his friends knocked me around on the playground, and he got up and fell back down 3 times before he figured out what the problem was. That drew a somewhat louder giggle. That is pretty stupid, but I don't think tying Professor Snape's shoelaces together is a very good idea. Very definitely not. And if I ever find out you've even tried, Potter, so help me I'll kill you myself and save the Dark Lord the trouble. No, definitely don't try that. Besides, I think he wears boots. I just meant the people I've played with before were very, very dumb, so she'll have to be more careful than I was if she wants to play with him. There are a couple different ones you can do. The counting one is the easiest. You just keep count of how many times someone repeats a particular insult. See what you can get him up to. I think his record is calling Neville an oaf 4 times in 1 hour last year. And I've been called a brat 6 times, although the 6 times were in one day, not just in class. I think he was upset then, though. Usually he's pretty creative. That doesn't sound like very much fun. It is, kind of, though. Or distracting, anyway. See which insults get used for which people. And you could use it as part of another game. I made a limit, 10 or 20 I think, and after I got called a particular name that number of times, I had to go learn how to say the word in a new language. I could say the word, freak, in 16 languages besides English before I had to stop. The school library didn't have any more dictionaries. I used to try and say it back to him, somehow, after I'd learned it, but I don't think she should try that with Snape. She might like that. She likes to learn new things. Why did people call you a freak though? I was raised by muggles who don't know anything about the wizarding world and don't like magic very much. And sometimes funny things happen around me. In primary school I ended up on the roof one time when some of the other kids were chasing me, and at the zoo on my cousin's 11th birthday I got him stuck in a snake cage while the snake left for Brazil. Well, that was actually kind of funny, even though I didn't mean for it to happen. And I blew up my aunt last summer, not the exploding kind of blow up, the inflate like a balloon kind. And she sort of floated away. Anyway, the big thing with bullies is not to let them know they bother you. I'm not really very good at that. SN. Professor Snape is really good at pushing my buttons. I do what? He does what? Oh, sorry, it's a muggle saying. It just means he knows how to get me upset. Tell your cousin to try and stay calm and not let him get to her, and I bet she'll be fine. And tell her the language game. Although I suggest she sets it to a limit lower than 10 if she wants to learn any new words. Like I said, he can get pretty creative. I'll tell her if she'll talk to me, Micah replied. By now I bet a bunch of the others in her house have told her what Snape is like. Not everyone thinks all Slytherins are bad, and since you two are friends I'm sure she'll understand you weren't trying to trick her as soon as she has time to think about it. If you like, I'll talk to a couple of my friends in Ravenclaw tomorrow, just to make sure. Okay? Okay. Thank why. A yawn cut off his words. Tempus. Potter frowned at whatever the spell revealed. It's getting late, and I've got class early tomorrow morning. How about we head back to our houses and try and get some sleep? Yeah, okay. Can we meet tomorrow, maybe? You could come over and play chess with me? I don't think that's a very good idea, but why not? Don't want to be seen in public with a Slytherin, Potter? Only to be expected, I suppose. Although he was curious how he was going to explain the situation to the child. I like you, but some of the others in your house, including Professor Snape, don't like me very much. It's probably better for you if they don't see us talking together. I don't care what he thinks if he's going to be nasty to Lily just 'cause she's not in his house, came the indignant reply. Making an enemy of the head of your house, or of Professor Snape, isn't a very good idea, I don't think. And you don't want your housemates angry with you either. Tell you what, do you have an owl? A barn owl. His name is Cobra. Well, if you want to send a message to me, you tell him to pass it along to Hedwig. She's mine, and I think the only snowy owl in the owlery right now, and she'll give it to me. Maybe once Madam Hooch authorizes your class to use the school's brooms, we could go flying. Or we could try meeting down here again, but with Filch and Mrs. Norris roaming the halls, that's not always very safe. I'd like to go flying. Dad showed me how last summer. Can Lily maybe come too? Sure, she could come. Potter stood, slipping his cloak on. Come on, I'll help you sneak back to Slytherin before I head for my house. He motioned to the younger boy, indicating for him to come under the cloak, and a moment later both were invisible. The only clue Severus had to their whereabouts was the main library door that swung open and almost silent footfalls across the stone. Well, that was interesting. He gave himself a few minutes after the students had passed before stepping out of the shadows. He should really catch up with Potter before he made it safely back into Gryffindor and take points. Although, this once, the Prad did something useful. If I catch him out of his quarters after hours again, I'll be sure to take twice as many. He would settle for that. It wasn't as if he'd never have the opportunity to take points again. I didn't realize I'd made one of them cry. Absently he stepped over to reshelve the book Potter had been carrying when he'd bumped into Donovan. It had fallen to the floor and he hadn't bothered to retrieve it. Severus had taken to doing a first-year interrogation of his new students, asking them detailed questions out of the reading, after it had gone so well with Mr. Potter. It had turned out to be an excellent way to command their attention. But perhaps he'd been in more of a mood than usual today. Potter and Longbottom certainly didn't help. And perhaps moving on to another student when the little one in the front row had known the answer to the first question instead of pelting her with more that even Granger wouldn't have known the answer to in her first year would have been wise. As much as he didn't particularly care for children, he didn't believe in driving them to tears. Not normally, anyway. There have been cases where it was sorely tempting. His attention turned to the book he held. Andromada's Theories on Herpetological Communes. An in-depth case study? Interesting light reading, Potter. He started to put the book back on its shelf and then decided to take it with him and see if he could figure out what the boy had been up to. A quick casting of Tempus revealed just how late it was, and he turned with a whirl of his cloak toward the door. Perhaps he was now tired enough to sleep through the dreams without the aid of a potion. Tomorrow will be better. Severus blinked hard, lifting his head slowly. Ouch. Of all the things I do not need right now, he stood and rolled his shoulders, trying to work the stiffness out of his neck caused by falling asleep on his desk in the classroom. Fortunately, after the students had left. Last night had been a long night. The last several nights had been long nights, actually. If it wasn't the Dark Lord demanding his presence, or his potions, it was the Order wanting more names, more descriptions, more details. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that they enjoyed my presence. Today he'd cut most of his classes short, giving pop quizzes after a short lecture in each and threatening them with the most complicated potions of the year. Not that that would take much even at the end of the year, never mind 2 weeks into classes, in their next period with him. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten that he would actually need to grade said quizzes at some point. He'd made a valiant attempt at starting, but had fallen asleep after only 2. They will survive an extra day without their grades, he decided, exiting the room after a glance ensured he'd returned all potion ingredients to their rightful places. Severus, you're going the wrong way, an entirely too cheerful voice called. You're going to miss dinner. He turned, too quickly, judging by the pain shooting down his back from his still stiff neck, to face the herbology teacher. I'll be taking my meal in my rooms tonight, thank you. But we're having roast, she objected. I imagine I will survive the disappointment. Good evening. He turned with a swirl of his robes, and then turned back sharply. What exactly were you doing down here in the dungeons, anyway? This is the only place in the castle Chattis's mold grows well, she answered, holding up a jug of blue-brown sludge. It's a shame, really, it has such potential. Good evening, Severus. Pomona. He stared after her a moment, and then shook his head and went to his chambers. There was muscle relaxant in the cabinet. It helped to relieve the effects of several of the Dark Lord's preferred curses and should work just as well for his sore shoulders and neck. A snap brought a house elf with a portion of the meal that was being served in the Great Hall, and with some effort he managed to consume the majority of it. He didn't need the effects of malnutrition on top of sleep deprivation. A rub of his arm as he moved into his inner chambers confirmed that the Dark Lord was quiescent this night, or at least involved in activities he knew his potions master would not be interested in, and as for the Order, they can damn well theorize on their own, for once, he decided. He didn't have anything new to warn them about, and he could confirm or deny their current suspicions at some later date. This night, he was going to sleep. Of course, as soon as he made that decision, he found himself unable to attain the blessed state of unconsciousness. I managed to fall asleep in a wooden chair with my head on a pile of parchment, he thought in annoyance. Yet in my own, comfortable quarters, in my most comfortable bed, all I am able to do is lie in silence counting the imperfections in the ceiling stones. He rose to his feet and went back into the main room. The students' quizzes had been left back in the classroom and he had no desire to retrieve them, but there were several books he'd purchased that he'd not yet found time to peruse. And what is this? Andamata's Theories. He recognized the book then. It was the one Potter had been carrying in the library when he'd run into Micah a week and some ago. He'd brought it back to his quarters but hadn't had time to even open the cover. I suppose this is as good a choice as any, although who can tell what the little idiot considers decent reading material. I have a hard time believing he reads at all, outside of what the Granger brat forces him to do before she completes his assignments for him. Perhaps Potter had simply been down in the library fetching something she wanted. He hadn't considered the possibility at the time, but it seemed more likely than Potter choosing to study on his own. If Granger had selected it, then perhaps, he settled himself on the couch and opened the tome, and nearly dropped it in surprise as he read the introduction. A Parselmouth wrote this? 3 hours later he closed the cover and glanced up at the clock. So much for my early night. Still, it had made for interesting reading. The language was rather archaic since it had been written by one of the grandnephews of Salazar Slytherin himself, but he hadn't realized, for instance, that a Parselmouth couldn't hear the difference between Parseltongue and their own native language. But then Potter hadn't seemed to understand that he'd done anything particularly unusual when he'd spoken to the snake on the dueling platform back in second year, and while he'd only observed the Dark Lord speaking to Nagini a handful of times, it had never seemed to take him any particular effort or concentration. Perhaps, he shook himself out of his reverie and stood, putting on his outer robes and tucking the book inside. If the brat wishes to learn more about his ability, there is no reason to discourage him. There was certainly no one else in the wizarding world who could teach him. The library was only a short trip away, and as it was nearly curfew, the few students who had been studying were on their way out as he entered. He put the book back in its place, assuming that Potter would find it again if he was truly interested. He replaced a few other books that had been left out. Perhaps a hex on students who could not manage to reshelve the things themselves would not be out of line, and then left the library for his dungeons. Let go of me. The childish yell distracted him, and he turned down the side corridor to see several children in red and gold robes pushing a smaller one in green and silver around. He opened his mouth to interrupt their fun. What the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Severus shut his mouth with a snap. The words had been nearly his own, but the voice most definitely hadn't been. He stared in surprise as another Gryffindor, a fifth year he recognized entirely too easily, yanked the biggest of the other Gryffindors off his victim and tugged the smaller boy behind him, out of their reach. And now I know I need more sleep. I'm obviously dreaming. What's going on? Potter demanded again. He hexed my little brother in History of Magic, one of the younger Gryffindors replied indignantly. Turned his hair green, right? Potter responded. And Bailey fought back by made his boots stick to the ground so he tripped when he tried to walk. And Professor McGonagall turned them both back to normal in about 10 seconds? Well, yeah, but we lost 5 points because of him. And Slytherin lost 10 for starting it. You're a second year. You all are. What are you thinking? Going after a first year half your size in the halls? Especially over something that was already dealt with by both your brother and our head of house. But he's Slytherin, one of the others protested. I wouldn't care if he was Malfoy's kid brother, only cowards fight 4-on-1 against someone half their size. Did he even know you were there, or did you jump him from behind? The two Gryffindors he could see looked indignant at that question, Snape noted absently, but the indignance was more than muted by the shame in their faces. Apparently the coward comment had struck home. I'll have to remember that for the future. Potter shook his head. Go back to the common rooms. Are you going to tell one of the professors? I don't know yet. But we'll lose points, one of the two with his back to Snape protested. I don't care if you are in my house, you should lose points for that, green eyes flashed, and the boys apparently decided they should make their retreat while they could. Severus held himself in the shadows as the 4 second years passed, but their eyes were fixed firmly on the ground in front of their feet. His attention returned to Potter and the little Slytherin at a quiet voice. "Hey." Potter knelt, facing the little boy. The child's robes were torn down one side, and his lip was bleeding. "Micah? It is you, isn't it?" "Why, yeah. Are you okay?" "Yeah. Are you sure? Come on. Why don't we go down to the infirmary and let Madame Pomfrey check you over?" "No, I'm okay, really, I just want to go back to my rooms." Potter sighed. "Can you tell me what happened, first?" "They already told you. They told me their side, but I want to know yours." "A Gryffindor is asking a Slytherin for his side of a story? That Gryffindor? Obviously I'm not dreaming, I'm hallucinating." Micah shrugged. "Pendleton, not the big one, his little brother, was throwing things and making fun of me in History of Magic today. I guess I got kind of mad at him, so I made his hair turn green. I wanted to make it dark green like my robes, but I guess I was a little upset and it came out really, really bright." Everyone laughed, but since he wasn't hurt or anything, Professor Binns kept talking. Binns probably hadn't noticed anything was wrong, Severus thought idly. Short of transfiguring one of the children in the class into one of the goblins he was so fond of discussing, he doubted the ghost would notice anything going on in that classroom. He certainly didn't when I was a student. "When did he stick your boots to the floor?" "When I got up to leave." But Professor McGonagall was passing by, and she heard the others laughing, and then she saw his hair and, he shrugged. "She fixed us both and took points. And then I thought everything was done, until the big one grabbed me and shoved me into the wall a couple minutes ago. And then his friends were there. I tried to fight back, really. Trust me, my cousin and his friends used to gang up on me all the time, and 3 or 4 on 1. Especially when they're all twice your size, is never good odds." "Guess not. Where did the bloody nose come from?" "They were just pushing me around, not really hitting me, but I think I got whacked with an elbow. And then I tripped on my robes. That's how they got torn." "Well, I can do something about that, anyway." Potter pulled out his wand, and a moment later the stitching mended itself. "Neat. Where did you learn that?" Potter shrugged, putting away his wand. "From a friend of mine. I've gotten my clothes messed up a couple times, and she got sick of fixing them for me. It's pretty useful. You think you will remember the incantation so you can try it yourself?" "I'll remember. I can even teach Lily. I don't think she knows that one yet." "So you two are talking again? I hadn't heard anything from you in the last couple weeks and I wasn't sure." "Yeah, we're okay again. And she says Professor Snape is being a little better." You're that Harry, aren't you? Harry Potter?" "Guilty as charged." "What? What? Sorry, it's another Muggle saying. Yeah, I'm Harry Potter." He pushed his bangs off his forehead to reveal the scar. "Is that why you haven't wanted to meet up with me again?" Some of the other Slytherins say stuff about you, sometimes." "Some of the Slytherins say rather a lot about him," Severus thought. "Of which I believe the kindest thing that has ever been said was that he is an acceptable seeker for the Gryffindor team. And they wouldn't have said that much if he hadn't beat the best they had for the last 3 years. Yeah, I guess they probably do. Some of it's probably even true, although maybe not all of it. A couple of them don't like me very much. I don't really like them either." "But you like me." "Yeah, sure I like you. Why wouldn't I?" Micah shrugged. "I guess I don't know. They just said you wouldn't. Maybe. Do you maybe want to go flying tonight? I have a broom checked out from the school." "Sure. And," he cast Tempest quickly, "we have about 2 minutes to curfew. If you want, you could run by Ravenclaw and see if your cousin would like to sneak out and join us." "That would be great. All right. We'll meet on the Quidditch pitch in an hour. But I have a question first. Do you think I should tell one of the professors what those boys did to you tonight?" Micah bit his lip and then shook his head. "I don't want you to lose points too. And they didn't really hurt me that bad." "All right. But if they mess with you again you tell someone, okay? Like I said, I don't care if they are in my house, they should never have gone after you like that." He glanced around the corridor. "We'd better get moving if we don't want to get detention. Make sure no one overhears you when you talk to your cousin." "I'll be careful. See you in an hour." So now the brat is corrupting my children, Severus thought as he shook himself back to the present. Encouraging them to join him in his rule-breaking. But the thought wasn't as acidic as it would have been previously. As acidic as it should have been, really. He was obviously overtired. And now, thanks to Potter, I'm not going to have another late night, because he certainly wasn't going to let 3 students go flying around in the dark without some supervision. What am I thinking? Supervision? I'm going to go out there, catch them, punish them, and be asleep 10 minutes after. With a shake of his head, he turned and went the opposite direction to retrieve the quizzes the students had completed earlier. There was no point in wasting the next hour. At the appropriate time, he left the quizzes he was grading, dismal, as usual, and went to retrieve his broom. He hadn't had a chance to fly, lately, although contrary to the beliefs of the majority of the students he certainly could. Do they think I'm the reserve Quidditch referee for nothing? It had been a long time since he'd played the game himself, his 6th year at Hogwarts, actually, but he still enjoyed being on his broom. He circled the pitch wide before actually approaching, coming in behind the stands so the 3 children circling wouldn't see him. The 2 smaller figures were circling the larger, obviously trying to keep up with the patterns he was making. Catch him, Lily. One of the figures peeled aside, going higher to watch the other 2, and they obligingly picked up speed. Go. They circled and dove. The little girl was small enough that even a school broom could fly as though it didn't have a passenger, until Potter finally pulled away with a steep curve she couldn't match. All 3 were laughing, and in the light from the moon and the shadows from the waving banners Severus saw another Potter and another Lily and one of the boys who were always with them. The slight tolerance Potter's behavior earlier might have earned him vanished immediately. What do you 3 think you are doing out here after curfew? His voice cut across the pitch, and all 3 wheeled abruptly to face him, the younger boy nearly losing his grip as he did so. It only increased Severus' anger. Professor Snape. Yes, Potter. Who else would be out here at this unreasonable hour of the night attempting to retrieve 3 brats who obviously have no understanding of rules or regulations? And that was a rhetorical question, no need to strain your minds attempting to puzzle out the answer. You 2, 50 points from each of your houses for being out after curfew, a week's detention, and you will both lose the use of school brooms until holiday break at the very least. Get back inside. Both 11-year-olds were staring at him wide-eyed, and there were hints of tears in the girl's eyes as she hovered just behind Potter's shoulder. Donovan opened his mouth to speak, and Severus cut him off with a glare. You and I will be having another talk tomorrow. I suggest you not try my patience anymore. Get back to your rooms. Now, both children started, looking worriedly at Potter, but he shook his head quickly, nodding for them to go on. As soon as he saw them land on the top of the astronomy tower, he turned back to the Gryffindor. And as for you, Professor, this was all my idea. It's my fault, you shouldn't be so hard on them. While I have no doubt the blame for this entire fiasco can be laid directly on your shoulders, it is not your place to tell me what I should or should not do. Rest assured, your punishment will be considerably worse than theirs. He took a breath, assembling his thoughts into a coherent rant. Aside from encouraging first-year students barely a month into their time here to flaunt school rules, I'm well aware that it is a frequent habit of yours, but I fail to see why you are determined to inflict your habits on other students. They were granted privileges with school brooms less than a week ago. Did it ever enter that tiny brain of yours just why students are so carefully supervised with brooms when they first come to Hogwarts? Or did you think Longbottom's little tumble your first year was some sort of fluke? And taking them out in the middle of the night, in the dark, is hardly going to improve their flying abilities? They'd both flown before, Professor, they learned at age. Silence. I'm not sure what I detest worse, your absolute disregard for authority or the sheer arrogance you insist on displaying for the entire world to see. Spots rose on the boy's cheeks. All we did was play follow the leader, and we wouldn't have had to do it in secret if I wasn't afraid you'd be nasty to Micah just because he doesn't hate my guts like every other Slytherin. You already went after Lily for. You will be silent, Severus roared, cutting off his rant. You are in enough trail. A shriek from the Forbidden Forest drowned out even his words, and both wheeled sharply on their brooms. What was that? Severus ignored the question. Something about that scream had sounded wrong, even for the forest. Centaurs don't make that noise, nor spiders, nor 100 points from Gryffindor, and detention with me tomorrow. I'll give you the rest of your punishment then. Now go back to your room. But Pro, do you want to make it 150? I'm sure your little friends are going to be unhappy enough with you tomorrow as it is. Potter didn't make another sound, turning his broom to head back to the tower. Severus turned his broom in the direction of the scream, flying just above treetop level. High enough to avoid the predators, and low enough to duck into the trees should anything fly above him. He could feel magic building a bit to his left, and he adjusted course to meet it. The only thing in the forest that I can think of that can make that sound. He came to a halt above a clearing. Oh, no, a unicorn lay below, eviscerated, and he forced his broom to land beside it. It didn't want to. The magic blanketing the area was as dark as Severus had ever felt. The creature's eyes were missing, its horn, most of its major organs, and the ground was dry. Free of blood. A collecting spell, a clumsy version, but that's the only way whoever killed it could have taken everything before I got here. There were many potent potions that could be made from unicorn blood and hair. He had invented several of them, but that was always willingly given. What someone could do with the major organs or that much blood didn't bear thinking about. Professor. What happened? A figure touched down beside his broom. Potter? Did I not just tell you to go back to your room? Well, I could feel power here, dark powers, and you thought it would be a good idea to investigate yourself. Brilliant, Mr. Potter. I don't suppose you bothered to inform anyone where you would be going. I assume not. If you had told a teacher they would have prevented you from coming, and if you had told your little friends they would be here as well. Well, you didn't tell anyone where you were going. I am a grown wizard, Mr. Potter, and what I do or do not do is my own concern. I have had it with your disobedience. When we get back to Hogwarts. His words were suddenly drowned out by a roar, and then he felt himself falling. It was 10 times, 100 times worse than any portkey, and he saw the ground coming up fast. He didn't even have time to contemplate just how bad the landing was going to be before he hit. Why does my head feel like one of Hagrid's pets stomped on it? Severus sat up carefully, squinting against the firelight. Where am I? This certainly isn't Hogwarts, and it's not one of the Dark Lord's holdings, either. Not one I know of, anyway. That thought didn't bring pleasant feelings, and he forced himself to stand. As he took in the wilderness around him, the only sign of civilization being a single ring of stones containing a small fire, his memories of the past few hours came back with a force. The children playing on the Quidditch field, sending them back to their rooms, a scream in the forest, Potter disobeying and following him to the unicorn's corpse, the dark magic and a feeling of falling. Wait. Potter. Potter. Potter, where are you? Professor. Professor, you're awake. The boy appeared from behind him, a few broken sticks under one arm. What is going on here? Severus demanded. I'm piling up some wood for the fire. It was starting to get dark when I woke up. I built it up as best I could, but we'll need more to make it through the night. What do you mean, getting dark when you woke up? It was dark when he frowned slightly. It was already night when we arrived. Or at least it had been dark when they'd been in the Forbidden Forest. Where were they? You've been asleep for at least a day, Professor, Potter said awkwardly. I only woke up 4 or 5 hours ago, so I'm not sure exactly how long it's been since we got here. Wonderful. What is our situation? Situation. Even more wonderful. The child had no knowledge of survival tactics whatsoever. What do you know about where we are? What supplies do we have? A forest? My broom made it, but yours is pretty banged up. I got it to lift off, but I don't think it will stay up very long. I've got my wand. As do I. He'd confirmed that as soon as he'd awoken. I also have several potion vials, unfortunately empty, and a few collecting tools. Do you have anything else? He saw the corpse of the unicorn off to one side, but he didn't think anything remained there that he could use in a potion. Even the long hairs in the mane that could be used for spells were gone. Part of a deck of wizard cards. I had to use a couple of them to get the fire going. At least the brat managed that. And there is a circle of stones and the fire pit seems cleared of brush so it shouldn't set the area on fire. He glanced up, but a canopy covered the sky. He walked towards one of the clumps of brush. Professor, I am attempting to ascertain more information about our current location beyond a forest, he returned snidely. You might not be able to tell rosemary from thistle without your little friends to help you, but I certainly can. You think you can tell where we are just by looking at the plants? I believe that is what I just said, Mr. Potter. Tend your fire, I'll be back momentarily. You might not want to go very far in, and just why is that? There are things in there, came the hesitant reply, and some of them are big things, I think. Wonderful. Stay close to the fire. Wand in hand, he moved towards some of the smaller bushes. He would start with them and fly up and examine some of the tree leaves later if necessary. Those leaves were distinctive. Herbology hadn't been his favorite subject in school, but since he needed plants for his potions he'd studied it harder than most average students. He plucked a stalk, bringing it up to eye level. Golden threads with red veins and a distinctive OD. He dropped it, turning back to the boy. Potter, how much have you been using your magic? What? I flew a little bit to make sure the brooms still worked, and then I started the fire. I don't know any good communication spells, so I didn't try that. Just as well. Put out your fire, we need to be moving, and not with that. He nodded sharply at the boy's wand. Why not? Because if I am correct about our location, those things, as you so eloquently put it, were likely drawn here by magic, and they aren't the sort we wish to encourage. He was strongly tempted to take the brat's wand. Following orders is hardly his strong point. But if they ran into a situation where he had to defend himself, so help me, if he brings those creatures down on us, I'll hex him into oblivion myself. You know where we are? An approximation, at least. We're somewhere in the northern portion of Brazil. Where? Bright Merlin, doesn't he know anything? It is a country in South America, Mr. Potter. I assume even a Muggle geography class would have covered that much. Granted, that assumes that you actually pay atten. I know where Brazil is, Potter interrupted indignantly. But you mean we're in the middle of the Amazon jungle? So it would seem. Now put out the fire and grab your broom. Why can't I use magic? Because I ordered you not to. Merlin forbid the brat actually do as he was told. There are things in the jungle that are drawn to magic, he said instead, his tone not encouraging further questioning. I imagine that the sheer power that dropped us here has most of them intimidated, but they won't stay that way for long. Unfriendly creatures. No, they're all fluffy and cute, that's why I want to be far away before they come. Honestly, of all the people to be stuck in, here, with. At least Longbottom would be too intimidated to be irritating. Your ability to question the obvious astounds me, Mr. Potter. Put out the fire. Yes, Professor. The boy turned his back, kicking dirt over the ring of stones and smothering the flames. Severus retrieved their brooms, checking them over himself. The boy was right. There, aside from a few broken twigs, the boy's broom looked in fair condition, but his own had lost nearly half its bristles and there was a suspicious-looking crack making its way down the shaft. I wonder how close we are to the edge of the jungle. If we could get to some sort of settlement, we might be able to get transportation to somewhere on the flow network. He knew there was a fairly large wizarding population in Rio de Janeiro, but that was in the south. Surely there would be someone in closer cities who could help them. Unfortunately, he had never been to Brazil and therefore had no target that he could use for apparition. And he could hardly apparate them across an entire ocean back to England, so it seemed that walking was their only option. I don't suppose you speak Spanish or Portuguese? He asked absently. Sorry, I didn't expect that you would. The fire is out, Potter announced. I can see that. Under normal circumstances I would suggest determining where we are before selecting a direction. However, right now I believe speed is of the essence. Come. They walked in blessed silence for several minutes, until Potter's natural idiocy decided that it had remained dormant long enough for one night. How did we get to Brazil? I believe it must have been a port gate. Is that like a portkey? Similar, although as you may have noticed the effects of transportation are considerably less pleasant. As opposed to an enchantment on an object, it is an enchantment on a particular area of space. This one appears to have been timed rather than word activated. But why Brazil? Well, I suppose they could have sent us on a nice vacation to the coast of Spain, but if we were there we'd have the benefits of civilization, food, water, communication, and besides which, there we wouldn't have the added pleasures of several magic-sensitive beasts who'd be more than happy to make us their dinner, and it wasn't just the magical creatures they needed to watch out for. Lathfolds are from the tropics, right? And Peruvian vipertooths, viperteeth? Lathfolds, certainly, but Peruvian vipertooths. Viperteeth would imply that they have multiple sets of their most distinctive feature. Are native to Peru. Imagine that. Besides which, I believe they are partial to mountains rather than jungles. There are also several varieties of large cats, the WYRSA. What's a WYRSA? Amazing, an almost impossibly dangerous magical creature that Rubius isn't keeping as a pet. The boys huffed but didn't actually say anything in defense of the gameskeeper. Also amazing, the brat is developing common sense. And it's hardly as if it isn't true, he switched to his lecturing voice. There are two varieties of WYRSA, the black WYRSA and the white WYRSA. It is believed that they were once a single species, bred by a rather deranged wizard at some point in the distant past as guards for his estate. Unfortunately, he apparently lost control of his experiment. In the version of the tale I read, they turned on their master, ate him, and then escaped into the jungle where they eventually split into the two breeds. The black WYRSA are the less dangerous version, as large as small ponies but much thinner. They're built along the lines of tall, thin dogs I believe, although they have scales rather than fur. The main danger with the black is their pack mentality. Physically, they have large teeth and claws and a limited ability to mesmerize their victims, but if you even injure one, the rest will hunt you until you die or you've exterminated the entire pack. So we shouldn't injure any of them. I believe I just said that. Not unless we have no other options. If we are attacked we will be at a serious disadvantage. Both species are impervious to magical attacks. They feed on the energy as easily as on flesh, and they can sense when it is being performed. The boy frowned. So that's why you wanted to leave so quickly. What about the white WYRSA? The white are considerably more dangerous. They are smaller, the size of large greyhounds, and similar in form, although they also have scales. Also pack hunters, but not as closely knit. Their claws and teeth are loaded with paralytic poison. And I have heard that their ability to mesmerize is considerably more developed. The most popular theory is that the black are actually a devolved version of the white. In fact, there has been no confirmed sighting of a white WYRSA in over 200 years. You think they might be extinct? Potter asked. The jungle is large, Mr. Potter. I would prefer not to speculate. Especially about a species that dangerous. The light filtering through the canopy above had dimmed to almost nothing as they'd spoken. What little the moon was giving off was being masked by the trees. Watch your step, neither of us can afford twisted ankles. So what should we do if we are attacked? Potter asked. I'm guessing we can't just outrun them. A legitimate question, Severus had to admit. He just wished he had a better answer than he did. As I recall, you managed to mount your broom rather quickly last autumn during that fiasco of a tournament. I suppose we'll see if you can manage the same without an approving audience to cheer you on. As our only other option involves throwing rocks and sticks, I suppose he will have to. Potter's head had dropped slightly at the mention of the tournament, but at least he didn't have any snide comments on the legitimacy of the plan. Why don't we just fly? Oh, I forgot about your broom. And in less than half an hour, too. I will worry about that, Mr. Potter. You know how to repair brooms? I certainly wouldn't consider mucking about with it if I did not, however now is not the time and this is certainly not the place. Besides which, flying about in the dark is inviting an injury that we are in no position to deal with. Tomorrow, if he could find some time, he would do what he could to bind the crack and replace the twigs. If the enchantment has failed I do not have the expertise to replace it, but if only the balance is affected I should be able to effect temporary repairs. If you were also asleep for most of an entire day, I assume you will be able to continue walking through the night? I'll be fine, Professor. Are you okay? It didn't look like you hit your head, but you were asleep for longer than me. Severus suspected that had been because his body had taken advantage of the unconsciousness brought on by the unorthodox method of transportation to make up for the rest he hadn't been getting in previous nights, but there was no point in telling that to the brat matching pace beside him. I assure you I am fine. So, this port gate that brought us here, how did they know that we were going to investigate? I think we can safely assume that they did not know we would be investigating, otherwise the port gate would have taken us straight to the Dark Lord. Although I seem to recall that you were not supposed to be there in the first place. I'm sorry, okay. I just felt the magic and I wanted to know what was happening. Bloody Gryffindor stupidity. He shook his head. Quite frankly, I doubt the spell was intended to entrap anyone. The death of a unicorn, the murder of a unicorn, is obscene. What they did, what they took, the entire magical community would be up in arms. And people would know that the Dark Lord now had unicorn parts for his spells. No, I suspect it was simply an attempt to get rid of the evidence. That magic had been performed they couldn't hope to hide, but once a port gate has dissolved it cannot be traced by any means that I know of. And who'd think to look for anything in the middle of the Amazon, Potter said after a moment. Precisely. The boy fell silent, for which Severus was grateful. The last few questions he had come up with had at least been reasonable, but he wasn't interested in having a deep conversation with one of the banes of his existence somewhere in the jungle of a continent he'd never had the desire to visit. They would need to make plans when it began to get light tomorrow. Food and water would be necessary, as well as some indication of where they were and where they should be going. If he could get his broom repaired, they could perhaps fly up through the canopy and reach some sort of hum. Professor? What? It just got quiet. He opened his mouth to make a rude comment about noisy students interrupting his introspections, but realized suddenly that the brat was right. The twittering of insects and birds and things from the canopy above had ceased, and it was decidedly unlikely that he and his student, two scrawny, soft-shelled creatures 100 feet below them, were the cause. Be ready, Mr. Potter. He could feel the boy press against his side, gripping his broom in his offhand. What do you think it is? He didn't respond immediately, gripping his wand in one hand and his broom in the other. Something predatory, I assume. He couldn't make out much of anything in the darkness. There could be a panther in the shadows at his feet and he wouldn't know about it. Lumos? The yelp of surprise from the teenager made him wonder if he shouldn't have given the boy some warning of his intentions first, but it was too late to worry about that now. The light from his wand gleamed intensely. Even he'd had to close his eyes at first and he had known it was coming. But in the 15-foot circle it illuminated he could see nothing unusual. He considered expanding the radius, but he didn't want to give out more of a magical signature than he already had. I don't see anything, sir. Neither do I. He banished the light, unwilling to draw further attention to them, and blinked away the spots it left in his vision. As disconcerting as being unable to see more than a few feet in front of them clearly was, it was worse having a well-illumined circle with a wall of black beyond it. Keep wall. An unearthly shriek from above them had his wand up and a blasting spell half invoked before he realized that whatever had made the noise was well up in the canopy and no immediate threat. And it was just as well he hadn't completed it. Potter had brought a shielding spell up just as quickly and anything he'd aimed would have been blasted right back at them. Potter had apparently realized that as well. Sorry, Professor, he muttered. Don't be. It's the most sensible reflex I've seen out of you in all your years at Hogwarts. Not that he planned on telling the brat that. His head was swelled enough as it was. Perhaps some coordination, next time. Why yeah. He could feel the boy easing away from his side slightly as the noises resumed in the canopy above them. Apparently whatever predator was up there was no longer a threat now that it had dinner. They continued walking. I doubt that Umbridge has covered anything particularly useful in the past few weeks, so where, precisely, did you learn to cast a shielding spell at that speed? Not that he'd been impressed, of course, but he couldn't remember anyone boasting about that particular ability in the Golden Boy last year. Professor Lupin helped me when he was here, and he sends me books he thinks might be useful sometimes. Other than that I just practiced, I guess. I wasn't aware that the ban on underage magic had been lifted. Oh, it hasn't been. He trailed off, and Severus glanced over at his form. He appeared to be studying the ground rather intensely, especially considering he couldn't see anything down there. I believe I asked you a question, Mr. Potter. I practiced with a laser pointer. Over the summer. It was my cousin's, but I found it when I was doing laundry and he never noticed it was missing, so when they were all gone I practiced drawing it and saying the spells. As soon as I finished the incantations I pushed the button so I could see where the laser was pointing, make sure I was aiming right and everything. After I got back I practiced some with Hermione and Ron to make sure I was saying everything right. Mostly I was. Indeed. Apparently the brat wasn't as inept in defense as he was in potions. Just as well, considering his destiny. Precisely how many shielding spells do you know? Counting that one? 5, I think. That was my best, though. And what, precisely, is a laser pointer? A Muggle device, of some sort, no doubt. He wasn't overly familiar with the Muggle world and certainly hadn't kept east of their technological developments in the last 15 years. Well, the one I used was the kind that goes on a keychain, so it was really little, but they're little tubes that cast pinpoints of light. You can't point them at people's eyes unless you want to burn their eyeballs, though. A rather ineffective method of defending oneself if you had to be certain of hitting such an uncertain target as the center of your attacker's eyes, Severus mused. Although to disable someone who wasn't expecting it, and many Muggles carry these. Kids do, sometimes. They're mostly banned at schools because they annoy the teachers. That's about the only things they really do besides point. But I guess they're kind of cool to have. I think Dudley got his from my uncle. He uses them in presentations at work. Severus had a disturbing mental image of groups of Muggles standing in auditoriums waving lighted sticks and burning each other's eyes as they gestured at random items, but banished it firmly from his mind. Muggles were a strange lot in general. His father had. That thought was also cut off abruptly. Keep walking, Mr. Potter. And if I ever catch you using this laser pointer in my classroom, he trailed off, leaving the threat unvoiced. No doubt the boy could think of several unpleasant possibilities. The next several hours passed in relative silence. Twice more sounds in the canopy above had ceased and they'd frozen, backs against a tree trunk, waiting for them to resume, but nothing had come of it. I think it's getting lighter, Potter commented, startling Severus slightly. So it appears. He heard a rumble from beside him and realized that it was the boy's stomach. A teenager. Wonderful. They only require twice their weight in food a day. I believe our best bet will be to get up into the canopy today. There should be plenty of branches large enough to stand on. Large enough to walk on, even if his memories of what he'd read about the jungle were correct. The size of the tree trunks around them seemed to support that. But that's where all the sounds came from, Potter objected. I am aware of that, but even so I think that is the best place to start looking for edible vegetation. Plants do need sunlight. And in order to even begin to determine our location, we need to be able to see the sky. Potter glanced around, obviously taking in the same thick brush and huge tree trunks that Severus had been staring at. All right. Do we just climb? I wish to attempt to repair my broom first. While I would prefer to avoid using magic as long as possible, I want a second way down. The light was growing stronger, and he took a seat on a log near one of the tree trunks. While I do this, find a way to secure our brooms to our backs while we climb. Potter nodded, tugging at the plants surrounding them. Do you have a knife? Or anything with a sharp edge? Severus frowned for a moment, and then offered him the collecting knife from the inner pouch of his cloak. Do you believe that the fibers are strong enough to bind the wood to us? He could see even from where he sat that they clearly weren't thick enough. Honestly, do I have to do everything? No, Professor. The boy sat down, tugging off his cloak and setting the blade against the bottom. But this will be. It's a little too long anyway. He worked surprisingly efficiently, tearing off a couple strips and creating a bind around the tail of the broom that fed across and around his shoulders so it wouldn't slip out while he was climbing. A quick test proved that he could also wear it while walking, although the head of the broom dragged slightly. Can I? He motioned towards Severus. Can you what? I have to measure it to make it fit right, the boy explained awkwardly. Fine. He turned, holding still while the boy twisted 2 more strips of cloth around his shoulders. Where did you learn to make those? Dudley always ripped his backpack straps up, tore the stitching, lost the clamps, that kind of thing. He's pretty fat. I had to fix them if I wanted to use them, so, Potter shrugged. It's not that much different, just this time I'm tying the straps around the broom instead of putting them back on the pack. And why were you taking your cousin's things instead of using what your loving relatives got for you? Potter shrugged. The backpacks were in pretty good condition. It's not like he ever carried books in them. So all I had to do was fix the straps. No reason to get a new one. Severus opened his mouth to respond and abruptly shut it again. There wasn't much he could say to that. At least he isn't wasteful. He glanced back down at the broom in his hands. It would never truly be the same again, but he'd used a strip of his own cloak to keep the crack from spreading down the broom. and dried material in the forest floor filled out the tail. Enough to restore at least minimal balance, he hoped. Fitting it into the tangle of cloth the boy handed him, Severus settled the entire thing on his back and turned to glance up at the tree he'd been sitting against. "Shall we?" Severus carefully leveraged himself from the side of the trunk onto the branch Potter was currently on. It was more than wide enough for them both to stand on, and judging by the weight of vines and plants covering it, not to mention the animals he currently couldn't see but were no doubt present, their weight was hardly going to prove an issue. He moved down the branch, testing his footing as he went. "That would be perfect. I make it up to this ridiculous height safely only to trip and go crashing to my death." The climb hadn't been as bad as he'd feared. Truly, he'd been uncertain whether they should just fly up and not even make the attempt, but with the magical signature they'd put out last night, he didn't want to draw any more attention to them than was absolutely necessary. Potter hadn't objected, and in fact had made the climb considerably more easily than he had. "You probably have to deal with more daunting obstacles than this on a regular basis in your illicit nighttime escapades," he commented snidely, stopping again to survey the area. "I have to sneak past you, don't I?" came the immediate response, just as snappish as his words had been. "What?" He spun quickly and found the boy staring up at him, eyes wide and one hand clapped over his mouth. He took a step towards the boy, deliberately looming over him. "Excuse me?" The boy took a step back, glancing around wildly for a moment. "I said, I have to eat fast food sometimes. I have to eat fast food sometimes. It's not healthy, just like climbing giant trees." "Right." "Indeed." The boy blushed even harder at his raised eyebrow. "Well, I would suggest you keep your fast food." "What is fast food, anyway?" "I don't believe muggles normally chase down their dinners." Comments to yourself. Is that clear? "Why yes, Professor." Severus turned around before his smirk could twist into a true grin, albeit a small one. The "sneaking past you" comment hadn't been a bad comeback for a Gryffindor, and while he wasn't about to tolerate disrespect from the brat, he suspected that his own response had been enough to encourage him to watch his mouth in the future. Fortunately Potter was one of the smallest of the fifth years. Severus stood just over 6 feet and had no qualms about using his height to intimidate. Unfortunately, the talk of food, fast or otherwise, made his stomach grumble, and it sounded as though Potter's was doing the same. A glance at the surrounding flora, it was certainly much more colorful up here than it had been on the floor, revealed 2 or 3 varieties he thought were probably not poisonous. Whether or not they tasted good was an entirely different story, but there were more pressing concerns than flavor. He picked one of the larger leaves and bit into it. It was slimy, at best, but the cool liquid in the veins made him realize just how long it had been since he'd had anything to drink. "Mr. Potter, I believe these will make an adequate breakfast." Potter came up beside him, plucking one of the leaves for himself and taking a large bite, and promptly spit it right back out. It tastes like rotten skell-e-grow. I suppose you would know. However, you will need the nourishment, so I suggest you find a way to deal with it. I will attempt to determine what other plants are edible." He was able to find 2 more that definitely were not poisonous, and half a dozen others he was fairly sure weren't, but wasn't willing to risk his stomach contents, such as they were, attempting. Potter was still working on the first plant. Apparently empty stomachs override taste buds. Severus pulled a few leaves from the other 2 and moved to join him. "These are considerably less vile." The boy took one of each with a nod of thanks, offering part of the pile he'd picked in return. "How can you tell which ones aren't poisonous?" "A reasonable enough question, I suppose. All 3 of these are fairly common, even in semi-tropical regions. Those 2 are potions ingredients, and this one is often used as a reactive agent in some of the more difficult potions. Professor Sprout has a small supply for me in her greenhouse." "Oh, I don't think I've ever seen it before. I doubt you've looked." They finished what passed for their meal in silence, ending with the sweetest of the 3 leaves. Even if it did leave a funny aftertaste. "So today we figure out where we are and which way we want to go. How long do you think it will take? They'll be getting worried at Hogwarts." "I am aware of that, Mr. Potter. We won't know until we can determine our current location. Depending on precisely where in the jungle we are, I suspect our best bet will be to head for the river." There are tribes that boat along it that might be willing to provide us with transportation to some kind of settlement with a wizarding population. Granted, I have no idea how we will explain our clothing or current predicament to said tribesmen, assuming they are even vaguely familiar with the English language, but we certainly aren't going to be able to march out of the Amazon on our own. But first we have to find the river. Obviously. He glanced back at the tree trunk behind them. I'm going to climb higher and see if I can't see something beyond the canopy. You wait here. Are you sure? The branches are bound to get smaller the higher I climb. I'm lighter than you, and I climb faster, and as last I looked, I am the one in charge. You will remain here. If you wish to make yourself useful, gather some of the edible leaves to take with us when we start traveling. He turned and walked past the boy, giving him no more time to argue. In truth, he wasn't particularly looking forward to climbing any higher himself. He had no particular fear of heights, but memories of climbing trees held no fondness for him, and climbing a tree so high that a fall would almost certainly kill him was hardly an improvement. Potter seemed to be obeying, for once, so he set his feet and began the ascent. When he'd gone as high as he dared, he found that while he couldn't truly see over the rest of the trees, he could make out a general pattern in their growth. Mountains were rising up in the distance, and combined with the position of the sun. The Amazon River should be that way, I think, north. And in the distance it did look as though the trees were getting slightly larger. The closer you are to water, the bigger things get. North it will be. He began making his way back down the trunk carefully. It was much harder than going up, since he had to look down to place his feet. His right foot slipped on a patch of moss in the toehold he'd selected, and even as he shifted more weight to his arms to compensate, he felt a surge of pain through the dark mark. Not now. The nerves in his fingers flared and he lost his grip with that hand. In his desperation to find a niche for his hanging foot until the current wave of pain passed, he accidentally dislodged his left foot as well, leaving all of his weight on one good arm, legs pinwheeling below. He made a grab for his broom with his free hand, but the surges of pain made it as difficult to grip his broom as it was to grip the bark of the tree, and he couldn't tug it free of the back straps. His good arm began to burn as well, from the fact that all of his weight was on it, and he wasn't sure how long his fingers could maintain their grip. If he could just get a moment to concentrate, he could apparate. Another surge of pain came through the mark, and his entire body convulsed. You'd think being on the other side of the planet would at least lessen the pain. Apparently the Dark Lord was truly angry. Usually he gave his followers a few moments to reach him before increasing the power of his summons. Either he was in a worse mood than usual, or he had some new, fun, plan that he wanted his followers to engage in. Often the results were the same, regardless. Severus heard the crack. About the same time he felt himself begin to fall. Apparently the bark chunk hadn't been able to withstand the jerks of his body. This time it was his good arm, the one that wasn't currently spasming, that reached for his broom as he fell, jerking it free and managing to get into a reasonable facsimile of a riding position, which he was promptly tossed out of as the broom took a sharp veer. At the same time Voldemort made another call. Professor. He didn't have much time to process the scream, as there was a large tree trunk approaching quickly and in his current position, hanging from his broom by one hand. He could hardly steer away from it. Then something was pulling on the back of his cloak, and he was slowing as he approached the tree. Almost, oomph. A smaller figure pinned him against the trunk for a fraction of a second, and then he was falling again. For a moment, anyway. He was brought to a halt by his cloak. Professor, are you okay? Potter? He glanced up, to find the boy above him, hanging more or less upside down on his broom. He was holding onto the shaft with both knees and one arm, his other hand tangled in Severus' robe. What are you doing? Trying to keep you from getting your neck broken. The infuriating boy shot back. He yelped at the same time as another spasm of pain shot from the dark mark through Severus' body. Why is he so mad? You can feel. Never mind. Get us on the ground. He felt them jerk a little lower, and then halt, and then drop again. He tried to frown up at the boy but doubted that it had much of an effect from this position. I thought you said your broom was undamaged. It is, but I don't usually fly upside down with someone twice as big as me hanging from my arm. Can you maybe grab onto me? What? Why? My fingers are going kind of numb, and I don't want to drop you. If you were hanging on too, it would be harder to do that. Holding himself as calmly as possible, Severus reached up with both hands. One hand closed around Potter's wrist, the other reaching up farther in an attempt to grab the broom shaft. He'd barely managed to grasp it when the broom dropped another 10 feet sharply. Perhaps not. All right, Mr. Potter, I'm holding on to you. Bring us to the ground, please. Working on it. The trip down was slightly nerve-wracking. From the position Potter was in, the bring me down signals he normally gave to his broom would actually make it veer up, so he was forced to invert them as they flew, and although his white-knuckled grip on Severus' arm never released, from the look on his face he was in a great deal of pain. At least the Dark Lord had apparently given up on his summons. What he would do the next time Severus did grace his presence didn't bear thinking on. You sent me to Brazil with the brat destined to destroy you, isn't perhaps the excuse I should make, but for now he'd take what reprieve he could. At 6 feet above the ground he released his hold, bending his knees to take the brunt of his landing. Ow! Severus hung in the air, brought up short by the grip on his cloak. Let go, you dolt. I see can't. A moment later his feet finally touched down, and Potter fell from his broom beside him. The broom fell on top of him. What do you mean, you can't let go? Potter still had a grip on the center of his cloak. The cloth twisted around the boy's fist. Is it knotted? No, my hand just won't let go. With a frown, he unsnapped his cloak and turned to see what the boy was going on about. Ah. You will be fine. The muscles in his arm, forced to support far more weight than they normally would, had cramped. Rather severely, from the look of it. He was flexing his left hand rather warily as well, but he'd had his knees for support on his broom and it hadn't cramped so badly. Sit down, Severus ordered. He took a seat in front of the boy, rubbing carefully at the muscles of his forearm. What happened? Nothing. Your muscles are just tense. They'll release momentarily. Now, how did you know the Dark Lord was calling? Potter stared at the arm Severus was massaging for a moment, and then shrugged. I feel it. In my scar. Sometimes I can see them. See who? The Death Eaters. The meetings. It's like I'm there. Like I'm him. Or in him, anyway. I can feel the things he does sometimes. What things? The Cruciatus, mostly. Imperious kind of itches, but it doesn't really bother me. And Avada Kedavra doesn't feel like much of anything. He hissed as Severus began to peel his fingers away from the cloak. Imperious itches? Severus had to ask. The spell was annoying, certainly, although not a serious threat to him or any other strong-willed witch or wizard, but he'd never heard it described as itchy before. And it was far easier to think about that than a 15-year-old regularly bearing the Cruciatus. Inside my head, yeah. He flexed his fingers slowly as Severus released his arm. That's a lot better, thanks. Damn the brat for making me feel guilty. And I'm not even the one who casts the damn curse. I believe I owe you the same, he acknowledged gruffly, trying not to think of the atrocities the boy quite possibly had seen him carry out in the past several months. Potter shrugged. If anything happens to you, I'll probably be stuck here for forever, and I'll starve. At least you have your priorities straight, Severus muttered. Your other hand? It's all right, just a little scraped. Are you okay? Your head is kind of bleeding. The boy reached out. He pulled back immediately, reaching up to examine his forehead himself. There was a shallow scrape along his temple, probably from when his broom tossed him into the tree trunk. Head wounds bleed abominably. This is just a scratch. I'd feel better if I was certain that it hadn't aggravated whatever happened to my head upon landing in this place, but there is no point in complaining. Even assuming there was a useful spell, I wouldn't let Potter work magic on me if my skull were truly split in half. Did you see where my broom went? You're going to try and use it again? It wasn't the broom's fault, at least not in its entirety. The Dark Lord has remarkably inconvenient timing. Tell me, do you see every meeting, or only what you chose to see? I don't choose any of it, my pardon, that was perhaps bad phrasing. Are you able to block the meetings from your mind? If he could, do you think he'd willingly submit himself to the Cruciatus? The thought occurred as soon as the words were out of his mouth, and he shook his head slightly. I wonder if stupidity is catching. Potter didn't seem to see the idiocy in the question, however. I wish. I mostly only see when he's really mad, though, or when he's thinking about me specifically. Unless I'm asleep. Then if there's a meeting I'm always there. I guess he wasn't really mad right now since I'm not seeing anything. Occasionally he decides that he requires all of our presences even when there is nothing he specifically wants done. Severus found himself offering, in place of the fact that the Dark Lord wasn't always angry when he called his followers. No point in telling the boy about the games. The creature enjoyed playing with the muggles, and occasionally wizards. His followers brought him if he didn't already know. It was likely one of those nights. Potter shrugged but didn't look entirely convinced. There's your broom. I don't think it's fixable this time, though. Severus stood, moving to retrieve it. Cracked through. There's no way this will ever remain airborne again. Check your own. More scratches, other than that it's okay. That's something, I suppose. He turned, surveying the area. Well, before my airborne jaunt, I managed to figure out that the river is to our north, and probably not more than a day or two's walk. That's great. Did you see any people? He paled slightly at the look Severus shot him. Okay, I guess that was kind of a stupid question. There was no point in dignifying that with a response, but unfortunately after the idiotic question he just asked he didn't feel justified pursuing the issue. Shall we go? Potter glanced up at the branch above their heads. I collected a bunch of leaves and stuff, but they're sort of still up there. Severus sighed. I can hardly fault the brat for that, and having food immediately on hand would be wise. I suppose there is enough magic in the area. A bit more is hardly going to cause a stir. Go get your supplies. A bright grin flashed in his direction. Yes, sir. He jumped on his broom, and a moment later dove back down with a pile of leaves tied together with string from his cloak clutched under one arm. This is everything. Which way is north? This way. Again their walk was spent mostly in silence. They munched leaves for lunch while walking and stopped when it started to get dark again. Are we going to walk through the night? From his tone, the idea didn't appeal to the boy very much. I would rather find a relatively safe place to spend the night and get some sleep, Severus found himself admitting. There are likely to be predators near the river, and we would be better off if we were both alert. What about Lathfolds? I don't plan to sleep on the forest floor, in any case, but I would propose that we sleep in shifts, one keeping watch while the other rests. Potter nodded. Up in the canopy? Unless you can levitate. He glanced up at the branches in the surrounding trees, finding one that had a fork and a branch just below it. That looks suitable. The boy didn't respond, already starting his ascent. Severus followed more slowly, aware that he no longer had any secondary means of support if he fell. They'd left his broom behind, hoping the magic bleeding slowly from it would draw any creatures in the area off their trail. Not that we've done particularly well in terms of avoiding magic use anyway, but considering his last experience in tree climbing, he almost wished they'd brought it along. When he reached the fork, he found Potter already leaning against one of the split trunks, rubbing his palms together, his broom resting in the crook. Are you injured? I'm okay. Just kind of stiff. He unlooped the tie holding the remaining leaves to his arm. Do you want some? At this point I would prefer Albus drops, Severus admitted, if only to himself. Two of the types were genuinely bad tasting. The third would have been acceptable except for the aftertaste that lasted for hours. I suppose I should be grateful that there is enough in my stomach to complain about, but he reached out and selected one of the watery sour ones. Are you planning to eat? I'm not. It's not usually a good idea if I'm going to sleep afterwards. Do you want to sleep now and I'll watch, or do you want to stay up first? Go ahead and rest, he answered a moment later. I'll wake you in a few hours. Settling himself more comfortably against the fork opposite the boy, he watched as Potter drew his knees up and his cloak around him, resting his head on his forearms. Darkness came swiftly, and before long his vision was again reduced to only a few clear feet in any direction. It was a little better now that they were up in the trees. More moonlight was filtering through, but not much more. After running through a mental checklist of every potion's ingredient he had back in his storeroom at Hogwarts, he walked a short distance out on the branch just under the fork. There wasn't much to see and he returned immediately at a quiet whimpering sound. You, Mr. Potter, annoy me, he muttered absently, staring down at the twitching figure. He got no response, aside from a slightly more violent twitch he didn't believe he could actually take credit for. Mr. Potter, he repeated a little louder. Stop it. Get away from her. Get back, Another violent jerk. Mr. Potter. Severus knelt, shaking the boy, and promptly reeled backwards as a fist struck him in the eye. That brat, Potter. Huh? Professor Snape. What? Where? His mind apparently caught up with him at that point, because he stopped trying to move backwards. Oops. Severus ceased probing at his now swelling eyelid. I would say so. I'm sorry, Professor, honest, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. I was having a nightmare and... Enough. Mr. Potter. I am aware you were having a nightmare, and while I might not have particularly enjoyed your method of dealing with a perceived threat, I can understand it. You aren't angry. My answer may change if I find that my eye is going to swell completely shut. However, at this moment I am no more than mildly annoyed. Was that an average run-of-the-mill nightmare, or one of your visions of the Dark Lord? Just a normal nightmare. Ginny and the Basilisk. I guess whatever Voldemort was doing earlier he's finished with, because believe me, if it had been him, half the forest would know by now. Severus ignored the second part of his statement. Do not use that name in my presence. But Professor Dumble, yes, sir. He allowed his expression to relax slightly, point having been made. Ginny and the Basilisk. I assume you are referring to that fiasco with the Chamber of Secrets in your second year? He sat back down across from the boy. Yeah. She was just lying on the ground, almost dead, he shivered. If it hadn't been for Fawkes, we'd both have died there. According to your admirers, you slayed the thing with one hand behind your back, banished Riddle with your eyes closed, and carried her out in your arms without a hair out of place. Professor, have you ever seen me without a hair out of place? What? He'd been expecting anger, either at his tone or the dismissal of the brat's brave deeds, not that. With an uneasy feeling his jaw had dropped, he found himself studying the boy more closely. So what is your version of the story? He shrugged. Ron and I figured out the chamber, about how to get there, from Mo***ing Myrtle. She died in that bathroom. I guess we should have figured it out before then. Hermione tried to warn us, but then she got petrified, and we aren't as good as puzzles at her. Lockhart was with us at the time. Bloody idiot, Severus muttered. Granted, he knew why Dumbledore wasn't able to grant him the position of Dada teacher, but couldn't he find someone even vaguely competent to teach it? So far his best selection was a toss-up between an Auror impersonation by a minion of the Dark Lord and a werewolf. Among other things, Potter agreed. You know, no offense, but I think that's the only time since I've been at the school that absolutely everyone liked you. Liked me? The hated potions professor? Even my Slytherins aren't always particularly fond of me. Frankly, the overgrown bat image was something he cultivated. His passion was research, not teaching, although he did take some pride in being head of house. But, generally, the fewer the children seeking him out for help the better. What are you talking about? When you blasted him off that dueling platform. Teeth gleamed in the moonlight. That was brilliant. But anyway, when Ron and I found him, he was trying to run away. We sort of dragged him to the entrance and pushed him down at first. At least you found the one area where he could be useful. As a target. He'd rather liked to have seen that, actually. He had enjoyed tossing the man off the platform. It would have been even more enjoyable to put him in the infirmary for a week or two, but he didn't think the headmaster would believe him if he claimed to have underestimated his own strength. Well, Ron and I went after him, but when we got there he managed to steal Ron's wand. He was going to obliviate us and make up a story about him being a great hero and discovering the chamber but being too late to save Ginny, and Ron and I losing our minds when we found her. He shook his head. It sounded even stupider when he said it, believe it or not, and then he used Ron's broken wand. The one that made him spit slugs when he tried to hex Malfoy. And the spell backfired. Pretty neat, actually, except there was a cave-in when he hit the wall. I told Ron to try and clear out the blockage at least enough that we could crawl back out, and then I went on by myself. Into a situation you knew basically nothing about except that you would be facing a creature that had already killed at least once and petrified several members of the student body. And once again, I find myself amazed that this bloody idiot has survived as long as he has. Yeah, I guess we should have called for help when we found the entrance, but, he shrugged. It was probably just as well we didn't. Everything had to be activated by Parseltongue, and since no one would have let me down there you'd never have gotten in. I ended up in this hall, There was water surrounding it, and these huge statues of snakeheads. It was pretty creepy, and I don't usually mind snakes. I would hope not, considering that particular talent of yours. He didn't appear to hear Severus' words. Ginny was just lying there. Tom Riddle was there, too. I'd found his diary in the Myrtle's bathroom after Ginny threw it away. I guess you know he possessed her through it? I didn't know what he was, then. I kept asking him to help me save her. He got my wand, and then he started talking. This time the shiver was more pronounced. When he said something about carrying out Salazar Slytherin's greatest work, I started to realize what a mess I was in, and then he said how he didn't care about Mudbloods anymore. He wrote out his name and it rearranged itself. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. Severus allowed himself a frown at the boy's use of the Dark Lord's name but didn't correct him, this time. We got into an argument about Dumbledore, and then Fawkes was there with the hat. I thought he'd gone nuts. So did Tom. That's when he called up the basilisk. It was huge. We had figured out what was going to be there. We aren't completely stupid, but even after seeing the skin I didn't figure on it being that big. I tried to run, but I fell, and then Fawkes was there again. He blinded it for me. After some running and some hiding I ended up back in the chamber. I needed help, badly, and this sword appeared in the hat. Gryffindor's sword, I presume? Dumbledore had been so pleased that his golden boy was the heir to his house. Yeah, but I didn't find that out until later. It was a sharp object, which was all I really cared about at the time. The basilisk got me pinned down on top of this statue thing, and then it was coming straight down at me. One of the earlier hits knocked the sword out of my hand, and I didn't have time to think. I just grabbed it and stabbed up. The sword went right through the top of its skull. And Riddle. One of the basilisk fangs broke off in my arm. I pulled it out, but I was still carrying it when I went down to see Ginny. She was so pale and so cold. He shivered again. And then Riddle was back. He said she'd be dead soon. He said I'd be dead soon. But the diary was right there, so I stabbed it with that stupid fang. It made sense at the time. He was just a memory, held in that stupid book, so kill the book, and he trailed off, taking a deep breath. I stabbed it over and over and over. And he broke apart, right there in front of me. That's when Ginny woke up. How did you survive being bitten by a basilisk? The fangs carried some of the most venomous poison known to the wizarding world. Oh, that was Fawkes again. Phoenix tears. And then he carried the four of us out. Me, and Ginny and Ron and Lockhart. You couldn't have left him there? Lockhart, I mean? He didn't remember anything. It was actually kind of funny. Potter shrugged. That's the whole story, I guess. I never get that far in the dream though, just to the point where Tom is standing there twirling my wand and telling me how Ginny is going to die, and she's just lying there, and the stone is opening and that stupid basilisk is coming through. You have this dream regularly? Often enough. He reached out to select one of the remaining leaves. I guess it's your turn to sleep. I won't be able to anymore tonight. Severus frowned. You've gotten less than 4 hours of sleep. It's okay, Professor, I'm used to it. How often do you normally have these dreams? Not all the time. It's not too bad. I can usually take a nap during the day to make up whatever sleep I missed. I don't believe that answered my question. He wasn't even sure why he was asking at this point. I do not care what nightmares Gryffindor's golden boy is suffering from. He should have them, considering the situations he puts himself in. If he'd just behave. The words sounded hollower than they should have. Fine, but don't expect to be taking naps tomorrow to make up for your obstinacy. And do not fall asleep on watch. Wake me when it's light. Assuming I manage to sleep that long. The brat isn't the only one whose nights are plagued with things better forgotten. He was apparently more tired than he thought, though, eyes drifting shut almost as soon as his forehead landed on his forearms. Sir. Professor Snape, wake up. In Merlin's name, what is a student doing in my chambers? Detention for a month, and so help me Albus, if this was your id. He lifted his head, taking note of his strange sleeping position, and memories returned quickly. What is it, Mr. Potter? It's morning. Yes, I can see that. He stood, 30-odd-year-old muscles protesting the position he'd left them in last night. I suppose we should get moving. Is there any food left? A couple leaves. And I found these. He held out a round fruit. There were a bunch of them growing, but I haven't tried any yet. A sign of common sense, at last. I believe these are figs. They should be perfectly safe. He took one and began eating, his movements mimicked by the boy who'd set the rest on the branch. Do we know for sure that it's the Amazon River we're going to get to today? Not for certain. No, it's possible that it is a tributary or another smaller river, but even so we stand the best chance of discovery by staying on the water. And as long as we follow it downstream, we can't possibly go in circles. Show me where you found these figs. If there are enough of them, we need not force more of those leaves down today. The second day of walking commenced, and as in previous days was mostly spent in silence. Frankly, Severus was astonished that the teenager could keep his mouth shut for that long. But a few hours after they had eaten lunch, both now sported a bundle of figs tied into their cloaks, and a few hours before darkness would set in, they fought their way through one last tangle of brush to stand on the banks of a wide river. Are you sure that's a river and not the ocean? Potter asked quietly. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it's a river. You can make out the trees on the other side. I didn't know it was that wide. If I remember correctly, there is an island approximately the size of Switzerland somewhere in this river, so perhaps 3 miles is not so wide in comparison. The boy looked up at him. Seriously? Do I look like I am joking? Now, I'm not certain where you picked up your habits of personal hygiene, but I am not accustomed to going multiple days without bathing. His hair might have picked up a permanently greasy look and his skin pale and pocketed, but both conditions were due to the dungeon conditions and the fumes from his potions, not uncleanliness on his part. As the students, and a few of the other professors, seemed to assume, as if I could afford to have oils on my hands while working with volatile substances, or getting hair in a potion. Idiots! As we have this rather large body of water in front of us, I would like to take advantage of it before we continue on. Potter looked at the water dubiously as he shrugged off his broom and cloak. Aren't there those biting kinds of fish here, though? Piranhas? Dudley used to make up these awful stories. The area looks deserted enough, Severus returned after a moment, tossing a stone into the water to see if anything responded with interest. I would think we will be safe enough. If you see any small fish with large teeth approaching, get back on the bank. Right. Replacing his shirt, Severus made sure his cloak was spread out to dry and turned back to the river. Are you quite done playing? Huh? Eloquent as always. I suspect it is too late to make any more progress today, but we need to find somewhere up in the trees to sleep before it gets too dark. Oh, yeah. Potter emerged a minute later, with an armful of soggy clothes, and Severus turned his back while the boy redressed. Can we try fishing? The idea of fish, even burned over a fire, sounding disturbingly good after nothing but leaves and fruit for over 2 days. I suppose. There is certainly no shortage of sticks, and if you unravel some of that ridiculous sweater. Mrs. Weasley made that for me, I would never have guessed. The woman was pleasant enough to him at the order meetings, one of the few who was. But why she insisted on inflicting those hideous garments on not only her own children but also her children's friends was utterly beyond him. As was the reason they wore them. Potter had shed it in favor of the lighter shirt, oversized and ragged as it was. Underneath when they'd needed something to carry the fruit in, and he rather wished he had a second shirt as well. They'd retied their cloaks to hang loosely enough not to catch the heat, but the humidity was steadily rising. I wonder if this is a daily occurrence and I just did not notice yesterday, or if there is going to be a change in the weather. I will attempt to come up with some form of a hook. Potter was already picking at the edge of the sweater, and by the time he'd managed to carve a vaguely barbed shape out of a forked twig, there was a short stick with a respectable amount of string hanging off it to tie the thing to. Here's bait. Potter stuck some form of crawling creature he must have dug up onto the hook. Severus had no issues with relinquishing the rod. I presume you've done this often? Well, no, but Uncle Vernon and Dudley go a lot in the summer, and if they can bring back fish it can't be too difficult. He scrambled up onto a rock overhanging the river and tossed the line out into the water and sat down on the bank to watch. This wasn't the first time he had heard the brat make an unflattering comment about his relatives, and Severus sneered. I don't suppose your uncle ever bothered to tell you that you should be respectful of your elders? Or is it just that you pay as much attention to him as you do in classes? I'd think you'd be glad to be with them rather than in some orphanage. Perhaps the orphanage sent you back. Potter shrugged, Face blank. Something like that. Hey, I've got a bite. He jerked the rod up out of the water before Severus could say anything. It got away. Of course it got away. You jerked the hook right out of its mouth. Idiot. You have to let it settle first. Do what? It bit the hook, didn't it? The bait is gone. Honestly. He climbed up on the rock beside the brat. Give me that. Have you ever been fishing? No, hang on a second. A moment later he was back with another squirming insect to put on the hook. So how do you do this? With a sigh, he tossed the line back in. It's only been 30 years. It sank quickly, and he gave the pole a jerk every once in a while to make sure the fish would see the bait. Sure enough, after a few tugs, he felt the stick dip in his hands. A couple light pulls first, set the barbs in its mouth. Especially since this isn't a real fishhook. Then, when you know you've got it, he pulled up sharply on the line, and a silver fish rose out of the water. It wasn't very big, but then they weren't very far from shore. Brilliant. Severus rolled his eyes, stunning the thing against a rock before removing the hook. I suppose I'll be the one preparing them. I can cook. I've seen you in front of a cauldron. Only Longbottom is more incompetent. Hey, I'm a good cook. And I bet I'd be better at potions if there wasn't someone hanging over my shoulder yelling at me all the time and another someone tossing random stuff in my cauldron every time my back is turned. Unlikely. Eating something Potter had cooked would be more dangerous than letting the brat work spells on him. It was rather difficult to determine an antidote for poison if you were unable to move from your bed or having wild hallucinations. If you manage to catch another 2 or 3 fish of that size, that will be sufficient. All right. He disappeared off the edge of the other side of the rock again, presumably in search of more bait, and Severus took the fish and slid back down to where their cloaks lay. There were plenty of flat rocks. He took a moment to clear space for a fire and get a small blaze started. Fire starting is a small, localized spell, and what other options are there? Rubbing sticks together. Muggle rubbish. Gutting the fish took only a moment. There was less meat than he'd hoped, but if Potter could even catch one more, it would give them something to supplement the fruit with. But the sun was sinking rather fast, and he surveyed the area and found a few likely trees. Probably better to get away from the water's edge. Animals would be coming down to drink, and he didn't have any desire to meet any of them. I got 3, Professor. Give them to me, and go see if one of those trees isn't a suitable place to spend the night. Potter handed over the fish, putting down the pole and slipping on the straps holding his broom. Back in a minute. I have no doubt. When the boy returned, he passed over half of the strips of meat and a couple of the figs. Was one appropriate? That one's got a fork, like the one last night, he replied, waving absently. There's a lot more stuff here. I just saw a really weird-looking monkey. We are close to the river, Severus replied with a shrug. It is to be expected. The refuse from the fish he tossed into the water before reaching for his cloak. Unlike his clothing, it was still damp from being washed, but by the next morning it would be fine. Standing, he kicked dirt over the fire, suppressing the flames. We should climb up before it gets too dark to see. Is it okay if I stay up first tonight? As you please, but don't wake me up in an hour because you suddenly decide you're sleepy. Or keep me up with your nonsense rambling. I won't. I'll believe that when I see it. But apparently the boy managed to amuse himself quietly, somehow, because the next thing he knew an insistent voice was saying his name, bringing him back to reality. Yes, Mr. Potter, I am awake. Will you stop that infernal nattering? How long have I been asleep? About 4 hours. He gestured at the Muggle device on his arm. Enough? That is fine. Go to sleep. He gave the boy a bit more sleep than he probably should have, but after all, he got very little sleep last night, and I don't need him collapsing on me halfway through the day. The sun had been up for nearly an hour before he finally shook the child's shoulder. Up, Mr. Potter. Professor? Unfortunately. Come, we need to get moving. Potter followed him down out of the tree and over to the river. Do we have time to get fish for breakfast? Tempting, but not now. Assuming we don't meet up with anyone today, we'll stop early again tonight. Gee, what is it? The boy was staring past him, pale and wide-eyed. When he began hissing instead of responding, Severus turned to see what was frightening him. Sweet Merlin. A large snake. A very large snake. was lying on the ground perhaps 5 feet behind him. He couldn't tell how long it was, but it was nearly half a meter in diameter. The snake hissed something in response, and Severus gritted his teeth. "Kindly ask your new friend to move back a bit." "I don't think she'd go for that. In fact, I think we should maybe run. She just called us talking meat." "Can you get on your broom?" The snake began to slide forward and he backed up, pushing his student behind him. "When I say so, fly. I can't just leave you. My legs are considerably longer than yours. Now do as I say." The snake was large, and large usually meant heavy. If he could get up onto the rock behind him before it could strike, he might be able to keep it from coming up after him. His wand was already in his hand. Now, Potter was airborne faster than Severus would have believed possible. The brat is good on a broom, but he didn't have more time to spare for idle thoughts. The snake struck as he launched himself up onto the rock, but its weight made it even slower than he would have thought and it missed. The largest snakes are non-poisonous, he considered. It has to get itself wrapped around me before I can become dinner. Now how do I stop that from happening? It hissed and struck upward again, and he revised his previous statement. The largest known snakes are non-poisonous, and since I don't claim more than passing familiarity with non-magical beasts, less with those from a continent I've never visited, I can't be certain this is a known variety of snake. Best not to get bitten. He glanced up to see Potter circling a dozen feet above his head. Unfortunately, the rock he was on didn't have any branches conveniently overhead, nowhere the brat could land temporarily and toss the broom down to him. The snake's head appeared over the top of the rock. "Merlin, I do not need this now. Reparo Ivanasco." It jerked backwards at the bolt from his wand, burning away into smoke. And then stopped, halfway dissolved. A cry from above snapped his attention to his student just as he and his broom plummeted down to the rock Severus was standing on. Perhaps it was a good thing he didn't go very high, but what? "Professor?" Potter's eyes were wide, staring at something behind him. He turned slowly, to see a pack of enlarged black-scaled greyhounds, staring at them. "Wyrsa. Of course. Are you injured?" It wasn't a difficult question, Mr. Potter. I think I'm okay. Not like I've never fallen off a broom before." "There is that." The creatures seemed inclined to stay where they were rather than attacking. Probably hoping we'll throw some more nice, tasty magic at them. "How long do you think it would take to reach a climbable tree?" Potter glanced behind them. "Too long. My feeling as well. However, if we simply back slowly away." He suited actions to words, pushing his student behind him. They didn't react at first, until the two of them were off the rock and past what remained of the snake carcass. Then three began to stalk forward, circling around the rock. "Keep moving toward the trees, don't let them pin us with the river at our backs." "What happens when we get into the trees?" Perhaps the brat had hit his head. "We climb, idiot. What do you think we do?" One of the creatures suddenly sprang forward. Ricto sempre. It didn't faze the animal in the slightest. It twisted to land on its feet a dozen feet away with a look on its face Severus had to classify as satisfied. "Potter. They eat magic. Kindly refrain from making us look more appetizing to the beasts than we already do." "Sorry, Professor, I just reacted." Without thinking, as usual, several more animals came forward. There seemed to be 7 in the pack, including the one who'd leapt at them. "How close are we to the trees?" "Closer than we were. Potter, if we turn and run we might make it. If we climb real fast." "On my count, then. Leave your broom, it's of no use to use anymore." "But, Mr. Potter, do you or do you not wish to survive the next 5 minutes? If not, I assure you I am more than willing to take care of the problem myself." "But put it down, now." The broom fell to the ground. Finally. 1, 2, run. They reached the tree trunk at almost the same time, Potter scrambling up faster than he, but not by much. Something tugged on his cloak but couldn't take his eyes off his path to investigate. "Can they climb?" He glanced up to see that Potter had reached the fork. "If they could, I suspect we would know by now." He climbed into the fork also and glanced down at the figures circling below. "Climbing does not seem to be a skill they possess," he confirmed. "Yeah, but how long are they going to stay there? Why did I have to leave my broom anyway? It's not any trouble to climb with." It's worth nothing now. They have drained the magic from it. Better to leave it behind and allow them to waste time destroying it. I don't want them to destroy it. It's mine. Get a new broom, Severus snapped in response, fed up with the brat's whining. We have more important things to worry about than a piece of wood. It was a gift. From one of your mass of admirers, I'm sure. He ignored the boy's yelp of horror at the snap of wood below. I believe if we're careful we can move along the branches in the canopy and hopefully leave them behind. There was no response. Potter. It was from Sirius. Under no circumstances am I going to allow him to go on about that mangy mutt. I do not care about anything that flea-bitten cur has done. Whatever that thing once was, it is now a worthless stick of wood. Get moving. Potter muttered something, but he didn't waste time trying to decipher it. As long as he was moving forward, that was all that mattered. Unfortunately, a glance below proved that the WYRSA were not content with what remained of the broom. They were mirroring their path at ground level. And outrunning them was not going to be an option. The creatures had 4 long legs and a level surface to work with. He and the teenager had a relatively narrow beam and somewhat precarious footing. To make matters worse, the things didn't seem in any hurry to tire. After 3 hours he and Potter's dedicated followers were still below. At least Potter was remaining silent rather than filling the air with his inane conversations. It was a nice change. 2 more hours, and they still had their shadows below, and the brat was still silent. It's unnatural, he decided after a moment. Most of the time the only reason he shuts up is when Granger forces the issue, or the Weasley brat is running his mouth. Must you continue with your childish play acting? The loss of a broom is hardly the end of the world. It was a present. The boy snarled, whipping around. Apparently Weeditch reflexes were good for something because even on slick bark and moss he didn't waver. Sept for Hedwig, the first real present I ever got. And just cause you don't like Sirius isn't any reason everyone else has to hate him. You hate everyone. My feelings are none of your concern, Severus responded, anger rising at the brat's tone. Although I assure you that they have considerably more reasoning behind them than your childish rivalries. As if the brat understands anything more complicated than, he called me names. I refuse to deal with your moping. Grow up. I hate you. Note my devastation. Judging by the quick glance the brat shot him, the comment hadn't been intended for his hearing. How, precisely, do the little idiots believe I keep track of what my Slytherins are up to? Divination? Honestly, the things he was forced to put up with. Although, if it wasn't for the presence of the brat, this trip might be something of a relaxing experience. The Dark Lord cannot reach me here. Granted the summons are unpleasant, but given time I could find a way to negate the pain. No one is calling for potions. The Order can't harass me. Perhaps I should set up a vacation house. Strongly warded against Dark Lords, headmasters, and obnoxious students. They're looking at us, Potter reported, interrupting his thoughts. Brilliant observation. What, precisely, do you suggest that we do about it? Potter went silent for a moment. Throw rocks at them? Idiot child. Leaving aside the fact that we are meters away from any rocks. Did you not understand what I told you before? If we injure one, the others will hunt us until either you and I, or all of them, are dead. And since our weaponry is at the level of spears and slings at the moment, neither of which we actually have, mind you, I submit that they are at something of an advantage. He had the satisfaction of watching the brat's mouth snap shut, and they once more fell into silence. This is ridiculous. He's obviously planning some idiotic stunt, probably planning to go back for the thing as soon as he thinks I'm asleep. Obviously he had to distract the child, keep him from planning something stupider than normal, witness him and Weasley's antics with a flying car in Muggle London. At least when Granger is involved she manages to provide some element of sanity to the bunch. Of course, it would be more relaxing for me if he remained silent, never mind that the silence had been wearing on his nerves a few moments ago. I was under the impression that your parents had left behind more than enough funds to see to your continued well-being. What, precisely, prevents you from purchasing a new broom when we return to civilization? Well, nothing, I guess. But it was a present, and I'm sure the mutt would prefer you preserved his present over your hide. Then again, knowing that idiot he probably would. Potter seemed to take the matter under consideration, however, and reluctantly shook his head. I guess not. So what do we do if these things don't go away on their own? Nothing, for now. We've established that we can find plenty of food up here in the canopy, and so far it looks as though we can keep moving from branch to branch as we follow the river. So we keep walking and hope they go away. Basically, unfortunately. At the next junction between branches, Potter stopped and turned to look up at him. Not much of a plan. As you have yet to concoct a viable plan of your own, I hardly believe that you are in a position to criticize mine. I had a plan. I believe I pointed out the flaws in pitching rocks previously. Perhaps you remember. The first point was that we have no rocks. Unless you're planning to climb down and get us some. Well, you could distract them. Mr. Potter, if you even attempt such an idiotic stunt, I will have you scrubbing out Longbottom's cauldrons with a toothbrush until you're of age. Apparently that came out a bit more vehemently than he intended, because the boy jumped back against the second branch. Severus decided that he might as well reinforce the response and glared as hard as he could. Am I understood? Yes, sir. We stay up here and do nothing. For the time being, he agreed. Now if you would kindly continue. Potter turned and began walking again. I'm curious, Severus heard himself asking. You said Hedwig? Your owl, correct? Was your first gift? Yeah, and yeah, she's my owl. Hagrid got her for me right before I started at Hogwarts. I assume you just count the things your relatives have given you as unworthy of you, he sneered in response. Dudley's old junk doesn't make for really good gifts. They'd probably rather have thrown most of it in the rubbish anyway, but then they'd have had to get me real clothes. That was rather disturbing actually. Likely the boy was exaggerating, of course. Woe is me, is practically the brat's rallying cry, but still, those clothes he'd been wearing back in the library certainly didn't look like anything one would choose for himself. For that matter, neither did the shirt he wore now. I presume your cousin is rather larger than you are? He's not that much taller than me, I guess, maybe Ron's height, but he's just as wide as he is tall. The boy snickered at something. There was this one time he and a couple of his friends were harassing me. Piers is kind an idiot too, but Aaron was dangerous. He moved away a couple years ago, but before that he was bigger than me and just as fast. Anyway, he surprised me and I didn't have as much of a head start as usual, so I ducked into this alley to try and get away. Aaron, saw me and yelled for Dudley and Piers. There was a missing board in the fence at the other end. I ended up crawling through it to get away from them. Dudley tried to follow me and got stuck. It was really funny, watching him try and pull through, and the boards just wouldn't give, and his shoulders were through so he couldn't pull back very well either. How long was he stuck there? Potter shrugged. Don't know. Aaron jumped the fence so I couldn't really stick around and watch. He made it home in time for dinner, so probably not that long. You didn't find it rather cruel to leave him stuck there? Not considering how many times they dumped me in rubbish bins. At least he didn't get back to the house smelling like old cabbage. The brat did have a point there. I assume you were the one who enchanted Mr. Malfoy's robes to emit that particular odor during his History of Magic exam the week before last? He charmed all of my quills to write in invisible ink, Potter responded with a shrug. And he kept re-enchanting them as fast as I could get one back to normal. I had to find some way to distract him. Indeed. 10 points from Gryffindor. Hey, you can't do that, we aren't even at school, and he started it. I believe we've discussed the fact that you have no say over what I can and cannot do previously. I also believe the penalty is perfectly acceptable, unless you'd prefer to make it 15 points. After all, it had taken him almost an hour to figure out how to get the stench out of Malfoy's robes, and the smell had lingered in his office for 2 days. Potter grumbled something but didn't press the issue. Perhaps common sense is slowly seeping into that brain of his. What if we throw something else at them? Potter offered. Excuse me? Old figs or something. They won't really hurt them, and I'd go away if someone kept hitting me with rotten fruit. Indeed. I'll remember that should I ever have the urge to remove you from my immediate vicinity. Not that he generally needed help to do that, Potter. Most of the students, to be truthful, avoided him whenever possible. Thank Merlin. If they didn't, I'd never get any research done. I suppose there's some merit in the idea. I suspect you are more familiar with the technique than I am. Mostly I catch things, not throw them, the boy admitted. But, he crouched, reaching down underneath the branch they were standing on to pull a likely-looking fruit off a smaller branch. Here goes. It splattered rather satisfactorily, Severus had to admit, on the back of one of the larger WYRSA. And while their faces weren't precisely designed to show emotion, he could almost swear the thing looked annoyed. Take that. It's not a sporting match, Mr. Potter. Come on, Professor. Take a shot. Severus sighed and knelt, selecting an appropriately squishy fruit of his own from the branch below. Mentally replacing the image of one of the black-scaled creatures below with that of a certain Grim, he let the thing fly. His shot caught one on the head. Nice, indeed. He glanced up at the sky. It seems to be getting rather dark out. It shouldn't. Potter looked down at his watch. It's only mid-afternoon. Hey, we missed lunch. Far be it from me to have interrupted your sulk. He ignored the glare the boy shot him. We'll stop at the next tree we see with a fork and have something to eat. Lunch was leaves and figs again. His stomach rumbled in protest, remembering the fish from the night before, but at least it was full. A rumble from above drowned out the sound of his stomach, and he glanced up just as the sky opened. I guess this is why they call it a rainforest, Potter observed, pressing himself against the side of the trunk to try and avoid the water. Brilliant observation. It would be suicide for them to continue to walk along the branches with the rain coming down. One of them was bound to slip. I suppose we'll be staying here for the night. Severus settled himself into the fork, pulling his cloak up to form something of a shelter from the rain. Potter did the same opposite him, but water continued to drip through. My waterproofing spells aren't working. Precisely what part of WYRSA Eat Magic is unclear to you. Of course the waterproofing spell isn't working. Nothing you have that was spelled will be functional. His own cloak had been treated with potions to prevent liquids from seeping through. Some of the more delicate preparations he worked on couldn't have ambient magic near them while they were being mixed. Not without unpleasant consequences, anyway. But he could hardly allow the brat to develop pneumonia. You'd best come over here, I suppose. There's more than enough room under here for us both to huddle. The boy didn't seem any more thrilled with the idea than he was, but he clearly wasn't enjoying getting dripped on either, and after a moment of silent deliberation traded sides and pulled a section of Severus' cloak over his head. How long do you think the storm is going to last? I have no idea. Best make yourself comfortable. A shriek almost directly in Severus' ear brought him abruptly back to awareness. And nearly sent him tumbling out of the tree. Mr. Potter. The child didn't even appear to notice him, curling even tighter into himself and letting out a second ear-splitting howl. Potter. Apparently both had fallen asleep while the rain was pouring down, and now the brat was trapped in a night terror. Fortunately the rain must have discouraged anything prowling for dinner. Potter. He reached out to shake the child. Wake up. He remembered what the boy had said previously about the Dark Lord and shook his head. Apparently the brat hadn't been kidding when he said half the forest would know if he was having one of those dreams. This clearly is no normal nightmare. Another scream, and he gave up on the light shaking he'd been attempting and slapped the child sharply. Potter, wake up. The boy started, eyes jerking open. Sorry. I didn't mean to wake, Professor. A shaking hand made a vague swipe at his eyes, only to be thwarted by his glasses. Thanks. The Dark Lord was involved in this particular nightmare, I assume? Oh, yeah. I guess they did something he didn't like. A couple of the Death Eaters. He was really mad. I think one of them is dead. Who was it? I don't know. I didn't recognize her. It's kind of hard when you all wear masks. I suppose. Short, tall, fat, thin, or hair color, perhaps. Kind of medium height but a little heavy, and maybe B***owned. Melissa Ashcroft, most likely. She's been a less than enthusiastic participant in most of his games since she took the mark. Stupid child. No idea what she was getting into until it was far too late to take it back. Can you sense him anymore? I can still tell he's angry, but I'm not there anymore. Thanks for waking me up. Severus waved away the apology. I could hardly sleep through it. The comment, "You all wear masks," stood out in his mind. When, exactly, did you realize that I attended these gatherings? He'd been curious about that back at Grimmauld Place. Potter had seemed a little surprised to see him there but not as shocked as he should have been. I saw the mark last year, Potter replied after a moment. When I finally figured out what having it on your arm meant. Well, Ron told me actually. I told Dumbledore and he explained what you used to do. And then I saw you there at the meetings after he came back, and sort of figured you were doing the same thing again. Indeed. While he wasn't particularly thrilled at the idea of the headmaster revealing his secrets, at least Potter had asked instead of coming after him personally or attempting some ridiculous stunt to reveal his secret. And the rest of the trio knows as well. Wonderful. He shook his head, bringing himself back to the present. That nightmare seemed to be rather violent. Are you all right? I don't think I really want to try standing up right now, Potter replied, holding out a hand still racked with faint tremors. And I don't want to go back to sleep. I'll be okay, though. At least there weren't any kids there tonight. The last was muttered quietly, and Severus suspected that he hadn't intended the comment to be overheard. Just as well, really. He had no idea what he could say in response. Those images still gave him nightmares on occasion. We'll rest here a bit longer, then. Are they normally so bad? It depends. A couple times, right at first, I threw up before I woke up. That was really gross. But I haven't done that in at least a month. I guess it's better than it was, except that I can't stop myself from screaming. When I got back to Hogwarts, Hermione helped me put a charm on my bed to keep from waking up everyone else in the tower. Wish I'd had that back at the Dursleys, and last week Ron got the idea of a spell that dumps water on me every time I start to yell so I don't stay stuck in the dreams as long. We just set that part up a couple nights ago, but I bet it will work. Do all of your roommates know of your problem? Ron and Hermione are the only ones who know everything. I mean, the others know I have nightmares, but not who's featured in them. I think they think I'm still having them about Cedric. Indeed. Surprisingly wise of him to keep that knowledge to himself, considering the ruckus that had occurred when it had been discovered that the boy was a Parselmouth. Revealing that he occasionally ended up in the Dark Lord's head when he dreamed would do far more harm than good. Although his reaction to being awakened, I take it your relatives did not appreciate being woken in the dead of night? That's one way of putting it. He didn't seem inclined to elaborate, and Severus decided not to force the issue. How long before the tremors will stop? Just give me a couple minutes. I guess it's time to start walking again? Indeed. Am I correct in assuming you would prefer to skip breakfast this morning? Potter paled a bit more at the mention of food. I don't want to try putting anything new in my stomach just yet. Just because I'm not throwing up after a nightmare anymore doesn't mean that I want to risk it. How long do you think we'll have to walk before we find anyone? Without knowing where precisely we are, it is impossible to say. Hours, days, possibly weeks. He was fairly certain that within a month they should be able to find some sign of human habitation, but he had no desire to be out here that long. And who knew what was happening at Hogwarts? Some of the Order members, not to mention the rest of the wizarding world, assuming Dumbledore had been unable to prevent them from finding out their savior had disappeared, were probably convinced that he'd kidnapped the brat himself and was holding him for the Dark Lord. Whenever we make our reappearance back in London, I believe I will make sure he is walking in front of me. Albus he could count on to support him, along with Minerva, Rubeus, and Alistair, with whom he shared a great deal of mutual respect if nothing else. Likely the Weasleys as well. The adults anyway. The youngest two are probably plotting my demise as we speak. The rest of the Order, Black and Lupin, were no doubt calling for his blood, and several of the other members hadn't been shy about questioning his loyalty before. Not all of them, but, well, even he had to admit that circumstances were suspicious. The first years can confirm that I kept Harry behind after sending them back to their rooms, and his roommates would have noticed that he never returned to the tower that night. Brilliant. And there was Voldemort to deal with as well. How he was going to justify having Potter at his direct mercy, in the middle of nowhere, no less, and not killing him he had no idea. At least at Hogwarts he had the excuse of the wards on the school and the presence of the other professors. I think I'm ready to go now, Potter interrupted his musing. I don't suppose they've gone? Between the downpour last night and the rather rude awakening this morning, the WYRSA had slipped from Severus' memory. He moved to peer down, and found a black-scaled head looking back up at him. Unfortunately not. Figures. Potter began moving along the branches, more slowly than the day before, but he seemed steady enough. Professor? Severus had been musing about what the Dark Lord could have requested from Ashcroft and whoever was with her. He frequently punished his followers for being unable to achieve what he wanted, but their numbers were still limited. To kill one outright, something extreme must have happened. The boy's voice startled him, and it took a moment to reassure himself of his footing. At which point he leveled a glare at the brat's back. "What is it, Mr. Potter?" The boy looked back in surprise, probably at his tone. Why don't we ever get any decent Dada teachers at Hogwarts? I mean, Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort and he still was mostly incompetent. Lockhart was an insult to incompetence. Last year was Crouch Jr. in disguise. This year this Umbridge lady won't even let us use magic in the class. What are we supposed to learn from that? Duck and cover. Theory, I suppose, Severus replied after a moment. Not that they'll last a minute in a duel, or battle. If they've never had any practical application. This is a new height of stupidity. Damn the ministry. If I may ask, what brought on this question? The boy nodded down to the WYRSA below. They're creepy. I was trying to think of something we learned that might help against them. I know WYRSA eat magic, but there has to be something. And I realized that except for Remus, and the fake Moody, I guess, none of the professors actually taught much in that class. We picked up more useful information fighting with the Slytherins. His shoulders tensed for a moment, obviously realizing to whom he was speaking, but relaxed after a moment when no sarcastic comment was immediately forthcoming. You started out at something of a disadvantage, Severus couldn't help thinking. Slytherins were almost exclusively pureblood wizards, most of whom came to Hogwarts with knowledge of at least a few common curses. To say nothing of the children of the Death Eaters currently residing in his house. The majority of them came to the school with a repertoire that rivaled the other house's fourth years. At least, I was certainly well beyond that level. I would tend to agree with that assessment. Albus hasn't made particularly good choices for the position in the past. Why won't he give it to you? What makes you think I want it? He smirked at the startled expression on the boy's face as he turned back to face him. But I thought, Ron said you'd been asking for the position for forever. While I would say that Mr. Weasley is hardly the foremost expert on the subject, on any subject, for that matter, in this case he is correct. I have requested the position several times. Voldemort, and previously several among the Death Eaters, labor under the impression that, as a professor, I would be more useful to their cause if I was teaching defense. In order to appease them, it must appear that I desire the position also. Albus, who is well aware that I am perfectly content with potions, continues to deny the position on the grounds that the ministry would not accept it, and life continues to my satisfaction. You think they'd let you, if you really wanted it? I have no doubt that he could override them if he so desired. Severus shook his head. After all, he did it once before to have me appointed as a professor in any capacity. And with regards to his unfortunate choice of professors, quite frankly his selection is rather limited. I know for a fact that Lockhart was the only one who applied that year. Discounting myself, of course. No one wants a position cursed to last only a year. Oh. Indeed. In truth, he'd toyed in the past with the idea of taking the position, and if it hadn't been for the fact that the position was cursed might have done it. He knew the dark arts well enough, certainly, what anyone thought they were doing teaching defense without understanding what it was that they were defending against he'd never understood, and counter curses and the like were still areas he researched in when the occasion presented itself. And not just as a means to defeat the Dark Lord. Not to mention the fact that the children were more likely to pay attention in that class. It had an air of excitement to it that mixing ingredients in a cauldron didn't. I don't have any desire to leave Hogwarts in the near future, however. Potions is enough. Now, as to your ridiculous idea of coming up with some spell that will convince the WYRSA to leave. It was just a thought. Throwing fruit had more merit. To be fair, that had been a rather amusing few minutes yesterday before the rain began. Maybe they'll go away if we get close to a settlement, Potter offered. We can only hope. If they didn't, well, we can use Muggle transportation to move down the river or out of the jungle, until we are beyond their range. Brazil certainly isn't devoid of magic, so they must patrol a limited territory. What has Professor Umbridge discussed in her classes? Understanding the principles behind defensive magic, learning to recognize situations where we can use it, and, what was the third? Oh, placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. Which we definitely haven't done. Hermione tried to ask her what good it would be if we never practiced, but she didn't give much of an answer except, "Do you expect to be attacked in this class?" I tried to ask about using it in the real world, but I assume she said something along the lines about a school not being the real world? She said something similar in one of the staff meetings, and had been summarily insulted when Minerva pointed out that Hogwarts was intended to prepare them for entry into the real world, and if they all used the bounds she described, they were doing the equivalent of painting targets on their students and asking the Dark Lord to tea. Umbridge, of course, had repeated the minister's assurances that Dark Lord hadn't returned and Potter was lying. This had led to a shouting match with Hagrid, who didn't take kindly to people saying unpleasant things about the boy, and Albus dismissing the meeting before proceedings could degenerate further. Unfortunately, without taking an open stand against the ministry, there was nothing the headmaster could do to force her to change her lesson plans, and he didn't seem inclined to show his hand just yet. "Yeah, that's what she said," Potter agreed. "Does she think we're going to live at Hogwarts forever?" "I think she doesn't think, she just repeats whatever Fudge says." Of course, he couldn't in good conscience say that to a student, but I believe the parrots in this area of the world are much more appealing. The boy looked back at him, eyes widening as the words penetrated. Parrots." The laughter that followed seemed to dispel the tension that had remained in his face even after the nightmares were over. "That's brilliant." Severus felt his lips twitching as well. It hadn't been a particularly good joke, but as stress relief it would serve. "Keep moving, Harry." Wait." He stopped, mid-stride, and turned back again. "Did you just call me Harry?" "No, of course not." "Damn it, I did, didn't I? What in Merlin's name was I thinking? Just keep moving." The boy turned back around and there was a suspicious-sounding noise. I'm moving." That brat had best not be laughing at me. "We need to cover more ground today. The rain kept us back." "Can I throw more fruit at the WYRSA?" "Potter, as amusing as that was, I hardly think it is going to do more than annoy them." "Hey, you said it had merit." "I said it had more merit than trying to find magic to use against them. Which, if you've listened to anything I said in the past days, unlikely, I'll grant, is hardly critical acclaim." He sighed. "I suppose it can't do any harm, and I don't feel like dealing with a sulking child. Toss the fruit, if it pleases you, but do not slow us down." The boy nodded at that, continuing along at a fairly good pace and halting only on occasion to restock his arms with a supply of new fruit. The WYRSA were following less closely now, more than a few sporting bits of rotten fruit spotting their fur. They seemed rather displeased with the situation. He reached over the boy's shoulder, taking a few of the things for himself. His arms were longer, after all, and imagining them as black does wonders for my aim. "Professor, I suppose more than 2 hours of silence is too much to ask for." "What? What happens if we don't find anyone soon?" "We keep walking, I suppose. The continent is hardly deserted. We are bound to run into someone at some point." "What about a signal fire? I saw that in a movie once." "Mr. Potter, it may have escaped your notice, but we are currently up a tree. I have no idea what this movie is you were speaking of, but I think we can safely assume that the situations are not parallel." "I guess not. And trying to make a sign on a kite is probably not a good idea either?" As the answer to that was self-evident, even to a Gryffindor, he didn't bother giving it. Not that Potter seemed to expect a response. They continued walking, Potter offering another comment or question every 15 or 20 minutes that didn't seem to require answers, until Severus was forced to say something or be driven mad. "Do you plan to continue with this inane chattering for the entire day? You clearly don't require my input for these discourses. Could you possibly try imagining them and saving me a headache?" "You could always answer," Potter pointed out. "Then it would be a conversation." "And pray tell why I would want to hold a conversation with you?" "Because it's boring to keep walking here and not saying anything." "Boring. Wonderful. You've managed fairly well the last few days, could you not simply continue in that vein? Isn't he supposed to be afraid of me? Intimidated, at the very least? The last thing I need is my students thinking I wish to speak to them outside of class." "Very well, recite the 5 most common uses for the leaves of the snapping marshweed." "Professor, you have owls this year, Mr. Potter, and if you truly wish to become an Auror you will need Newt-level potions, which you will not be getting into without a score of outstanding, and I assure you that at this moment your scores are barely above acceptable. Now, the 5 most common uses? Apparently the boy was honestly bored. He seemed to be considering the question. It's in burn salve. Burn salve for acid burns, not normal fires. And in strengthening potions, can I have a hint? A hint? The examiners are hardly going to provide hints, Mr. Potter. Any third year should be able to answer this question. It's not exam time yet, Professor, and that was 2 years ago. 2 years and he remembers nothing. Merlin help us all if he does become an Auror. Very well, then. You should be well familiar with one of the other uses. Madame Pomfrey has dosed you more than once. It's not in Skell e Grow, Potter said after a moment, frowning. And I don't think it's in Dreamless Sleep, blood replenishing potion? Are you asking me or telling me? Telling. 2 uses to go. And then tell me how they're prepared for each. He smirked at the look on Potter's face as he glanced back in disbelief. I assure you that the answer is not written anywhere on my person. Quizzing the brat had the advantage of not only halting Potter's mindless chatter but also giving Severus the opportunity to work off some of the stress he was feeling in the best way he knew how. His comments didn't seem to be doing the job of cowing Potter as effectively as usual, but at least the boy wasn't trying to involve him in any more conversations. He realized that Potter had finished reciting the safety precautions required in the mixing of Dragonflame repellent. Well, the 4 of the necessary 7 that he recalled, anyway. And glanced up at the sky. It appears to be mid-afternoon. We'll stop at the next convenient spot and have lunch. Great. Did I get them all? No. Using only the safety precautions you describe, your repellent will eat through the bottom of your cauldron in the 2nd stage, shoot sparks in the 4th, and precisely how do you plan on adding nightshade to a liquid with an Andros root base without first adding phenol to neutralize the poisonous emissions? Have you ever bothered to pay attention in my class, or is it only when Longbottom makes potentially fatal mistakes that you bother to listen to anything? Phenol's not a safety precaution, it's an ingredient. It has no effect on the potion, either as a reactive or a base ingredient. The only contribution it makes is neutralizing the gas, and since with an adequate filtering system or mask you can mix the repellent without it, it is classed as a safety precaution. That's a nasty trick, Potter muttered. Regardless of how you view it, it is a common owl question. A smirk threatened to turn into a smile as the boy flung one of his figs particularly hard at the still trailing WYRSA. What causes the emission of gas when Andros root and nightshade are mixed? When they finally stopped to eat, Potter managed to keep his mouth full for almost the entire time, an attempt, Severus supposed, to avoid answering any more questions. Which he was perfectly fine with him, in truth. The time with the boy hadn't been as nerve-wracking as he would have expected, but having another person around continuously was a new experience for him. What he really wanted was several hours alone, but he would accept silence as a pale substitute. Eventually, however, they did have to stop eating. Can we talk about something else this afternoon? Merlin's beard. Someone must hate me. Obviously my feeling that the boy would be willing to forego more conversation after this morning was premature. What, precisely, would we talk about? You know lots of Dada stuff. Maybe you could quiz me on spells instead? If I wasn't certain it would doom me forever to a trail of WYRSA followers, I think I would be tempted to practice on you right now. But quizzing him is preferable to the boy selecting random topics to expound upon. All right then, Mr. Potter, if I was to attack you with a 3-pronged lancing attack, how would you? Mr. Potter, if I am going to spend my time assisting you with this, the least you could do is pay attention. They're gone. Professor. What, the WYRSA? They're gone. Severus glanced below them, and sure enough there was no sign of their black-scaled pursuers. Perhaps they're simply hiding in the underbrush. Do not suggest trying a spell to find out. But why would they be hiding now when they haven't bothered any other time? Do I look like an expert on the thought processes of dangerous exotic beasts? We will remain in the trees until we can be certain that they are gone. Now, did you hear my question? You're going to hit me with a 3-pronged lancing attack, Potter replied. Severus smirked. I'll certainly admit I'm tempted. Professor. The brat looked like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or be offended. The open mouth look with no sound coming out was rather amusing. Hey, you just smiled. Excuse me? I did no such thing. Start walking. He hadn't, had he? First his mind skips and he uses the brat's name. Now he allows a student to see a smile. That does it. I'm going to have to kill him just to keep my reputation. If I were to hit you with such an attack, what type of shield would you use? Whirlwind block, he responded promptly. Catch all 3 prongs and twist them, and while you're trying to pull them back or release them, I've got time to send something else after you. And if it was a burning blast? Reflector. Why a reflector and not a deflector? 'Cause I might deflect it into something behind me and start a fire that blocks my retreat, and if I reflect it right, it should come right back at you and then you have to deal with it. If you were facing 2 opponents, how would you begin your attack? Try and find a position where they won't be able to split up and circle behind me, and then start disarming. The afternoon's quizzing went considerably more quickly than the morning's. Obviously the brat honestly isn't as inept in defense as he is in potions. You've managed to learn all of this just from fighting with my house? Some of it, yeah. And some from Remus, like I said. He shrugged. It's fun to learn, and it's easier for me than most stuff. He grinned. I think it's the only thing at Hogwarts that I'm better at than Hermione and Ron. What about Quidditch? I'm good at flying fast, but Ron is the one who can see all the strategies and figure out the different plays. You should see him play chess. If I played anything but Seeker, I'd just be flying in circles for the whole game trying to figure out what was going on. What did you play? Excuse me? The idea of the youngest Weasley boy, of all people, being able to follow complicated strategies had startled him into missing the boy's question. Then again, Potter's opinion of strategy isn't necessarily sound. Well, you refereed a match once, so you must have played Quidditch sometime. What did you play? Keeper. Were you any good? Visions of a tall, skinny snob with messy black hair speeding towards him, crossed with those of an equally dark-haired lunatic with a beater's bat grinning evilly, filled his mind for a moment, and then the images broke off. About the time that the bludger drove his head into the side of the lower ring, as he recalled. Acceptable. For a moment when the boy turned back to look at him, he saw the 2 black messy-haired boys side by side. James had been considerably taller and heavier. Why he'd become a chaser rather than a seeker after his 3rd year. His face narrower, and the eyes in no way matched. Not so much like his father after all, perhaps. Although he does enjoy the company of that mutt and the werewolf. Lost in though, he nearly knocked the boy off the branch when the child halted abruptly in front of him. Mr. Potter? Look at that. Aren't they pretty? Potter took a step and nearly missed the branch. Severus' hand jerking him back by his shoulder was the only thing that saved him from a fall to his death. Mr. Potter, what are you He peered past the boy and saw a writhing white shape below. It was so fluid, a continuous knot, he felt his muscles relaxing and leaned toward it. So smooth. He could just make out the individual shapes. Thin bod. His foot slid off the branch and he began to fall. As soon as he lost sight of the creatures, his mind snapped back into focus, and flailing arms were able to find purchase on the branch. Hanging on with his arms, both legs over the edge, he glanced up and realized that no help would come from that quarter. Potter still stood above, rocking gently as he stared at the creatures below, and Severus just hoped that he wouldn't attempt to walk off the branch again. He was certainly in no position to stop a rapid descent. The first white WYRSA spotted in 200 years, and it just had to be by us. He brought up his legs, trying to find purchase to level himself back up onto the branch. His arms had decent purchase, but he wouldn't be able to haul himself back up without a foothold or help. Mr. Potter. Potter. Listen to me. You have to close your eyes. Harry, can you hear me? He received no response, and Potter seemed to be looking rather too longingly at the ground below. Harry, so help me, if you even think about moving, I'll have you preparing bubotuber for me until your children come to Hogwarts. Potter didn't respond, and Severus was unwilling to reach out to shake him or do anything else that might cause him to lose his balance. Besides which, in order to shake the brat, he would have to let go of the branch with one hand, and that he just wasn't willing to do. Harry. He tried to bring his leg up and find a foothold again, and once again couldn't get purchase. Whenever we get out of this mess, I am going to buy a nice pair of house shoes. Because his boots just weren't working in this situation. Swinging sideways and trying to get a knee up onto the branch didn't work either, and trying nearly made him lose his grip in the process. Potter, snap out of it. Listen to me. Again, no response. He was tempted to glance down and see what the WYRSA were doing now, but judging by the ease with which they had entrapped him before, that would likely be the last decision he would get to make. If I could just get a grip a bit farther up, he certainly wasn't in bad shape, not with what he had to go through to get some of the ingredients required for his potions, but the lack of normal nutrition over the past few days, few months, if he was honest, since between the Order, Hogwarts, and the Dark Lord he tended to take meals on the run, and less than ideal sleeping conditions meant his body wasn't responding as promptly as it should have. He gave a hard pull, and managed to shift his right hand to a knob a few inches farther around the branch. One knee, that's all I need. Potter, answer me, look at me. He shook his head, trying to figure out what would get the boy's attention. Fire, snake. What am I thinking? He likes snakes. Quidditch practice. None of them garnered so much as a twitch. He isn't even hearing me anymore. I need to get up on this branch before he dives off the edge. Harry. A cry that sounded like a child in pain from below drew his attention, and he nearly looked down at the swirling mass before he caught himself. Clever monsters. Harry. Don't you dare. The boy had inched a bit closer to the edge, and the longing in his face was decidedly disturbing. Sweet Merlin, there's no way I'll be able to catch him. Muscles clenched, and he swung as hard as he could to his left, barely able to catch 1 foot over the top of the branch. Almost there, Potter, stay where you are. After a moment's uncertainty, when his cloak caught on the underside of the branch and made a valiant attempt to choke him, he managed to scramble back onto the top of the branch. Potter was leaning farther now. It was amazing he'd kept his balance so long. No, Snape grabbed the back of his cloak and jerked him away from the edge a second before the boy would have tumbled into empty air. Both fell back, fortunately along the length of the branch where the solid wood could support them. Severus was breathing heavily from the exertion, while Potter blinked in confusion. Professor. Potter looked up at him, dazed. What happened? 1 minute we were walking along, and then I saw something down on the ground, and... He turned to look over the edge and yelped as Severus grabbed him by the neck of his cloak and yanked him back around. Ow! What was that for? My sanity. I believe we can say with some certainty that the White Wyrsa are not extinct. They had you mesmerized, and me as well for a short time. He shook his head as the boy twisted around again. I am aware that this is a great deal for your little brain to take in, so I will make this simple. Don't look at them, honestly. Did you not hear what I just said? You very nearly became the boy who was smashed to pieces after a 100-foot foul. What? Oh. Hey, what happened to your hands? They're all scratched up. He glanced down and realized that the boy was right. There were several bleeding gashes in both palms and his arms didn't look much better. The Wyrsa nearly had me joining them as well. If I hadn't broken eye contact when I started to fall, I would be dead now. So not only can we not climb down, we can't look down anymore either. Great. That is how it appears. Although we both returned to normal as soon as we stopped watching them, so as long as we are alert to each other's behaviors we should be fine. Potter nodded at that. I wonder how they do that. Know how to move so it puts people in a trance. It's kind of cool. And particularly cool is the part in which they send us plummeting to our deaths and then proceed to pick over our remains for dinner. Well, except that part. You think that's why the other Wyrsa left? Most probably. I don't know anything specific about Wyrsa behavior, but most wild animal packs don't care for other predators coming into their territory. I suppose if we keep walking we'll eventually walk out of this pack's territory as well. I was going to suggest that we stop for the night in the next hour or two, but perhaps we had better walk until the sun sets. In the dark we won't have to worry about seeing them when we look down. Are you able to continue? The boy nodded at that and stood slowly. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. What about your hands? Severus sighed. As much as he'd prefer to forget about the experience, a couple of them were deep enough to get infected if he didn't clean them out and cover them now. He'd collected some rainwater in his ingredient jars the night before. Not a lot, but probably enough to do a decent job of cleaning out the cuts. Unfortunately, with injuries on both hands, he was going to need help. Potter seemed to realize that as well, dropping back down to kneel in front of him. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know how to clean scrapes. Can I use your knife? I can cut a few more pieces out of my sweater for a washcloth and bandages. Severus passed it over without comment. and the green sweater lost another few inches along the hem. Molly will be most disappointed. Nah, this is the one she made me second year and it was getting a little small anyway. I like the one from third year best. What does that one have on it? The one that was being slowly turned into scrap bore what he thought was a stylized Quidditch pitch. A lion. Of course, what was I thinking? Dare I ask what your sweater from last year had on it? A dragon. He wasn't entirely certain that was the wisest image to send to a child that had nearly been devoured by one of the things. Would have been if he wasn't so good on a broom, but then he wasn't an expert on child psychology either. Little idiot probably sees it as a badge of honor or something. I don't wear that one very much, or not. May I ask why? Potter tied off the bandage on his left arm while Severus wrapped his palm. That thing just about took my head off more than once. For weeks afterwards every time I was outside I ducked whenever a shadow passed over my head. And that's when Ron was mad at me. Thought I entered the stupid tournament on purpose. Like I wanted more attention. He shook his head and reached for Severus' other wrist. Ouch, what did you catch this on? I'm not sure. I was a bit more concerned with preventing a 100-foot fall. It was a rather ugly gash all things considered, deeper than the others and with bits of bark still inside. Give me that. He took the cloth from the boy, dipping it in the remaining water and beginning to scrub out the gash. It wasn't pleasant, but hardly the worst thing he'd ever dealt with, and before long they were moving again. Both of them were carefully keeping their eyes fixed on the trunks rising up in front of them rather than the shapes passing below. Professor, maybe it would have been better if the WYRSA had kept him hypnotized a bit longer, at least then he could haul the boy along without having to listen to him. What do you want now? We seem to have exhausted your knowledge of both potions and defense, limited as it is, and included more than a bit of herbology. Neither transfiguration nor charms are my specialties. I refuse to discuss magical creatures on the grounds that we've had too much practical experience lately, and I don't believe you've taken ancient runes or arithmancy. The only things that remain to discuss are flying, which I believe you've mastered, Muggle studies at which you're probably more knowledgeable than I am, and the history of magic. Which, judging by the exploits of you and Mr. Malfoy recently, is hardly worth wasting either of our time on. What about astronomy and divination? An interesting way to spend an evening but hardly practical when we can't even see the sky, and utter rubbish. I swear, if that woman predicts my death one more time. Bad enough when I was just beginning to teach, but you would think the fact that I've managed to keep myself alive in the intervening years would be enough to give her pause in predicting any more gruesome endings. It wouldn't be so bad if she'd stop telling me that I was going to die every other day. I think she must stay up nights coming up with new and creative ways to kill me. Albus did mention that Potter was her choice of students fated to meet an unpleasant ending this year. Why did you select as one of your courses then? We figured it wouldn't hurt to have some idea of what was in our futures. By the time I figured out how bad it was too late to change. Hermione could probably walk into a class halfway through and still manage to get the highest marks on the final, but I sure can't. And since I didn't start out with any extra classes, he shrugged. What would you select if you could choose again? He found himself asking reluctantly. Ancient runes, I think. It looks complicated, but not as bad as arithmancy, and I like languages. It was what I was thinking about taking before Ron mentioned divination. Do you speak languages other than English and Latin? Just the basics of French and Spanish they taught us at my primary school, and I'm not really very good at Latin. I never heard it until I got here. Mostly I used to look up words. You expect me to believe that you willingly spent time reading a dictionary? That was about as likely as Filch deciding to throw the students a welcome back party after the summer break. They weren't real dictionaries, just the little travel ones. The school was big on, what was it? Expanding our horizons. Some of the stuff I learned to say was funny. I have lost my wallet. I have lost my passport. I have lost my faith in the human race. And the library was the last place Dudley and his friends were going to look for me. That Severus could relate to, although he wasn't about to admit it. Finding Sirius Black, or James Potter, for that matter, entering the library without serious coercion involved would have required a miracle. Despite the idiocy of the entire notion, you seem to have done well enough in divination in the past years. McGonagall has mentioned on occasion that your scores are generally acceptable. Mostly when she was haranguing him about the treatment the boy received in his class, But Potter didn't need to know that. Swear you won't tell Trelawney? He was more than a little surprised that the boy seemed willing to confide in him, but then again, considering the subject. Potter, if it was my choice I would go the rest of my life without seeing the woman, never mind having to speak to her. Probably not the most appropriate thing to say in this situation. After all, he'd managed to refrain from directly insulting Umbridge. But, she told me to beware asparagus the last time I was forced to sit next to her at dinner, because apparently Mercury was affecting the growing cycle. As I recall, it wasn't even being served at the time. If I dropped dead every time she foretold it, I would be a medical miracle. Potter seemed to get more amusement out of that than it strictly deserved, but he did continue. As long as you predict you'll be entirely miserable, it's easy enough to get good grades. Ron and I started making things up second year when the only real image we ever saw in a teacup was a Grimm. It scared the heck out of me. I didn't know who it was at the time, or even what it was. I'd only seen a big wolf-looking thing staring at me out of the bushes right before the night bus came and a picture of one on a book about death omens. Severus vaguely remembered Albus saying something about the boy staying in Diagon Alley rather than at his relatives for the week before school began his third year, but since the man had had enough sense not to detail Severus to be one of the ones keeping an eye on the brat, he hadn't bothered to pay much attention. I was just glad I wasn't going to have to run all over Muggle London casting memory charms again, he remembered. What Potter and the Weasley boy had been thinking, using a flying car in full view of all the Muggles on the street, he'd never figure out. Especially since he's grown up with Muggles. He should certainly know flying cars are not normal. Anyway, I never saw anything else in the tea leaves, or the crystal ball, and palmistry wasn't any better, so we had to think of something.
What have you come up with so far? Cuts, burns, losing fights, losing bets. That happens when Ron predicts that he'll lose fights since I have to bet he'll win. Falling off the astronomy tower, falling out the Ollery window, getting drowned by the giant squid, getting stepped on by one of Hagrid's pets, detentions with SNA,
Severus smirked at that. I find it rather encouraging that I qualify as a dire prediction, actually. Now if the students would just take that into account before they decide to act like idiots in my classes. That drew a snicker from the child in front of him. Figures. Falling off my broom, anything involving Malfoy, losing stuff. I would imagine that prediction is unusually accurate. Ha ha. Getting sick. I think I've run through just about every terminal illness there is. Getting trapped in a room with Fudge. Creative. I hadn't gotten to stuck in a jungle with Professor Snape yet, he pointed out. Why don't you ever tell me to put Professor, or Minister, or whatever in front of people's names like everyone else does? Titles are terms of respect. Forcing the use of them with someone who doesn't have that respect serves no purpose, although when speaking to someone I would expect you to use their title if only to preserve civility. I notice in your list of dire predictions you didn't mention anything involving the Dark Lord, even those things which you know will happen. I don't want her to know about the nightmares. I don't want anybody to know about the nightmares. That sounded rather strained, and Severus frowned. There was one way he knew of to block dreams, but teaching it effectively, anyway, required a great deal of trust on the part of both the teacher and the student. A week ago if anyone had asked that he instruct the boy, and remembering some of the calculating looks Albus had been giving him since the school year began, the suggestion may well have been forthcoming, he would have refused outright. Now, the idea of allowing someone inside his shields still made him distinctly uncomfortable, but he would be more or less in control of the link. Assuming of course that Potter was even interested. After all, it would be his mind that would be invaded repeatedly until he learned to defend himself. Are you truly that desperate for them to stop? You saw what the nightmare was like. They're all like that, sometimes even worse depending on what he's doing. I almost forget what it was like to be able to go to sleep and not have to be afraid of what would be coming. I may know of a technique that may help you. Potter spun. What, really, what is it? Is it a charm? A potion? Hermione was looking. But she hasn't found anyth. If you will be silent for a moment, I will tell you. It is called occlumency, and it is a rather obscure branch of magic. It involves a technique that allows one to close his mind to the outside world. A great deal of emotional control is required. It is not an easy skill to learn. But you know how. Yes. Occlumency has allowed me to keep my loyalties hidden from the Dark Lord for so many years. So how do I do it? First, you need to practice clearing your mind of all emotion. Be perfectly calm. Give him nothing to latch onto. Your fear of nightmares is probably contributing to them. The stress and tension make it that much easier for him to pull you in. The boy was silent for a moment, and then, "Okay, I'm calm." Severus' lips twitched. Obviously we have vastly different definitions of the word. Irritating child, if you believe yourself to be calm now, it is amazing that you have not suffered a nervous breakdown in the last 4 years. Leaving aside the fact that we are in a situation practically guaranteed to induce tension, your desire to be free of the Dark Lord's visions is most certainly clouding your mind. But Professor, we will not be able to do anything immediately. Occlumency is internal, but the WYRSA will absorb the magic if I attempt legilimency on you. What's that? An intelligent question at last. It is what the Dark Lord normally uses to invade a person's mind. What I'll be using on you to teach you how to block it. Wait. You're going to be in my head? He looked distinctly uneasy at that. So the brat does have a sense of self-preservation. How else, precisely, do you expect to learn to be able to block someone? Are you going to be able to see what I'm thinking? Some of what you're thinking, some of your memories, the effort you put into blocking me will determine how much or how little I see. Will I be able to see into your head too? Certainly not. The idea of Potter seeing his memories made him feel distinctly ill. You will be learning to block outside presences from your mind. Nothing more. And so help me if you even attempt more, with anyone. His voice trailed off. The use of legilimency without either consent from the subject or authorization from the ministry is punishable by time in Azkaban. It is the equivalent of mental beep. Fortunately for me, I'm more than skilled enough to be unobtrusive about it. Unless the other person is an extremely skilled Occlumens, there is no way for them to know. And if the Death Eaters found out, they'd hardly go running off to tell the ministry. The rest of my life would be extremely short, but it wouldn't end in Azkaban. Do you understand? Potter glanced back, looking appropriately cowed. Yes, sir. Then practice deep, even breathing now, and I'll explain a few of the blocking techniques in more detail tonight. Professor. What, Mr. Potter? When did you learn? The feel of the Dark Lord ripping through his mind as the dark mark burned into his arm came back with a vengeance. Forcing him to see things long forgotten, things long blocked. For the next months he'd spent whatever free time he had hiding, either in the basement at home or the dungeons at Hogwarts, going over every book he could acquire on the subject of occlumency, never wanting to be subject to such an experience again. The Dark Lord had known what he was doing. There was no way he could not have, and every time the Death Eaters met he seemed to take great pleasure in tearing apart whatever progress Severus had made in the interim. Certainly he hadn't singled out any of the other students who'd taken the dark mark at the same time for such personal attentions, with the exception of course of Lucius Malfoy. But he was being groomed for a position in the ministry, an entirely different circumstance altogether. He didn't have to do it so painfully. He's certainly practiced enough at the skill to have legilimized me without my notice if he so desired. He just enjoyed causing pain. Sadistic bastard. If it hadn't been for my potion's knowledge, I think he would have driven me mad, eventually, Severus acknowledged. Or killed me outright for daring to defy him. But the Dark Lord didn't have any potions masters, and there had been no one else likely to attempt the mastery. Certainly no one else who would have succeeded. It's not as though he didn't have other means of control, and not even occlumency works fully if the victim is in too much pain to concentrate. By the time circumstances had become bad enough that he'd gone to the headmaster, though, he had been able to successfully occlude his mind, or at least the portions of it that he did not want the Dark Lord to find out about, no matter how great the torture. Albus had helped him refine his technique in the years that followed. At the same time he taught Severus legilimency, but there wasn't truly much left that the older man could show him. Pain was, unfortunately, one of the best teachers in existence. The boy was still looking back at him expectantly, however, and none of that information was anything that Severus wanted shared. That is none of your business, he snapped. Did I, or did I not, tell you to practice breathing? You can hardly do that if you keep pestering me with these ridiculous questions. Memories refused momentarily to be forced back into their place, and he found himself continuing in a tone normally reserved for the most incompetent potions brewers after particularly spectacular failures. Of all the people I had to get stuck in a jungle with, it had to be a chattering, Disobedient brat with a complete inability to follow a simple instruction. Sorry, Professor. Potter went silent, and Severus puzzled over the uncertain note that had been in the boy's voice. Obviously the boy had no right to question him, he could respond in any manner he chose. No justification was required. I learned in self-defense, he finally growled. Not long after I took the mark. The Dark Lord uses a variety of methods to ensure his followers' loyalties, and forced legilimency is by far one of the less pleasant ones. Oh, I didn't think of that. Obviously, despite the fact that I told you occlumency is how I hide my activities. You've proved that you have a brain, child. I don't suppose that you would consider using it on occasion? It is not a time that I care to remember. Please do not ask me about it again. Now, you're breathing? Yes, sir. Potter sounded rather disturbingly relieved when no more comments were forthcoming. Wondering when, exactly, his opinion had come to mean anything to the boy, Severus followed him along the branch in silence. Darkness came more quickly than he expected. Perhaps the WYRSA had held them in thrall for longer than he had realized? But fortunately it wasn't heralded by the pouring rain of the night before. They halted while there was still some light seeping through the canopy. It would hardly do to walk off a branch after all Severus had done to avert that fate earlier. Sit down across from me, Mr. Potter. Potter settled himself appropriately. What are we going to do if you can't actually try this legilimency stuff here? You need to develop some defensive strategies, Severus began, slipping into lecture mode. I do not know whether the Dark Lord knows that you can share his thoughts or not. I suspect not, but he's had a lifetime of practice. You will not simply be able to put up a mental wall and stop him. So what can I do? The best technique, particularly when you sleep, is to clear your mind entirely. Think of nothing and his mind will have nothing on which to latch. However, you cannot go around during the day thinking of nothing, despite the evidence to the contrary you insist on displaying in my class. I try, Professor. Between you glaring at me all the time and Malfoy and his friends throwing stuff in my cauldron. Mr. Potter, do you wish me to explain the blocking techniques or not? He took the glare he received in response as assent and tried to hide a quick grin. Somehow he doubted the attempt had been successful. Then kindly quit interrupting me every 30 seconds. Now, as I was saying, you cannot think of nothing at all times. What you will need to do is construct something of a mental maze, I suppose you would say. He tried to picture how, exactly, it was that he kept out the Dark Lord's thoughts. It will work slightly differently for you, I suspect. He must have eye contact with me in order for there to be any exchange of information, whereas with you that limitation does not seem to apply. And the books I managed to find dealt more in generalities than specifics. However, the result should be the same. He will see what you desire him to see and nothing more. In the forefront of your mind. The part that is immediately visible to him, for lack of a better term, should be thoughts of no consequence. Quidditch tactics and the like. Hey. Severus caught himself almost smiling again at the indignant tone. Once you have a front that will prevent him from seeing anything of consequence, you should be able to throw him out of your mind as soon as you feel him probing. Do you have any warning before you find yourself experiencing what the Dark Lord does? The only time I'm really with him, in him, or whatever, is when I'm asleep. During the day I mostly just get feelings that I know aren't mine. Getting really mad or happy or something for no reason. Well, that simplifies things slightly. We'll concentrate on building your maze for now and you can work up to holding those thoughts continuously. That was the hardest things about occlumency, in truth, being able to think in parallel both what you truly believed and what you wanted the other person to see or not see. Some people never managed it. If the boy couldn't, well, they would cross that bridge if they came to it. What's the point of having this maze thing built up if I'm just going to toss him out anyway? Potter asked. Shouldn't I be concentrating on the getting rid of him part? He is stronger than you. You will need some sort of front to hold his attention before you will be able to get rid of him. And you won't be able to practice ejecting someone until I am in a position to work magic anyway. Did I not just explain that? Now, think of a maze. What are you seeing? The third task. His voice was dull, and Severus shook his head. I should have realized that. It's certainly not something I wish him to relive constantly. That will drive him as mad as the Dark Lord's visions. Too much unpleasantness is associated with that. Find something else, something less emotional. That's the only thing I think of when I hear the word maze. Then I suppose we'll need to find another term for it. Personally, Severus used the twisting dungeons at Hogwarts. During his time as a student, they'd been excellent places to go when he didn't want to be found, and he doubted anyone living there now, including the headmaster, knew them as well as he did. But the brat didn't need to know that. Where is somewhere without a lot of distinguishing characteristics? Somewhere you've been a lot. The streets in Little Whinging, Potter offered. They all look exactly the same. Even the houses are identical. One time the kid who lives down at number 7 put a ramp in the driveway for his skateboard and the neighbors had a fit. Neighborhood association meeting and everything. You'd think he'd killed someone. I'm not sure that will do. The Dark Lord is not stupid. Giving him any clues as to your whereabouts when you are not at Hogwarts is not a good idea. Is there anywhere else that you can think of? What about somewhere that you feel safe? That will add to the protection it provides. The attics at Hogwarts, maybe? They were certainly warped enough, Severus decided. He had preferred to go down rather than up when he was upset, but he'd gone in search of items up there for Albus often enough to know. That will do. Concentrate on holding that image in your mind as we speak. Now, name the 5 most common uses for snapping marshweed leaves. You asked me that yesterday, Professor. Well then, you shouldn't have any trouble remembering. But what does this have to do with occlumency? Merlin's beard, Potter, are you that dense? You will have to be able to lead a normal life at the same time you work this magic. Now, are you maintaining your image of the attics? I thought so. Bring it to the forefront of your mind and then answer my question. By the time Potter got tired and started snapping instead of trying, the light had disappeared completely and Severus was willing to call it a night as well. I will stay on watch first and wake you in a few hours. Yes, sir. Attempt to occlude your mind before you rest. Potter didn't respond, but he also didn't experience another screaming nightmare, so Severus counted the day as a partial success. And the next morning they continued drilling as they walked. At least he's managed to remember the majority of the answers that I told him yesterday, Severus observed. Whether he's managing to maintain the mental attic image at the same time, well, he would find out the answer to that when they were safely away from the WYRSA. As though they'd heard his thoughts, one of the creatures below gave one of the unnerving cries, the one sounding so suspiciously like a young child. I hate it when they do that, Potter muttered. As do I, a second one echoed the first, and he glanced around. Do you see any more of your fruit? We can't look at them, but if we throw enough in that general direction perhaps we can discourage the howling. Potter nodded, closing his eyes as he reached over the side of the branch and pulled up a few, passing half over to his teacher. And then both turned at the sound of voices. Was that people? I would say so, Mr. Potter. Stay behind me, and be ready to pull me back. Severus put down his fruit and edged closer to the side of the branch, taking a wary glance below. The WYRSA were still there, but instead of the hypnotizing motions they'd been moving in, they were now staring at something out in the brush that Severus couldn't see. He frowned, and then decided to risk calling out. Hello? Is anyone there? There was a yell, and then one of the WYRSA below staggered and fell. There were 8 that he could see, 3 of which were non-moving. It was hard to tell, but... Hey, I think that one's got something stuck in its chest. Potter exclaimed from beside him. Something's attacking them. Did I, or did I not, tell you to stay behind me? Come on, Professor, whoever's fighting them we have to help. Another WYRSA staggered but didn't fall, and the 4 remaining sprang into the brush after whatever was attacking them. Mr. Potter, stay here. Severus moved towards the nearest tree trunk, intending to climb down far enough to see who or what the WYRSA were after. He turned and saw the boy's mouth opening, clearly in argument. I will not discuss this with you. You will remain here on this branch until I say otherwise, is that understood? But Professor, Severus turned back towards the boy, moving until he was looming over the smaller figure. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Severus nodded, moving back to the trunk. Whoever or whatever was out there, they were certainly well concealed. If it wasn't for the cries of the WYRSA pack he wouldn't even know where to look. Pausing halfway down, he debated whether to continue. On one hand, whoever was fighting the WYRSA pack might need help. On the other, he had no desire to die in this place. White WYRSA were supposed to be extinct. He hardly carried the antidote to their venom in his cloak. Another human. Or most likely human, anyway. Yell made his decision for him, and he continued down the trunk cursing himself mentally. What kind of self-respecting Slytherin deliberately puts himself in danger for another? And a complete stranger at that. Never mind that he was doing it on a regular basis for the Dark Lord. That was Albus' idea. Hello? Do you need help? Professor? He reached the bottom of the trunk and glared up at the boy. Potter, stay where you are. 3 of the fallen WYRSA had holes in their chest. 2 had no evidence of what had done the damage. The 3rd had a wooden spike in the vicinity of its heart. The 4th that had been hit but hadn't truly fallen seemed to have a broken foreleg from another spike. It was standing, hissing at him, but making no immediate move to attack. He backed up slightly to pick up a fallen branch for use as a weapon and briefly considered the idiocy of taking on a pack of venom-producing predators with what amounted to a club. The creature seemed to realize his intention and backed away as Severus moved toward it. I can't leave this thing alive at my back. He stepped forward again and it hissed warningly. Another step and it leapt at him, as best it could with a bad leg. Professor, look out! Splat! From behind him at the same time as the cry from above had him diving sideways rather than facing it head-on as he intended, and as he came to a halt with his back against the trunk he found himself facing not only the single injured WYRSA but a second as well, this one larger and apparently healthy. Bright Merlin. The larger one had the remnants of a fig on its forehead. Potter had apparently hit it at the same time he called a warning. Damn it, have to remember to thank the brat. The 2 tried to twist around each other in the same hypnotic motion that had nearly killed him and his student earlier, but a jerking motion each time the first tried to use its bad leg kept disrupting the pattern. Just as well, I can't fight them with my eyes closed. They were too close for him to make it back up the tree. They'd be on him, dragging him down before he got more than 3 feet off the ground. His stick seemed to be holding them at bay. But, the injured WYRSA staggered again, and the healthy one turned to spring at a teenager not much older than his student who'd appeared out of the brush. Severus didn't think, taking a leap forward and slamming his stick into the side of the creature's head. It fell, and before it could get up again a man came up beside the boy and rammed a spear into its chest. 3 others appeared. 2 more men, and another boy about the age of the first. Hello. One of the men babbled something. Brilliant. I wish I knew one of the here all speak all spells. Why don't they teach that at Hogwarts? I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Do you speak English? I English some, the first boy offered. I go to school. My and my father's thanks for your help. Thank you as well, Severus returned. There was excited noise from the group, and he glanced up to see Potter climbing quickly down to join them. Professor, are you okay? You are Professor? The boy asked. Yes, to both questions. Mr. Potter, did I not tell you to remain in the tree? The WYRSA are dead. I wanted to meet these guys too. Severus shook his head in exasperation, and then turned back to the boy. Yes, I am a professor, at a school back in England. Could you ask your father if there is any way we could get in contact with the others there? Inglaterra? One of the men asked, and the boy nodded, indicating Severus and saying something quickly. He received an equally fast reply. The boy turned back to Severus and nodded. We help. We return to our village now that Phantasmas Mortiferos are dead. You come with names? My name is Severus Snape, and this is Harry Potter. The boy moved to stand at his elbow, and Severus wondered for a minute if he shouldn't have lied about his identity. The Dark Lord had spies everywhere, too late now, I suppose. If they are not for the light, we will have to deal that as it comes. I am João Cruz, this is Father, Roque, father's brother, Mateus, mother's brother, Pedro Olivares, and mother's brother's son, Vicente. Severus nodded. How far is your village? If it was only a few hours away they might be able to get back to Hogwarts in a day or 2. It would be a relief to be back in familiar surroundings. Before the boy, João, could answer, one of the hunters staggered. The other boy's father, if Severus remembered correctly, this one's uncle. What's wrong? Potter asked at the same time the other 2 men moved to support him. Whether the man was responding to Potter or simply showing the others the problem they faced, He turned his arm to show 3 gashes. Apparently the WYRSA did not go quietly, Severus observed. The 2 older hunters obviously recognized what they faced, drawing back in horror for a moment before springing back to assist the man to the ground. One of them said something to the 2 boys. The man's son crumpled beside him while João stared. "What's wrong?" Potter repeated. "Is poison, he dies." Severus frowned. "There is no antidote." The boy looked up at him in confusion. "No cure?" he repeated impatiently. "No, given enough time, a sufficiently stocked workroom, and a store of the toxin to work with, Severus had no doubt that he could concoct an appropriate antidote. In the middle of a jungle with a dying man in front of him, this is going to be difficult. I hope their village isn't far, and that there is a competent healer there. Surely anyone who would hunt these creatures would know of some means of defeating their venom. Potter, wait here with them. Help them construct a sling to carry him back. You think you can help? I have a mastery in potions, and there are plenty of WYRSA corpses with fresh venom for me to work with. Stay with them." The ones that had fallen without a mark on them he avoided. Without knowing what took them, he didn't want to chance approaching and finding out that they were merely stunned.
The ones with spears in them, however. Both the claws and fangs carried poison, but since the man hadn't been bitten, he ignored their teeth for the time being. It was rather bloody work, cutting the venom pouches out of the creatures' claws without damaging them in the process. He hardly needed to have his own scratches infected, but he managed to get 4 safely secured in the collecting jars in his cloak before his concentration was broken. "Professor."
"What, Potter?" He returned to the group to find one of the older hunters on the ground frozen, and the other 3 staring at the boy, eyes wide. The poisoned man was trying to push away from him. "What did you do?" "Stupefied that one," Potter said with a wave at the frozen man. "I had to. They were trying to kill him." "What?" He glared at the others. "What are you people thinking?" "Kinder," João said quietly, eyes wide. "Bad death, long, painful death. Curare fast." "Well, that explains what killed the other WYRSA." A wave of his wand unfroze the man that Potter had stunned. "Don't do that just yet. I think I might be able to help him. How far is your village? How long until he dies?" "You healer?" The other boy, Vicente, demanded, ignoring his questions. "You help?" "I will try." João was busy translating to the other men, who clearly took a moment to size Severus up before nodding. "Boats, this way." It only took a moment to fashion a sling. The men were clearly familiar with the fauna in the area and knew which vines would support weight, and then they moved back through the jungle to where boats were tied. Judging by the suspicious looks the men, including the poisoned one, were giving him and his student, they hadn't forgotten the wands but were willing to forego questioning until they found out whether he could do what he claimed. Brilliant. At least they didn't panic. "Mr. Potter, you had best be prepared to become the world's best assistant." "What? Unless there is a healer in the village who speaks fairly good English, I'm going to need you chopping, slicing, mixing, and doing all manner of other tasks. Kindly take more care than you do in my class." "Do you really think you can help him?" "I hope I can, for our sakes as well." Apparently Potter hadn't considered the ramifications of claiming he could heal an obscure poison and possibly failing. Severus had. Even at St. Mungo's there were stories of family members who had become enraged when healers couldn't save their loved ones. He had no idea what the customs were in this place for such occurrences. And didn't particularly want to find out. Then again, they were willing to kill him themselves. Neither he nor Potter was paddling downriver. They were passengers in the boat being handled by João and his other uncle while the injured man was in the other boat. Just as well, really. He knew nothing about river travel and doubted Potter had any experience beyond the trip from the Hogwarts Express to the castle either. "How far is your village?" he asked again. "Close." Which wasn't really an answer, but there was no guarantee he would recognize whatever time or distance-keeping method these people used anyway. Potter sat behind him, silent for once. Severus was tempted to tell him to keep practicing thinking in parallel, but he doubted the boy would be able to concentrate. It was 2 hours later, by his judgment, that the boats were brought into a dock and they climbed the bank to find themselves in a fairly large village. Cheers turned into cries at the sight of the man lying on the stretcher, and Severus felt the boy move closer against his side. "What happens now, Professor?" I find something approaching a cauldron and someone who knows the local plant life, and we attempt to make contact with Hogwarts. I would have a much better chance in my workroom there. Hogwarts? A voice asked sharply. Severus turned to face an older man. You've heard of it? You speak English? The man held out a wand. I was a student there, once, a very long time ago. Luciano Icona, at your service. Brilliant, you can help us. Severus glared at the boy. Please excuse my student, he occasionally, normally, speaks without thinking. My name is Severus Snape. This is Harry Potter. One of you hunters was scratched by a WYRSA. I have a supply of the venom to work with, but I will need a workroom and ingredients in order to attempt a cure. You believe you can help him? I am a potions master. I am going to try. Certainly a better option than allowing them to kill him outright. Why hasn't anyone figured out an antidote already? Potter asked. There was one once, but the knowledge has been long since lost. The phantasmas mortiferos, the deadly ghosts, what you call white WYRSA, disappeared into the forest when my grandfather was young and haven't been seen since, and the phantasmas de Cicada, ghosts of the hunt, your black WYRSA, do not have poison. I didn't believe the creatures had returned until a group of children were attacked outside the village several days ago. 2 of them were taken, and the last 3 did not have easy deaths. Why did they come back? The WYRSA, I mean, the forests are being destroyed. If their territory was taken by the logging companies, it was only natural that they seek out new hunting grounds. He glanced up at Severus. You are welcome to use my home for your work. Severus nodded his thanks. How long do I have? His muscles are unable to support him already. In perhaps a day he will begin to have visions. The stories say no one survives past the 3rd day of visions. None of the children survived past the 2nd day. The hunters were told to use the curare in case of infection. It is a far kinder death. So perhaps as little as 3 days using unfamiliar supplies. He had hoped for at least a week, which would have given him time to get back to Hogwarts and his ingredient stores. With less than that he would have to remain here. The time spent in transit would make it impossible for him to develop a cure and get it back to the village in time to save the man. Can we contact Hogwarts and let them know that we're safe? I have a connection to the Flow network in Rio de Janeiro. You can pass on a message to someone there to forward to the school if you desire. Severus thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Better the 2 of us go ourselves, when we are able.
Potter looked ready to argue, and he silenced the boy with a glare. The last thing we needed was the Dark Lord intercepting any kind of message. Surviving the jungle only to be captured on our way back to safety would be supremely ironic. 3 days longer will hardly cause any more consternation than our disappearance already has. He glanced around and found that in the time they had spent talking to the man, the area had emptied and the injured man taken away. I had best get to work.
Luciano nodded. Of course, this way. Are you familiar with the plants in this area? Certainly. Unfortunately, while I have limited healing knowledge, potions was perhaps my worst subject and I haven't improved a great deal in the interim. I am a teacher for several of the villages in the area, and occasionally a recruiter for the Escola de Rio de Magia, the Rio School of Magic. Severus nodded. It was the largest magic school in South America, with a fairly good reputation, both in terms of the caliber of the students it turned out and which side of magic the majority chose to study. That's quite all right. Mr. Potter will be assisting me. He glared down at the boy for good measure, and was pleased to see the boy gulp. So I haven't lost all my powers of intimidation. Good. What do we do first? Potter asked as they moved into the man's hut and Severus began to organize the materials he needed. Luciano had disappeared, probably to speak to the injured man. Clean out those cauldrons, Severus ordered, without magic. On the wrong side of the planet and I'm still in detention, Potter muttered. Wouldn't magic be faster?
Faster, certainly, but far less safe. If you ever paid attention, you would know that the presence of magic, even that of a simple cleaning spell, can have adverse effects on the potions being brewed. Since we have a limited time and unfamiliar ingredients to work with, I would prefer not to take chances.
Oh, I didn't know that. I gathered as much. Luciano had given him free access to take whatever he needed, and fortunately followed the common magical convention of naming things in Latin, so he had at least a general idea of the properties of each. Today we are going to begin breaking down the venom and determining its properties. If we can isolate the factors having an effect on his body, we can attempt to neutralize them. How long does that usually take? Ideally, 5 days, minimum, just to isolate the components. In this case, we're going to have to begin with stopgap measures tomorrow. Attempt to halt any damage being done to his body and slow the progress of the poison. We'll begin with standard antivenoms, assuming that they do not react negatively with the toxin. Wouldn't they have already tried that? I plan to ask precisely what treatment regimen was followed when Luciano returns and work around that. Now, get those cauldrons clean. We don't have time to waste. There wasn't running water in the man's home. Severus was rather dismayed to find, but Potter was able to clean the things down at the river where several others were also doing their washing. What that meant for the sanitary conditions, well, there was no point in worrying about that now. He was, however, pleasantly surprised at the range of ingredients available, including a few he had never expected to find in the middle of a jungle. Wormfern, that's very useful as a neutralizing agent, and I doubt he would have thought to use it since it only works in conjunction with a stronger. By the time he judged that they'd done as much as possible, the sun had long since fallen. Several pots and cauldrons still simmered on the fire. By the next morning the results would be ready for analysis. He studied the boy in the remaining firelight. "Are you alert, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir." To the boy's credit, once Severus explained why he wanted things done in a certain way, he hadn't hesitated to comply. It would make my life much easier if he'd behave like this in class. Then again, lives do not generally hang in the balance in those situations. Of the two of them, Potter had done most of the physical work, running all over the village either in search of Luciano to ask another question or to get another cauldron or more water or a particular plant. Severus had found paper and spent most of his time making copious notes on the effects of the venom, both from first-hand accounts of those who'd seen the children die, not pleasant interviews, even through an interpreter, and from what he'd been able to establish with the more elementary tests. He has to be exhausted, but then, perhaps this is the best time to practice. Severus could hardly deny that he was tired as well, but he always had a hard time sleeping when he had a new problem to concentrate on. And they had the place to themselves. The older man was staying with his son while they used his rooms. "Do you believe you are capable of attempting occlumency?" "Now, yes, sir." "Take a seat, then." Severus moved to sit down on the cot set up next to Potter's. "Clear your mind." He took out his wand. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens. There was confusion, a fleeting glimpse of a dusty attic at Hogwarts, and then he was in an outdoor maze. A woman, a girl, the Tri-Wizard Tournament competitor from Beauxbatons, he recognized absently, was lying motionless in the dirt, and he spun, shooting red fireworks into the sky. That should have ended his participation then and there, Severus realized. Apparently Crouch meddled with more of the tournament than we realized. The body he was inhabiting looked around wildly as the girl disappeared, and then a man was there. Crumb. Expelliarmus. Severus found himself flung backward off the cot. "Potter." I'm sorry, Professor, honest, I didn't mean to." "Of course you meant to. You wanted me out of your mind, and I must admit it was effective." He shook his head. "However, unless the Dark Lord is standing directly in front of you, in which case his use of legilimency should hardly be your primary concern, it is not the best defense for you to develop. Give me your wand." "What? I don't intend to spend the entire evening getting blasted onto the floor, and I'm certainly not going to waste my energy needlessly in a shield. Give me your wand." "Child, if I was going to seriously injure you, I'd have tossed you off a branch days ago. I give you my word that I will return it as soon as we finish." Potter reluctantly passed him the thin stick of wood. "Thank you. Just for my peace of mind, how much wandless magic are you capable of performing?" "It depends how desperate I am," Potter admitted. "Unless it gets really bad, probably nothing will happen." "How much wandless magic have you performed previously?" "Expelliarmus, once," he admitted. "But it was a couple years ago, I didn't know what it was at the time. And I made glass disappear and reappear another time. I wasn't really desperate then, though, just mad, and I guess locks have opened when I needed them to. Once in a while I could hide, but that might have just been stupidity on their parts." Severus didn't comment on that, Sighing as he set the wand aside and checked behind Todd to make sure that if he was sent backwards again he was in no immediate danger of either a head injury or causing serious damage to Luciano's property. "All right, Harry, clear your mind. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens." This time the view of the attics lasted a moment longer. He was fairly certain that it was the one just behind the owlery, actually, and then he was in a courtyard somewhere. There were young children everywhere. Most of them were his size or larger, so he surmised that Potter must have been only a year or two into primary school when this memory was created. He could feel someone pushing at his mind, but there wasn't enough force behind the effort to evict him. Suddenly he was shoved from behind, physically, and landed face first in gravel. What the? A blond boy, as wide as he was tall, stood above him laughing, and Severus realized that he was still in Potter's mind. There were two others with the one who'd shoved him, both dark-haired and skinny. "We want to play a game, freak?" the blonde asked. "We want to play Harry hunting." "Harry what?" Severus didn't understand what the little whale meant, but the child whose body he currently inhabited clearly did, and almost before he realized it he was back on his feet and flying away from the trio. A panicked glance back revealed that the blonde and the smaller of the two dark-haired boys had fallen back, but the other was right on his heels. Eric? Aaron? He vaguely recalled Potter mentioning that only one of his cousin's friends had been able to keep up with him, but the name escaped him. When he looked back out of the child's eyes, he found himself trapped against a brick building with the dark-haired boy standing in front of him blocking any possible escape route with an absolutely evil grin on his face. The other two were visible in the distance, closing slowly. And then, before they could get close enough to do any damage, the world twisted and he found himself perching on top of a brick structure, staring down at a group of children below. "Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!" Severus blinked, finding himself back on the cot staring at a shivering Potter. "Harry hunting?" he asked when he'd gotten his voice back. "Chasing me down and clobbering me," the boy responded after a moment, shaking himself sharply to dispel the last of the tremors and rubbing at his forehead. "A fun game for all concerned, with the exception of me." His voice was decidedly bitter. "Why didn't you inform anyone of this situation?" "I tried. My teachers said I was either being a baby and tattling or just lying outright. My aunt and uncle think everything Dudley does is just wonderful. Who else was I supposed to tell?" "That is distinctly disturbing," Severus decided. "Surely someone noticed something wasn't right when you apparated yourself to the top of the school building." "They said I climbed up there," Potter said with a shrug. "After all, what else could have happened? I half believe that's what happened myself, at least until I got back to the Dursleys and Dudley told them what he saw." He trailed off, shaking his head. "I guess I haven't thought about it in a while. It just came back when you talked about wandless magic. I'm tired, Professor. Can I go to sleep now?" Severus wanted to question him further, but the look in the boy's eyes didn't encourage probing. "Sleep then. But attempt to clear your mind first." He made a quick check of the cauldrons before settling himself into his cot, doing his best to banish the images he'd seen from his mind. "Your second attempt was much better, Harry," he offered quietly, suspecting that the sleeping child beside him was doing nothing of the sort. "You held me in the attic for several seconds. You just need to practice the part where you throw the invader from your mind." There was no response from the cot behind him. "Good night, Mr. Potter." A few more moments of silence, and then, "Good night, sir." The next morning, the rising sun woke him before his student. Potter had curled himself so far into a ball that the light would never reach his eyes. Debating for a moment whether to awaken the boy, Severus finally decided to leave him alone. "Most of what I need to do this morning is analytical work. The last thing I need is him interrupting me and disturbing my calculations." The first cauldron didn't bear much of anything useful, just confirmed that the venom was deadly in its pure form. Hardly news. He'd have skipped the test entirely if it hadn't been drilled into him during his mastery exams to take nothing for granted. The second and third were strained components. He planned to use them to test possible antidotes for unpleasant reactions. More diluted would be better, but that could come later. The rest were what he needed to analyze what actually caused the reactions, and he settled down to study their contents. "Professor, what are you working on?" Severus glanced outside and realized that it was several hours after he'd first begun to work. "Mr. Potter, I knew my day was going too well. The boy ignored the comment. Can I help you with something? Volunteering to work on potions, this is a first. I suppose you could go scrub out those 2 cauldrons. Make sure you don't have any cuts on your hands, first, and find the woman who gave you the leaves with the bright blue veins. I'd like more leaves, and the stems with them if at all possible. You think you found something? Part of something, perhaps. Go on. He checked the bandages on his hands and arms absently, but whatever was in the sealant that he'd been given was working wonders. The first possible antidote was ready a few hours after noon. It didn't completely neutralize the poison, but it did counter some of the more potent elements, at least for a limited amount of time. Luciano had stopped by for a few moments to suggest other herbs that might have a positive effect, but most of the man's time had been spent with the injured hunter's family. Severus was with them when the first dose of the antidote was delivered. He'd insisted that Potter remain behind in case something unpleasant happened. Ask him how he's feeling, Severus suggested after they'd coaxed the first dose down the man's throat and he stopped shaking and muttering. Does he feel any numbness? Is the tightness in his chest releasing, even slightly? Luciano relayed the questions and passed the answers back. He's back in our reality, although he can't feel his extremities. And it is marginally easier for him to breathe. The loss of feeling bothered Severus. It hinted at possible nerve damage that he might not be able to heal. However, there was no point in telling them that just yet. Acceptable. Administer another dose every 4 hours, and inform me if there are any major changes. For how long will this antidote work? He asked. I do not know. Repeated exposure will likely lessen its effects. It may give him a day or 2 longer than he would have had otherwise, but it is unlikely to give him more than that. However, within that period it should lessen his pain and prevent the majority of the hallucinations. I understand. Severus returned to the hut where the rest of his attempts at antidotes waited. Potter, what are you doing? I'm just looking, Professor. The boy backed away from the cauldrons. Well, as long as you're just looking, begin mixing this powder into that one, half a spoonful at a time while mixing continually in a counterclockwise direction. Make certain it is all absorbed before you add the next spoonful. There was very little the boy could mess up with that cauldron. Severus was trying to create a diluted form of the poison that he could handle more freely. There were medical applications, of course, but mostly he wanted something that could be taken out and tested quickly without the precautions he had to take with the more concentrated samples. The 3 cauldrons nearest the fire held the best chances for antidotes, and those were what he wanted to focus on. Perhaps if I add more of the spiderroot base. The first cauldron went up in explosive flames less than an hour later, and Severus waved them away with the ease of long practice. Whoa, I thought only Neville did that, Potter commented from his corner. So help me, if you just compared my abilities in potions to those of Longbottom, I will turn you over to the Dark Lord. Excuse me? The boy colored. Sorry, Professor. I just meant, it blew up. He did. That little brat. Your powers of observation astound me, Mr. Potter. However, I believe I can be excused as I am working with completely unfamiliar materials to devise an antidote that hasn't existed for 100 years. Your idiot classmate, on the other hand, manages to achieve such results even with ingredients you should all be well familiar with in a step-by-step recipe to follow. Severus glared down at the cauldron, remains of the failed potion still smoldering in the bottom. The smell was somewhat reminiscent of the shed in which Hagrid kept food for his more interesting pets. And a quick shake proved that the mixture was hardening quickly and adhering to the sides as it did so. I believe I have had enough of your help in here, for the time being, he decided. Take this down to the river and scrub it out. Thoroughly. With your tongue. Potter made a face as he approached. I could borrow you another one. He tapped the side, studying the mixture inside and apparently coming to the same conclusion Severus had as to the difficulty of the assignment. It would probably be faster. Nonsense. This is a perfectly good cauldron, and I have several others if I need one immediately. Just make sure that all the remains are scrubbed free before you bring that one back. He gave a satisfied smirk as the boy disappeared with an unhappy look on his face. We'll see if you make that mistake again. Setting up a pot with the same mixture as the one that had exploded for further testing. Perhaps if I first added a unifying element before attempting neutralization, and moved on to the next attempt simmering by the fire. It too was a disappointment. Less spectacular than the first, but still the mixture inside wouldn't cure a toothache, never mind combat the poison coursing through the man's blood. The cauldron he'd sent Potter to clean had reappeared at some point while he was working, but the boy had made himself scarce. Wise decision, child. Still, it wasn't a good idea to leave the brat wandering the village alone. He didn't speak the language and was bound to find some form of trouble sooner or later. Limbs protested as he stood, and again he missed his workroom. The working conditions here left a bit to be desired. He stepped out into the light and realized that he'd worked through most of the afternoon. He'd missed breakfast and lunch as well, as his stomach was protesting. Potter? A glance around the immediate area didn't yield any sign of the brat. He moved towards where a group of women were working. Hello? Have any of you seen a child named Harry Potter? He held a hand at chest level, mimicking the size of the person he was looking for. One shook her head, whether to indicate lack of understanding or that she hadn't seen him he didn't know. Thank you anyway. Professor? He turned, glaring at the approaching boy. Where have you been? João and his brother Mikel found me when I was cleaning your cauldron. I've been helping them with English and they've been teaching me Portuguese. I was just coming to find you and tell you that we're invited to join them for dinner. And I don't suppose it occurred to you to inform me of your whereabouts? Potter frowned. I did tell you, Professor, when I dropped off the cauldron. You didn't say anything, so I figured it was okay. That was possible, actually, Severus acknowledged. When he was working he tended to block out the rest of the world. During the summers when he was doing most of his experimentations back at Hogwarts, Albus had made a habit of either dropping by once a day or sending someone else to do so to force him to stop and eat if he hadn't done so already. Minerva had once resorted to jumping on his shoulder in her animagi form to get his attention. As he recalled, she hadn't been pleased when he very nearly dumped her into a vat of improved dreamless sleep in surprise. But then I wouldn't have cared for the effects of cat hair in my creation either. Very well. Most of what I am working on will not be ready for more work until later tonight. I suppose you know the way? The boy nodded and fell into step beside him. Did you find something that will work? Not yet. A quick glance around proved that no one was within easy listening distance. After we eat, we will try another occlumency lesson. Potter didn't look pleased with that pronouncement, but he didn't attempt to argue as he led them to a different building. This is it. Dinner passed surprisingly pleasantly. João's younger brother had a much firmer grasp of the English language than João did and was able to translate fairly easily for Severus. Potter and the older boy were trading phrases back and forth. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it was just as well that the conversation was too low for most of the others at the table to understand. No one brought up the WYRSA poisoning, for which he was grateful. All in all, a pleasant distraction. He finally stood, excusing himself politely. Come, Mr. Potter, we have work that needs to be finished. At least 2 of his latest attempts would be ready for continued experimentation. Professor? The boy asked as they walked back to their current lodgings. What? Can you just call me Harry? And why, if I may ask, would I want to do that? The last thing I need is to encourage familiarity with the brat. Because I don't know, I just like it better. You've done it a couple times in the last few days. Mere slips of the tongue. We are not friends, and I have no desire to give these people the impression that we are. Actually, most of them think you're my father, his father. Bad enough that I'm stuck with that arrogant Gryffindor, but to believe that I am related to him. Severus sputtered for a moment, before managing an explosive. What? Potter's snickering didn't improve his mood, and for a moment he considered the ramifications of strangling the little brat and blaming it on the snake they'd met the other day. Obviously the child had been saving this little tidbit of information for when it would prove most amusing for him. Well, we got here together, and I guess we've both got dark hair, Potter finally responded when he managed to stop laughing. I keep telling them you're just my teacher, but most of them just ignore me. Well, I can hardly blame them for that. Brilliant. So, see, I know you can't do it back at Hogwarts because of the Dark Lord finding out, but doing it here wouldn't really make any difference. I suppose he has a point, Severus had to admit. Not that he didn't plan on hexing into oblivion the next person he caught referring to himself and the brat as any sort of relation, but compared to that, calling him by his first name was hardly an issue. You will continue to refer to me as Professor, understood? Of course, sir. He checked the two cauldrons he was most interested in and found that they could stand to simmer a bit longer. It seems we have time for an occlumency lesson. Great. Potter took a seat on one of the cots and held out his wand. I'm ready. We shall see. Severus set the boy's wand on the table and drew his own, settling himself onto the other cot. 1, 2, 3, legilimens. Again he saw the attics at Hogwarts. That was definitely the one behind the owlry, and pushed a little farther. Instead of snapping immediately into a memory, he entered another attic, this one he wasn't familiar with, and then he pushed again and found himself in a garden tugging futilely at some sort of weed. Nice try, Mr. Potter. This memory appeared to be fairly innocuous. Certainly the boy was hot and he could use a pair of gloves, but he should be able to figure that out for himself. Boy, aren't you done yet? Severus wanted to rub his ears at the shriek. Such an irritating, grating voice. Almost, Aunt Petunia. Well, hurry up or you'll get no dinner tonight. I want everything looking perfect for my precious Dudleykins' birthday. Yes, Aunt Petunia. Precious Dudleykins, my. He trailed off muttering under his breath and Severus ignored the words. He could feel Potter, Harry, pushing at his mind, but was in no way budged, and he gave another push, moving farther into the boy's memories. Now he was somewhere dark and cramped. Harry, tried to stretch and his feet hung off the end of a small bunk. And then the room began to shake. An earthquake? Surely not. Several loud bangs came from directly above him. Potty, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Each call was accentuated with another crash from above. There was a loud bang on what Severus assumed was a door, and then, freak. This time the shove at his mind was much more forceful, but rather than snapping him back into his own body on the cot he was pushed farther backwards. He found himself crouched in front of his father, trying desperately not to cry. The man was ranting, towering over him with his fists clenched. I know this memory, it had been one of his first bouts of accidental magic. His father's car had nearly hit his cat and he'd blown up something in the engine when he'd tried to make it stop. His father had not been pleased. Conscious thought caught up with him as he filtered the terror in the mind of his 7-year-old self from his own. How dare he go into my mind? I told him specifically not to even attempt it. I warned him. Severus gave a practiced mental twist and found himself back on the cot, the boy facing him and breathing heavily. I'm sorry, Professor, I don't know what happened. I do, he growled back. You deliberately disobeyed me. His wand was clenched in his hand as he stood. Potter sprang up to face him. But I didn't. Severus ignored him. I told you not to go into my mind, told you very clearly, and as I recall you agreed. But I didn't mean to. It was an accident, of course. You didn't want me in your memories, so you accidentally invaded mine. I was. But that's what happened. Silence. I was under the impression, Mr. Potter, that you were finally beginning to use that brain in your head, but it seems that I was mistaken. His glare intensified as the boy opened his mouth to interrupt again, and Potter's mouth snapped shut. Sit back down on that bed. We will finish this occlumency lesson, and rest assured, I will not be as easy on you as I have been. Potter paled most pleasantly as he sat back down. Professor, please, it was Hones. You are hardly in a position to speak about honesty given as you've already broken your word once tonight. And now you're refusing to own up to it. So much for Gryffindor courage. The boy's face darkened. I'm not Legilimens. Severus hissed. With anger strengthening the force behind the command, the image of the attics lasted only for a fraction of a second. He blasted through more darkness, images of bright light, a green flash, and suddenly he had a sharp pain in his head and something was preventing him from breathing freely. Worthless freak. What on earth? He was still in Potter's mind, and the boy was trying valiantly to draw breath, but the man who had him by the throat was several times his size. Several times my size, at least in terms of weight, Severus acknowledged, and wasn't letting go. He was shoved backwards, his head banging into the wall behind him, and Severus realized what the pain had been before. We take you in, we feed you, we protect your worthless hide for years, and this is how you repay us. You dare to bring that freakishness into our house. Another slam into the wall. He saw stars, but at least Potter was able to draw a full breath as the hand went slack for a moment. I'll teach you to respect this house. The grip on his throat was removed, and the hand refastened on his arm, dragging him down a hall and up a staircase. "No, uncle, please, I didn't do anything, I'm sorry, I swear, please." The boy fought to get away, but he had no chance against the man's sheer weight. Sweet Merlin. The Blood Wards may protect him against the Dark Lord, but they'll do nothing against his relatives. The world twisted as he was thrown to the ground and the man reached up into a closet. Protega. The world twisted again as Severus was thrown backward off the cot by the shielding spell. Potter was standing, his eyes wide and his entire body trembling. Their eyes met for a moment, and then the boy bolted from the hut and into the darkness. Potter. Harry. It took a moment, more than a moment, to tell the truth, for Severus to shake off the shock of what he'd just seen. He tried to justify it, at first. After all, the miniature whale he'd seen earlier, well, children could be cruel. Severus knew that perhaps better than anyone, and it was certainly possible that the shrieking woman had simply had a bad day. Expecting her nephew to do his chores well was hardly an atrocity. But no justification he could envision could excuse or even explain what that man had done. What he'd been about to do. I've seen anger of that sort before. And from the boy's reaction, it hadn't been the first time. That child is supposed to be the boy who lived, the arrogant little brat who defeated the Dark Lord and now lords it over the rest of us, expecting to be treated like a prince. Not an abuse victim. If there was one thing Severus did not like, it was being wrong in his judgments. Particularly not that wrong. He tried to think back to any signs the child might have shown over the years, but, well, the two of them had never particularly gotten along, so of course Harry had been wary and defensive in his presence.
Why wouldn't he be? True, he'd never gone home except for the summer break, but he was hardly the only one who remained at the castle. And around his friends he'd always seemed fine. Well, noisy and irritating, like most of the students are, but then children his own age were hardly likely to instill terror. Minerva, Hagrid, Albus, even the werewolf, they would have been in much better positions to diagnose the abuse, but
would any of them have known what to look for? Abuse, physical abuse, at least, wasn't all that common in the wizarding world. And generally the children who did come from abusive households ended up in either Ravenclaw or Slytherin. They buried themselves in their own private worlds or became masters in the art of self-preservation. Once in his teaching career there had been a case in Hufflepuff, a girl who'd learned to diffuse anger to protect her younger siblings, but never had he seen signs of anything of the sort in one of the Gryffindor brats. And Flitwick, who'd spotted the Hufflepuff girl, had enough to do managing his own students. After all, everyone else was keeping an eye on the Golden Boy. Is it possible that we all overlooked this? Albus, at least, should have caught it, but then, he occasionally sees only what he'd like to see. Not often, but this would hardly be the first time he's been blindsided by a Gryffindor. I'd best find Potter. Harry. Severus picked up the boy's wand from where he'd left it on the bedside table and held out his own. Point me. A crackling sound from the fire drew his attention before he could complete the spell. Not now. Not now. Of course, it would be now, when he had an upset child to find, that the best attempt at a cure for WYRSA poison he'd found to data would be ready for testing. And he could hardly put the solution aside and expect it to retain its potency. If he left, it would take at least another day to recreate the mixture and test it. And a day after that to make another batch for the hunter to use, perhaps a day more than the man had left. It had been nearly a day and a half since he'd been scratched. Damn it all, can nothing ever be simple? But there was no choice. Potter wasn't likely to leave the village, no matter how panicked he was, and Severus couldn't justify the possible exchange of a man's life for a conversation that could just as easily be held an hour later. Perhaps it is just as well. Giving him time to calm himself might prove beneficial. Certainly Severus didn't know what he'd do if he found the child in hysterics. Slapping him to bring him out of it was hardly a viable option at this point. Severus wasn't sure what he'd do when he found the child. Honestly, at Hogwarts, when he discovered an abuse case even among his Slytherins, he was able to hand it off fairly quickly to Pomfrey or one of the more sympathetic teachers. Setting up the potion for testing helped to calm his own nerves somewhat, due mostly to the control over his breathing and emotions that he'd learned to maintain while working with some of the more volatile substances available. And the initial results, at least, looked promising. When he finished everything he needed to do, and a few things he hadn't really needed to do, but they did give him an excuse to put off his search for the boy, he stood and moved away from the fire. As he'd calmed, he'd found himself reflecting on his own actions this evening and found them impulsive, at best. Vicious being a better term. Granted, the brat had absolutely no right to invade his mind after agreeing not to, but there hadn't been any defensiveness or deceitfulness in his mind when Severus had forced his way in the last time. So it was possible, barely possible, that it had been an honest accident, in which case, I detest apologies. Particularly well-deserved ones. Finding one of his more cherished opinions had been wrong and now being required to apologize, it had not been his night. I was doing better when we were still lost in the jungle. Still, there was no point in putting it off any longer. There was the matter of the boy's uncle to investigate as well. He held out his wand again. "Point me, Harry Potter." It spun, and this time he was able to follow in the direction it indicated without distraction. "Potter? Harry?" He kept his voice down as he called, unwilling to disturb the village residents. When the wand shifted abruptly to point upwards as he approached the edge of the village, he sighed and stared up into the massive trees. "Mr. Potter, haven't we spent enough time in these things in the past few days?" He debated axioing the boy to him, but the way things had been going, a limb was bound to be broken in the fall. "Probably one of mine. Onwards and upwards, I suppose. Lumos." Climbing with his wand in his teeth was an interesting experience, but at least it gave him enough light to find handholds. He assumed that he'd have to wander along the branches for some time before he managed to find the child. Reaching the level of the first branches and finding a figure curled against the trunk watching him was a bit of a shock. "Mr. Potter." "I'm tired, Professor." "As it is a disturbingly early hour of the morning, I would assume so," Severus returned. "However, I need to speak to you, and as we are both fully conscious, I see no reason not to commence." The boy didn't look particularly pleased with that pronouncement, but he shifted enough to allow Severus up onto the branch. "I'm sorry I went in your head, Professor." His voice was dull, a fact which disturbed Severus rather more than he thought that it should. "I was under the impression that it was an accident." "It's not like you'll believe me either way." Severus suppressed a sigh. "You will not make this easy on me, will you, child? I may, perhaps, have been hasty in my judgments previously." He caught a flash of green as the boy's eyes widened. "And my reaction was extreme, regardless." The eyes watching him widened a bit farther and he gritted his teeth. "For that I apologize." The boy's jaw actually dropped a bit before he remembered himself. Articulate as ever, "Mr. Potter," Severus observed. I don't know what I expected, but not that. I don't think I've ever heard you say sorry for anything." He was silent again, and then one shoulder hitched. "I guess it was probably a pretty big shock when we ended up in your memories. I'd probably be angry too if that happened and I wasn't expecting it. But I didn't break my word. I didn't do it on purpose." He glared. "And you didn't have to hurt me." "I believe that I have already apologized for that. And Merlin be damned if you think I'll do so again." Fortunately for Potter, the boy didn't seem to expect anything of the sort. They sat, silent again, while Severus tried to determine how best to phrase his next question. "Does he beat you often?" What, perhaps the direct approach had not been the way to go. "Too late now. I am neither blind nor stupid, Mr. Potter. For how long has that muggle been mistreating you?" The boy dropped his gaze. I don't know what you're talking about, Professor." "Indeed. I suppose that you believe it is normal for a grown man to choke a child and repeatedly slam him into a wall?" It's not like it happens a lot, just when he gets mad or annoyed." "And you believe that makes it acceptable?" The boy just shrugged, and he sighed. "Why couldn't this have come to light back at Hogwarts? This is supposed to be Poppy's job, or Albus or Minerva's. My own students consider my cold, and now I'm supposed to help this child. I'm not even certain where to start. Harry, I assure you I'm annoyed with you on a nearly daily basis and generally angry at least once a week, and yet somehow I've managed to refrain from doing grievous bodily harm. Why hasn't your uncle managed the same?" "He hates magic," Harry muttered. "So he hates me. They all do. Anything bad that happens, well, it must be magic related and it must be my fault." "Have you ever told anyone how they treat you?" I told Dumbledore they don't like me. The boy's voice was defensive. Every summer I ask if I can stay at the Weasleys or somewhere else. I believe you are intelligent enough to know that they don't like me is considerably different than they are hurting me, Severus pointed out, keeping his voice as calm as he could. We can hardly rectify the situation if we don't know about it. Well, it's not like he doesn't already know. My first Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. My first 1,000 letters or so, since my uncle kept burning them so I'd never find out about Hogwarts. Excuse me. He burned all my letters, and when they kept coming he took us all away so they couldn't find us. If Hagrid hadn't come to get me, I'd never have gone to Hogwarts. That would have made my life simpler, Severus couldn't help thinking, but, well, the little brat was the wizarding world's best hope against the Dark Lord. And better he is with us than those muggles. Harry had been one of the scrawniest of the first years if Severus remembered correctly and still wasn't among the largest in his age group, certainly no match for a man the size of which he'd seen in that vision. These letters were addressed to a cupboard. It was my room, up until the summer between first and second year. Then they moved me to Dudley's second bedroom and put bars on the window. Ron and Fred and George had to break me out. Potter was right. Abuse could be hidden, unfortunately, but bars were certainly something the headmaster should have known about. Particularly when I know the Order has a spy on the house. Arabella may be a bit distracted at the best of times, but she's hardly blind. Damn it, Albus, for all our sakes, I hope you have an explanation. Something howled in the distance, disrupting his chain of thought. This is not the place to be having this conversation. Here is your wand. Severus waved his own, intending to levitate the two of them to the ground below. I think I'll stay out here for a while. You most certainly will not. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but seemed to think better of it as he caught sight of Severus' expression. We will continue this discussion in more hospitable surroundings. Did you find a cure? The child asked with a nod to the cauldrons as they entered the hut. Perhaps. Severus wasn't willing to be put off now that he had the boy talking. The potion wouldn't be ready for examination for another few hours at the earliest. He nodded for the boy to take a seat. I believe I asked you how often those incidents with your uncle occur. Not like that, not very often. 2 or 3 times a year, maybe. He stopped when I first started at Hogwarts. I think he was afraid I'd turn him into something. But then he found out about the ban on underage magic, and, Potter shrugged. Mostly he just cuffs me around, assuming he even notices me at all. He's at work during the day and at night as long as I don't screw up supper I'm not really worth the time. And your aunt and cousin? She screams at me a lot and doesn't let me eat, and sometimes goads my uncle into stuff, but she never really hits me herself, at least not hard enough to do anything. And Dudley is an idiot. If he wasn't 3 times my size he wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, he is 3 times your size, and somehow I don't think you can always get away from him. And withholding food from a child is hardly acceptable behavior either. However, your uncle is clearly the most dangerous of the lot, the particular incident that I viewed. He got mad and he hit me. Severus stared for a moment, but it was obvious that the child didn't plan to offer any more information. Not without prompting, anyway. Why do they dislike magic? Surely your aunt, at least, would be proud of her sister's heroics. Mentioning Lily's accomplishments was somewhat less irritating than mentioning Potter's, at least. She hated my mom. They said my parents died in a car crash. Hagrid told me the truth when he came to get me. Damn it. Some muggles are less than understanding, Severus acknowledged after a moment. They fear what they cannot understand, what they cannot hope to do. It is not your fault. I thought you thought that everything that happens to me is my fault. Oh, you're no doubt an insufferable brat who couldn't stay out of mischief if his life depended on it, Severus assured him, rather relieved at the spark of insolence returning to the boy's tone as loath as he was to admit it. However, you're hardly old enough to be responsible for the existence of all magic-hating muggles. They were silent for a moment, and he debated how best to prompt the child into speaking. I assume you have no desire to return to your relatives? Of course not. Then I am going to need slightly more information from you about your treatment at their hands. The memories he now shared would be more than enough for anyone at Hogwarts, but if that idiot Fudge or his lackeys from the Ministry got involved they would need the full story. Potter, however, still did not seem convinced, and Severus considered his next move. Unfortunately, the last few days notwithstanding, the two of them did not have the most pleasant history together, and while he had one idea that stood a fair chance of getting the child to open up, he was by nature a private person. So help me, if he ever repeats any of this and I find out about it, I believe that the majority of the problems with my father stemmed from accidental magic. Huh? Mr. Potter, have you ever considered speech lessons? The boy rolled his eyes, but seemed to be considering Severus' words. But your father was a wizard, right? No, my mother was a witch. My father, there was some debate over whether the appropriate term was muggle or squib since there had been some magic in his family line, but he was most certainly non-magical himself. He didn't like that you were. Not particularly. He insisted that my mother refrained from using magic and wasn't pleased when I couldn't always do the same. Kind of like Bewitched. Pardon me? A Muggle television show, American. Was about a witch. Well, she wasn't a real witch, who kept trying not to use her powers. And then there was a season where they had a kid, she was magical too, and they kept trying to keep her from using it. He shrugged. It used to show at night sometimes. My aunt and uncle had a fit every time they saw it on. Somehow I doubt the storyline was the same as that my parents followed. Potter considered him for a moment. He hurt you.
It was a statement, not a question, and Severus acknowledged the words with a flick of his fingers.
I was fortunate. My mother and I left him and moved in with her parents when I was perhaps 10. In many ways their treatment of him had been worse. They had not been pleased when their only child had chosen to marry a Muggle, and the fact that the only magical abilities her son possessed at the age of 10 involved potions had done little but make the situation worse. Even those teachings she'd only been able to give him under the guise of cooking lessons, so they hadn't been as complete as his grandparents had expected. But there was no need to tell Harry that. Certainly if we hadn't gone to live with them I would never have had the chance to attend Hogwarts. And it wasn't as though I was unable to pick up their lessons quickly. Not that he'd had a choice in the matter. Not when they were used him as the target for some of the more painful dark curses when he made mistakes. He shook his head. His grandparents were long since dead, and those memories had no place here. I assume your relatives had issues with accidental magic as well? Potter stared at him for a moment longer and finally nodded. I told you about the time I apparated myself to the roof when Dudley and Piers and Aaron were after me, right? Yes. I believe you said that everyone was under the impression that you climbed onto the roof? They were. Up until Dudley and I got home and he went screaming to my aunt that I'd been a freak at school that day, anyway. My bad luck, I guess. My uncle was home early from work. I think something must have gone wrong there because he was mad even before Dudley started yelling, but after he finished, the boy pulled his knees up, wrapping his arms around his legs. I think that's the first time he really hit me, not just cuffing me around or throwing me in my cupboard or whatever. Severus was quite certain that he was supposed to offer some form of comfort at this point, and equally certain that he had no idea how to go about doing so. He'd never attempted to speak of his father's mistreatment to anyone other than his mother, who'd been there with him, and as for the rest, well, Albus had certainly suspected, but he'd never confirmed or denied it. Fortunately, before he was forced to actually do anything, Harry continued with his story. I wasn't sure what was happening at first. He slapped me pretty hard and then he started dragging me upstairs. I didn't really go up there much unless I was supposed to be cleaning something. I was in Dudley's rooms a lot. But he took me into his room. Potter shook his head. It didn't make any sense. He was yelling, kept calling me a freak over and over, but I don't think he even knew what I'd done. And then he took it out of the closet. He just kept hitting me over and over and over. My arms and my back and my legs. Most of the time they're careful not to leave marks. They don't want the neighbors to ask questions, but he was so mad. What did he hit you with? Severus prompted. A belt. Except it's real heavy and it has those little metal spike things on it, studs. They hurt so bad. As long as they hit on my clothes they don't cut, but the bruises last for a long time. I don't even know where he got it. It's way too short to be his or Dudley's and it's not something my aunt would wear. But he keeps it up there, and when he gets really mad, he trailed off with a shiver. He just keeps hitting and hitting. Most of the time I don't even notice when he finishes until he's dragging me back downstairs. A whisper of legilimency that went unnoticed by the child confirmed that being dragged back downstairs actually meant being thrown back in a cupboard. which was apparently the small dark space he'd found himself in during one of Harry's first attempts at occlumency. He didn't attempt to pry farther. How often did accidental magic put you into these situations? I think only twice more because of accidental magic, unless it was something major that kept my chores from getting done or Dudley was around to tattle. They didn't usually notice anything I did. But every couple months he'd get mad about something. Like I said, they usually didn't leave marks on me, but when it happened, I was supposed to tell people that I fell if anyone asked. They were always telling people how clumsy and stupid I was anyway. What happened to incite the incident I observed? I really am tired, Professor. Can we please talk about this tomorrow? Severus nodded reluctantly. It would probably be wiser to keep him talking, but it was late, and perhaps these memories would be best examined in the light. I suppose. But I expect you to remain here tomorrow morning rather than disappearing all day with your new friends, understood? Yes, sir. All right, then. Good night, Harry. Good night, Professor. Somehow, when muted cries and muttering from the bed next to him woke him a scant few hours later, Severus wasn't surprised. Relieved that it wasn't the ear-splitting screams that heralded a vision from the Dark Lord, but not surprise. Potter. Harry. Wake up. He stood, moving to the other cot and sitting on the edge. Wake up, you're having a nightmare. The words didn't do much, but a quick shake of the nearest shoulder brought the child upright so fast that he nearly cracked his head on Severus' chin. Professor? He blinked, one hand reaching back for his glasses. Sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to wake you. A nightmare, I presume? Potter nodded. Just a normal one. The basilisk? The third task. Severus sighed. When they got back and told Albus about the situation with Potter's relatives, they were going to need to find the child a foster family. While the Weasleys would no doubt be the first to volunteer, he was going to recommend finding a competent therapist, perhaps more than one, and sending the child to live with them for a few months first. Merlin help us if he somehow ends up living with the werewolf or that mutt. He'll be a raving lunatic before he comes of age. What happened in that graveyard was not your fault. Harry shook his head. Maybe not what Vold, the Dark Lord, did, but Cedric shouldn't have been there at all. I got to the cup first. It should just have been me. But he helped me, and I said we should take it together. And then the thing was a portkey. Kill the spare. That's what he said. And then Cedric was dead. I saw him, you know, after, when our wands connected. Voldemort's and mine. Saw my parents too. But Cedric asked me to take him back with him, take his body back. His words had gotten quicker as he'd gone on, voice rising higher in pitch, and for a moment Severus feared that he was going to have to either strike or stun him to prevent the onset of hysteria. But eventually the words came to an abrupt halt, and the child sat breathing heavily on the edge of the bunk. And you did as he asked. Very Gryffindor of you. Not particularly intelligent, as I suspect it resulted in more danger for yourself, but I can't say I've ever heard anyone accuse you of being overly smart. And as for suggesting that you take the cup together, it's the same bloody nobility as well, I suppose. Fair play and such nonsense. Severus took a deep breath and collected his thoughts. Perhaps if you hadn't made the suggestion he wouldn't have ended up in that graveyard with you, but there is no way to know what would have happened to him then. Crouch Jr. would hardly have wanted the alarm spread about the Golden Boy's disappearance. It's quite possible that he would have died anyway. And there is no guarantee that he wouldn't have ended up in the graveyard even without your suggestion. He couldn't have been that far from the cup. He might have grabbed for the thing himself and ended up there alone. You're hardly large enough or strong enough to have stopped him. At least then the Dark Lord would still be gone. You believe you would have been safe in the middle of that maze? Nonsense. If Diggory had been the one taken instead of you, he would still have ended up dead and Crouch would have kept coming after you until he got you. Potter glared. What, so you're saying that it's better both things happened at once? Why me? Surely someone should have thought to sit down and have this conversation with him immediately after the event. But with the mess surrounding Diggory's death and the Ministry's denial of the Dark Lord's return, yet another thing regarding the brat that has been overlooked. Brilliant. I am saying that his death was not your fault. It was regrettable, but once you were entered in that tournament you had no choice but to participate, and with Crouch's maneuvering you were bound to find yourself facing that portkey. That he happened to be with you. Severus sighed. The other child's death had been needless and pointless, like so much of the Dark Lord's maneuvering, and nothing he said was going to change that. It was not your fault. Understood? The boy's glare held steady for a moment, and then he dropped his head. Understood. Then I suggest you lie down and attempt to go back to sleep. I never go back to sleep after nightmares. I believe you mentioned that. Lie down anyway. I'm not tired anymore, Professor. Severus frowned. Well, then, you will assist me in testing the antidote I have been working on. It's ready. It will be, momentarily. The spell I put on it would have awakened me even if you had not. Go fill those 2 cauldrons with water. And be quiet about it. There is no reason to awaken the entire village. Yes, sir. Severus set out the ingredients he would need to test the potion. The mixtures that he had set up last night, this night, whenever the occlumency lesson had ended, had confirmed that the substance was definitely an antidote to the venom in the Wursa's claws. However, it would do little good if it was toxic in and of itself, and Severus had mixed more than a few ingredients that would be lethal if given individually into the mix. So today's experiments would determine whether the liquid was safe enough for human consumption or if it would simply kill the man more quickly. Is this enough, Professor? That will be fine, Harry. Take a seat, and I want you to add ingredients to that cauldron, slowly, as I add them to this one. Please note, they are laid out in order, so there is no need to go making random guesses as to what is what. I almost wish the Granger brat was here. They worked in silence for a bit. The first set of ingredients needed to be added before the water truly heated. Severus was pleasantly surprised that the boy was able to maintain control of his cauldron and ingredients when he had reason to try. It was because of Dobby. Excuse me. He vaguely remembered Lucius referring to a house elf by that name. He actually hadn't seen the creature for some time, now that he thought about it, but what the Malfoy's servant had to do with Harry. What happened in that memory you saw? It was because of Dobby. He came to warn me not to go back to Hogwarts that year. The year they opened the chamber. My uncle was having a dinner party that night for some very important people. When I wouldn't promise not to go back, Dobby started making trouble. I mean, I knew I was in for it when he made all that racket and my uncle had to come upstairs. This was after they'd moved me into Dudley's second bedroom, but then Dobby went downstairs and saw the pudding. I knew what he was going to do as soon as I saw the look on his face, but I couldn't stop him. It made a horrid mess, and then Hedwig, she didn't get out, but she made such an awful racket. The guests left immediately. The boy paused, staring into the cauldron but clearly not seeing it. Then it came. The notice about the ban on underage magic. My uncle hadn't known. He didn't do anything to me earlier for fear I'd turn him into a toad or something. But after it came, he knew I couldn't fight back, and Harry trailed off with a shake of his head. You saw the rest. He locked me in the cupboard after it was done, and when they finally let me out it was to drag me upstairs and throw me in Dudley's second bedroom. Except now there were all kinds of locks, and when I looked out the window I saw the bars. When my uncle was putting in the last screws he said I'd never be allowed to go back to Hogwarts again. And that's when the Weasleys saved you? A couple days later. Severus sighed. It must have been the Malfoy's elf. No one else could have known that Lucius planned to slip the damn diary to the Weasley girl. He hadn't known until after Potter had foiled the plot, and even then only because Dumbledore had mentioned it. Unfortunate timing, I'm afraid. Very. Harry studied the cauldron for a moment longer before glancing up at his teacher. Did anything like that ever happen to you? Severus frowned for a moment. I will not let this become a whose childhood was worse discussion. But at least the boy was talking, and showing him that he was not alone couldn't hurt, as long as he had the sense not to repeat anything he heard. Somehow Severus didn't think that would be an issue. Not quite the same thing. I did do what I was punished for, but I didn't know it was wrong at the time. My mother, when my magic began to manifest itself, she hid it fairly well, and like your uncle, my father was not always around during the day. But one week she'd gone to visit a friend. I think the woman may have been ill. Regardless, mother had never been away for so long, and father wasn't one to play. I was perhaps 5 at the time and got quite bored. And then I found that I could activate the electronics in the house with only a wave if I concentrated very hard. Oh, Harry muttered. Unfortunately so. Mother used to say that my tricks were secrets between us, but I forgot, I suppose. Young children have an unfortunate tendency to do that. My father had several coworkers over that night to watch some Muggle sporting event, and I decided to show off what I could do. Something along the lines of blinking the screen multiple times and calling, "Look, no switches." As I recall. Father was not amused. He made a rather unconvincing excuse about the power lines to his friends, and as soon as they left broke several of another kind of switch across my backside. When you were 5. Jerk. Severus smirked at that. For once, Mr. Potter, I find ourselves in complete agreement. Unfortunately, some Muggles are simply not willing to tolerate what they cannot fully understand. Now, let me see the ruin you've made of your potion. It looks like yours, Harry protested. Acceptable, I suppose. Divide the potions between the 4 vials there while I fetch the antidote. Kindly avoid spilling them, if you will. In one of the 4 he planned to test an undiluted antidote. It would almost certainly fail. Between the other 3 he hoped to find a concentration that would negate the effects of the venom in a relatively short span of time while not eating away the man's body from the inside. He gave a cursory glance at the last few cauldrons still simmering by the fire. More antidote possibilities if this one did not work out. With a bit of luck he wouldn't need them. Severus forced himself to breathe evenly as the man took the first dose of the antidote he'd prepared. It wasn't as strong as he'd have preferred. The man would need to take it for over a week to counteract the effects of the venom. But any stronger and he ran the risk of melting his internal organs, so, at this point the main question was whether the man would remain alive long enough for the potion to have any effect. Potter shifted nervously from foot to foot beside him and he turned to frown at the boy. Silent, now.
Luciano coaxed the potion down the man's throat. He gagged, but it seemed to be more in reaction to the taste than any adverse effect. Honestly, doesn't anyone else realize the unfortunate side effects of adding sweetener to potions? Does he feel any loosening in his chest? Severus asked the older man, who passed on the question and relayed the reply.
I do not think so. His answers are none too clear. It may be too soon to tell for certain. I will brew another batch to ensure that you have enough. Make sure he takes 2 spoonfuls of that size every 3 hours. When should we see a difference? Morning tomorrow, at the latest. If he has shown no improvement by then, it is most likely too late. And he was unlikely to find a better potion in the time the man would have left at that point. Then we will pray that this has the desired effect. Now, we seem to have enough here to satisfy our immediate needs. Perhaps you and the boy would prefer to wash up and eat? I can ask Maria to send some of the extra fish to my hut. After last night's escapades, climbing around in trees after standing over boiling cauldrons most of the day, Severus had to admit that a chance to clean up would be nice. Very well, thank you. Come along, Harry. The boy paused to wave quickly to the injured man's son, now standing with his cousins, and then followed his teacher down to the river. Professor? Do you think he'll be all right? It wasn't a question Severus particularly wanted to consider. He had worked as quickly as possible, but, I don't know. If he'd gotten the antidote immediately I have no doubt he would be fine, but between the hallucinations and the nerve damage that has already set in, Severus shook his head. I do not know. Harry seemed to understand that he was not in the mood to speak and went silent, remaining that way until most of the food that had been waiting for them when they got back to Luciano's hut was gone. Professor? Severus paused in laying out the ingredients he would need for the next batch of the antidote. What, Mr. Potter? What will happen when we get back to Hogwarts? Are you going to tell? Unless you wish to return to your relatives, the headmaster will need to be informed of your situation, and if you won't do it, I will. That is not a situation for any child to be in. I will go with you to speak to him, if you wish. At that point, I suspect the issue will be simply finding you a compatible foster family. I believe you have stayed with the Weasleys on occasion? A couple times, Harry agreed. You think they'd really let me live with them? I dare say you know the family better than I do, but from what I've seen I hardly think they would refuse you. I don't mean the Weasleys. They've offered before. I mean the Ministry. Fudge. That may be a more difficult situation, Severus admitted. The last thing we need is for that idiot to find out about the abuse. More rumors about the child being unbalanced will do nothing but harm. At least I now have some evidence with which to back up his story, but all the same, I suspect Albus will be able to come up with a convincing reason for you to stay with them that does not require intimate knowledge of your past. It would mean that your relatives go unpunished. I don't care about that, just as long as I never have to go back there. Not particularly a surprise. Then I imagine it will not be so difficult to keep the majority of the ministry from finding out. Good. Can I go see how João and his cousin are? Severus nodded. Do not make a nuisance of yourself. Yes, sir. He made up the potion quickly, noting down the steps in a small book that Luciano had given him, so if it was ever necessary to recreate the potion, anyone in the village with a steady hand would be able to do it immediately. He was nearly finished when a burning pain erupted in his arm, and with an effort he swung the cauldron away from the fire to stand against the wall. Then he concentrated on blocking the pain as best he could. Not that that had ever worked. At some point, it could have been 5 minutes or an hour later, when he was finally able to concentrate on the outside world, he found a little girl he didn't recognize tugging urgently on his robe, chattering at him. English, please? He hissed through the pain. Come. What? Come, Harry, she trailed off, babbling again in Portuguese. Severus stood, somewhat unsteadily, as pain flared again. At least it had died down, slightly. Apparently the Dark Lord's urgency had subsided somewhat. Or the nerves in his arm had been permanently damaged. Either way will serve, I suppose, at this point. Where is he? Show me. They found the boy curled against one of the huts. Harry? Harry, can you hear me? I'm okay, Professor. I just wasn't ready for it. Are you okay? He broke off with an ear-splitting scream, clutching at his forehead. Severus only just avoided mimicking the howl, dropping to his knees with his free hand clamped around his forearm. He could hear the rest of the children as a dull hum in the background, but he couldn't spare the concentration to listen to their words. So my arm has not gone numb after all. Brilliant. The Dark Lord was angry, very angry, and he only hoped that it wasn't all directed at him. If it was, it would not be a pleasant reunion. And probably not a short one either. The Dark Lord was not known for showing mercy to the followers he felt failed him. While he wasn't likely to execute his only potions master offhand, well, the creature had been known to react impulsively. A light touch on his back had him whirling, and Luciano backed off, hands raised. Are you injured? He checked to be sure that his sleeve still covered his forearm. Even in the jungle, he'd been unwilling to leave the skin hiding his dark mark exposed. I'm fine. My arm was injured years ago, and Harry has headaches. He hissed in pain as the Dark Lord sent another call. When the child came to get me, I simply moved too quickly and wrenched my arm. Sparing a hope that the village girl who'd fetched him didn't speak enough English to understand his words and contradict them, and that Luciano didn't think to ask. He glanced down at the boy. Harry? The figure uncurled slightly. I think it's done, now. He pushed himself to his feet, one hand still covering his scar. His face paled a bit more as he noted the crowd that had gathered around them. I think I'd like to lie down now, if that's all right. Luciano nodded firmly. I think that would be a very wise idea. You've had a very stressful few days. He turned and said something to the children who'd been gathered around them, and they scattered obligingly. Come, I will get him something to make him sleep, and look at your arm as well. That's really not necessary, Severus began when he saw the panic in the child's eyes. He wouldn't want to sleep now, would he? Certainly no more than he wanted this man to look at his arm. Granted, the mark should remain hidden to the rest of the world, but to his eyes. Nonsense, after all you have done for us, it is the least that I can do. They entered the hut, and Severus waved Harry into the cot quickly, enforcing the order with a glare when it seemed that the boy was going to balk. In that case, our thanks. I believe he will sleep fine without your potion, but perhaps if you could leave some in case he wakes up. Of course, of course. He set a mug of something on the table beside the bed. And your arm? It's nothing, really. An old Quidditch injury. Severus forced himself to roll up his sleeve as though it was nothing. Not even a bruise. I'm afraid my bones just get sore sometimes. You are a young man. Far too young for aches and pains, Luciano protested. However, I do have some salve here that I use when my own joints mutiny. It may help somewhat. Severus highly doubted that it would do anything of the sort. He'd been trying for years to find some way to numb the effects of the Dark Lord's summons and failing each and every time. But he thanked the man politely anyway, and mentioned that he would join the boy for a short nap. It served his purpose. The man left, pleading a need to be with the injured hunter's family. Harry rolled over to face him as soon as the door swung shut. "Are you okay, Professor?" "I'm fine, Mr. Potter. What was that about, do you know?" "He's mad. That much I gathered," Severus returned dryly. "I'm not sure exactly," the boy hedged, not raising his eyes from the bedspread. "Mr. Potter, I will not have you lying to me. He's mad at you. Not all at you, but mostly. Someone tried to do something with the unicorn blood, and I guess it didn't work quite right, and he seems to think if you were there you could have made it work. Damn. 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 Damn." He couldn't rouse himself to come up with any more creative curses at the moment. Whatever the Dark Lord had wanted done with the unicorn blood had no doubt been a delicate procedure. It wasn't precisely an everyday ingredient. While the younger Malfoy, in a few years, might be capable of mixing such potions, there was no one besides himself currently in the beast's circles that should even be allowed to touch the stuff. Well, no one he knew about, and that thought made him pause. If Voldemort is recruiting and I haven't been informed, well, that didn't bode well for his future as a spy. He shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. The Dark Lord is paranoid. He always has been. All I can do is work with what I have. Professor. What, Mr. Potter? Nothing. Am I really supposed to sleep now? As I don't wish to be subjected to shrieking any more than I suspect you wish to experience whatever the Dark Lord is currently up to, I would suggest that you not. Severus gave his arm one last rub and then knelt to complete the potion that he'd left sitting against the wall when the summoning had occurred. Fortunately, the intervening time didn't seem to have affected the solution. He set it back near the fire to heat in the last ingredients, and then rose and turned to look at the child. Harry was lying on his back on one of the cots, studying the ceiling with mindless intensity. As we are expected to remain indoors for at least a short while, I suggest that we make another attempt at occlumency lessons. The wary glance the teenager shot him was something of an improvement over the hostility Severus expected, although it wasn't precisely encouraging. At least he hasn't refused outright. When I get this right, stuff like what happened earlier will stop, right? It won't hurt anymore when he gets mad? I can't promise that. I've never seen the type of mental connection that you seem to share with him before. I would, however, say that the effects of such a bond will be greatly reduced. Anything's better than nothing, I guess, Harry muttered, and Severus suspected that he wasn't supposed to hear that. Green eyes met his for a moment, and then he shrugged. Guess it's not like you don't already know what's in there. And you're not going to hurt me again, right? Not as before, I give my word. He couldn't promise that there wouldn't be some discomfort. The boy did need to learn to block invasions. But, well, he rarely repeated the same mistake twice. Settle yourself. Harry removed his wand from his pocket and set it on the side table with a quick grin. Considering what he'd managed the previous night without it, Severus didn't feel particularly reassured, somehow, but, well, at least the child made the effort. I'm ready, Professor. Then clear your mind. 1, 2, 3, Legilimens. Once again he found himself in the attic at Hogwarts. A careful push, and he went slightly deeper into the attics, and another still failed to yield any personal information. But the Dark Lord would be doing more than simply nudging. Severus put some force behind his next push and found himself in a kitchen somewhere. A heavy woman who bore a disturbing resemblance to Harry's uncle sat at the table with his aunt, uncle and cousin, clearly finishing a meal. Judging by the just-washed dishes piled on the counter in front of him, Harry hadn't had a chance to sit down and eat. Your sister was a bad egg, the heavy woman was saying. They turn up in the best families. And then she ran off with a wastrel, and here's the result right in front of us. And I thought his aunt had an annoying voice. There was conversation going on in the background, but he was having trouble making out what was being said. He could feel the anger coursing through the boy, and the ringing in his ears couldn't herald anything good. Apparently the woman was still talking. About Harry's father now, if he wasn't mistaken. A no-account, good-for-nothing, lazy scrounger who. He was not. Severus was a bit startled to hear the words erupt from the body he currently inhabited. After all, as far as the elder Potter was concerned, he rather agreed with her. But the boy was shaking with anger, and he knew firsthand how Harry tended to react to comments against his parents. More brandy. You boy, go to bed, go on. The look on his uncle's face as he added more alcohol to the woman's glass didn't bode well for the boy, but Harry was still too furious to notice. "No, Vernon," the woman hiccuped, clearly drunk. "Go on, boy, go on. Proud of your parents, are you? They go and get themselves killed in a car crash, drunk, I expect." "They didn't die in a car crash." The woman's face turned red. "They died in a car crash, you nasty little liar, and left you to be a burden on their decent, hard-working relatives. You are an insolent, ungrateful little—" Severus was more than a little disturbed to hear the opinion he'd often spouted of the Potter boy coming out of this infuriating woman's mouth, and was rather glad that she stopped speaking abruptly. And then he realized she'd stopped because her body started to expand. The swelling charm generally used by children as a practical joke on their friends had been particularly neatly applied to the woman's entire body. In fact, she was actually beginning to rise slowly and float away. He felt a surge of amusement from the boy, and then momentary panic, and then he was flying from the room towards the cupboard under the stairs. A trunk was hastily removed, and then the boy ran upstairs to release Hedwig next, grabbing something else, a pillowcase, before returning downstairs. But his uncle was standing there. Severus couldn't help a quick surge of pride when the boy grabbed his wand and faced the man down. Beaten, maybe, but certainly not broken. And then he was out the door and into the darkness. "They won't let you back now," the man screamed after him. As if a child would be kept from Hogwarts for accidental magic. Idiot muggle. A sharp shove at Severus' mind brought him back to the present, and he concentrated on retaining his hold in the boy's mind. "Come on, Harry, just push a little harder." The boy had ended up on a deserted playground while he was distracted and was now sitting under a street lamp. It was rather creepy, actually. And then he heard something and squinted into the darkness. The sight of the big Grim emerging from the bushes startled Severus enough that Harry's next push neatly evicted him from the child's mind. For once the child looked pleased as Severus returned to the present. "Well, how was that?" "Not completely unacceptable, I suppose," he acknowledged. "However, rather slow. You'll need to be able to work faster than that to have any chance against the Dark Lord." Harry ducked his head slightly. "I wasn't really trying before that first push when we were leaving the house. I wanted to see her blow up again. She's a real—" He cut himself off before he could give his opinion of he-woman, but Severus had little doubt what would have come out of his mouth. "Well, I suggest that you relive your more pleasant memories on your own time," Severus returned sharply, still a bit disturbed by the woman's words. "I expect your full concentration to be on occlumency when we have these lessons. Am I understood?" Yes, sir." The boy looked properly chastened, and he didn't push the issue farther. "Clear your mind. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens." Some time later, it was difficult to tell precisely how long, Severus was tossed out of a memory involving an impossibly hot day spent weeding a garden to find Luciano surveying them with a frown on his face. He mentally cursed himself for letting his guard down, doing his best to smooth his expression before turning to face the older man. "May I be of service, sir?" No, I was merely wondering if you had rested. Pedro seems to be responding to your medicine. He was more lucid after I gave him the last dose." Severus' mind immediately switched into analysis mode. "Excellent. Were you able to ascertain whether the muscles in his chest were relaxing? Or perhaps he is regaining feeling in his extremities?" "He did say that it was easier to breathe," Luciano agreed. "But he was unconscious again before I could question him further." "Please inform me before you administer the next dose. I'd like a chance to observe his reactions myself." "Of course. Perhaps the two of you would care to join my family and myself for the meal? We won't have many more opportunities. You've made more than enough potion to ensure that Pedro can be properly treated, and I noticed you've made enough notes to recreate it. There's no reason for you not to leave for London tomorrow." With a nod of agreement, Severus glanced over at the boy. "Are you well enough to eat? The headaches sometimes leave him with an upset stomach," he explained. "Yes, sir." "Come, then." Harry retrieved his wand and trailed Severus and Luciano as they walked toward one of the other huts. The meal was rather reserved, Severus noted, compared to the one of the previous night. Of course, there were no young children here, and the older man seemed distracted. "It's been a long few days for all of us." The boy, at least, was behaving himself quite adequately, maintaining polite conversation with an older woman seated next to him. After they finished, he went to oversee the application of the next dose of potion. The man did seem rather more aware. Not aware enough to answer direct questions, unfortunately, although Severus was able to draw a few conclusions from his mutterings in a basic physical examination. I believe he will recover very nearly completely, he assured the man's family through Luciano. He reacted when I applied pressure to his fingertips and feet. He may have lost some dexterity, but there appears to be no permanent paralysis. His wife babbled something he had no trouble interpreting as thanks, and he waved it off. The 3 children looked equally relieved, and he excused himself before the family could become more demonstrative. Even happily crying children are not my forte. Professor? Yes. He shut the door of the hut behind him and moved to sit on the cot next to the teenagers. Are we really going home tomorrow? So it appears, he acknowledged. The boy trailed off, looking away. What is it, Harry? What's going to happen when we get back? Severus sighed. I wish I knew. Obviously you'll need to continue the occlumency lessons, but you do realize we will need to devise some pretense for doing so, correct? He could hardly afford to show any softening of his attitude towards the brat in classes. Never mind the favoritism special lessons would imply. And I still need some excuse to give the Dark Lord for not killing him in the first place. I know. It's just, do you have to be so nasty? Like before? He sighed again. You know I do. Yes, sir. The resignation in the child's voice made him feel considerably older than his 30-odd years. I suppose as long as I've managed to build up this tolerance, however, there is no reason not to exercise it in private. He caught a flash of green as eyes turned towards his, and then, maybe if you have to give me a lot of detentions we could do lessons then? That would be acceptable, I believe. Mind you, if you do anything to truly earn one of those detentions. He trailed off and left the threat unspecified. The smirk the child shot him at that was decidedly unsatisfying, more along the lines of unnerving. Really? He's supposed to be intimidated. I expect the content of these lessons will remain private, however, is that clear? Severus continued in a stern tone. Yes, sir, I understand, but I'm going to have to tell Hermione and Ron something. Otherwise they'll probably try and help me. And the last thing I need is the rest of the Golden Trio roaming my dungeons, Severus acknowledged. I will keep all 3 of you after class when we return. You may inform them then that you are receiving particular tutoring then. But you cannot discuss the matter in your common rooms or anywhere else, is that understood? He'd kill you, wouldn't he? Harry asked. If someone overheard and gossiped and he found out what was happening. That showed a level of understanding he hadn't expected, and he inclined his head. At the very least. Do not press the matter further, child. I understand. I'll make sure we never talk about it. All right, then. Go to sleep. I expect we'll be in for a long day of questioning when we get back to London. What are we going to tell them? Precisely what happened. If you've forgotten, I caught you and the other 2 being disobedient brats out after curfew and ordered them back to their rooms so I could deal with you privately. We were interrupted by a surge of dark magic, but instead of doing as you were told and returning to your room you followed me when I went to investigate and encountered the Damport Gate. I believe you can chronicle our last few days in the jungle acceptably? Yes, sir. Am I still in trouble when we get back to Hogwarts? For your disobedience? I suppose the last few days have been punishment enough, although I see no reason not to let, say, a month of detentions stand. That should give us plenty of time to bring your occlumency to an acceptable level. But Professor, 2 nights a week for the next month, Mr. Potter. But, he broke off his complaint with a quick glance, just 2 nights a week. I'd thank you to remember that I do have better things to do than spend the majority of my free time in your company, Mr. Potter. And I assumed you would want time for Quidditch and whatever else you and your little friends amuse yourselves with. 2 nights is good, Professor, Harry said, trying to hide a smile and failing. Good night, then. Good night. Severus didn't fall asleep immediately, although he did hear the boy's breathing even out fairly quickly. He wasn't as worried about the boy maintaining the charade of mutual dislike as he might have been before his trips into the child's memories. He'd managed to hide abuse for years. Hiding the fact that he could tolerate his teacher would be easy enough. But that did nothing to alleviate his major concern. Perhaps I can use the existence of the Order as the reason I didn't kill the brat. except that he could quite easily have dispatched the child and claimed that it had been the work of some denizen of the jungle. Could I claim my wand was damaged? He'd hate to have to break it, but better to lose the wand than his life. Unfortunately, the boy could hardly stand against me in a physical battle, and I doubt anyone would believe that he held his wand on me the entire time. The Dark Lord would punish him severely, for his failure regardless, of that he was certain, but he didn't want the sentence to be permanent. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.